The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Epic battles with dramatic results ruled the day at the FIDE candidates in Madrid, Spain. IM Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana drew their all-important matchup with the former nursing a one-point lead over the American. However, the bottom of the bracket rebounded in decisive fashion, with Liren, Timur Radjabov, and Alireza Firouzja all winning their games. It's still anyone's tournament to win. Who will prove worthy? Round 10 of legendary chess coming up next.
Hello and welcome to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament from Madrid, Spain. We are live in our studio in St. Louis, ready to bring you all the action of this round 12. Good morning, everyone. Dorsa!
Hello, Yasser. How is it going?
Wonderful. How did you like your free day?
Very eventful, very wonderful. I feel like such an adult now. I signed my lease. I have a key. I'm paying utilities. Wow.
Sweet. Welcome, welcome. We got more bills for you. Hello, everyone. So far, it's been a one-horse race. One Nepo is galloping away, but the knock against Nepo is that sometimes he falters down the stretch. Will he silence his critics? As our colleague Christian would say, only time will tell. Let's take a look at our standings, Dorsa.
Yes, please.
At the very top, we have Jan at 6.5 points.
Wow. Then it's Fabi following by 5.5, followed by Hikaru by 4.5.
And Liren is tied with him. Unfortunately, in the cellar is Duda, all by himself. Ooh, not a good place to be. And our format, Dorsa.
It's a very, very special format since it's an 8-player double round robin, and there's 120 minutes for the first 40 move, followed by 60 minutes for the next 20 move, and the final 15 minutes plus 30-second increment for the rest of the game.
Very nice. No draw offers before Black's 40th move. €500,000 in prize money. We have our schedule, and our pace has been 3 games free day. 3 games free day. And we're just coming off a free day, so here's where we stand on Wednesday, June 29th.
Round 10, followed by round 11, 12. Wow, it's July already.
Exactly. Rest day. And then the closing rounds 13 and 14. We will have an extra day of playoffs if necessary. More on that later. But in the meanwhile, we have our very good friend, Alejandro. Good morning, sir, in studio to tell us about the players' roads ahead.
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Dorsa. Pleasure to be with both of you here early morning in St. Louis, but always happy to be casting these games. And you guys mentioned it. It's all about Nepo, and players are starting to look at that schedule ahead, say there's not that many games left. For the players that are chasing Nepo, well, that means getting some points. But for this man, it means getting solid results. If he can cruise control all the way to the end, even if he just makes draws, he's still a clear favorite to take the tournament clearly. He will be starting his venture today, round 10, with the white pieces against Timur Radjabov. They drew on their first bout, and tomorrow he'll be playing with Black against Alireza Firouzja. Remember, in that game, Alireza brought a great amount of preparation with the black pieces that Alireza, but it was Nepo that found himself in the style of chess that he likes and he took Alireza, showed him exactly how to play those open positions, and just demolished him off the board. Meanwhile, in round 12, to finish this trio of games, he'll be playing against strong Hikaru Nakamura, who had a bit of a surge, but was stopped by Teimour just recently. Meanwhile, the only person that can really realistically catch Nepo is this man, Fabiano Caruana. He's still a full point behind Nepo. It's a lot. And he has a tough road ahead. He's playing black against Duda today, who has not had a big tournament. But tomorrow he will be white against Liren. Liren just won his first game of the candidates. Surely he wants to improve his result before finishing this event. And then he'll be black. Again, a lot of blacks coming into Fabi's road ahead. He'll be black against Richard Rapport, who he drew with in the first half of the event. And why are we talking about these two guys? Because the numbers say so. Nepomniachtchi was a 77% favorite to take the tournament even before the last round. It all hinged on his result against Fabiano Caruana. They had their head-to-head. There was no decisive result in that one, and that means that Jan Nepomniachtchi's chances to win this event catapulted even further. 85.8% is what the numbers are giving him. Fabiano Caruana dropping because of that. And take a look at the rest of the field. Liren with 1.1% is the only person above 1% chance of winning this tournament. Do you guys believe in these numbers? Do you give Liren a 1% chance to win with 5 rounds to go? Yasser, it feels like there's a lot of chess left in Madrid.
There is a lot of chess left in Madrid, and the idea that there's only a 1% is remarkable to me. What a model that we're using. But please, Dorsa, set the stage for us, set the table for us for today's pairings.
Well, we have Rapport paired against Ding, Duda versus Caruana.
That's a huge match.
Oh, yes. Then it's followed by Nepo playing versus Radjabov. Then
As
we got
we've been discussing, a draw is okay for them, but this is a big game.
Naka versus Firouzja. Every single of these games are getting really interesting because we have such an eventful day before the rest day.
Indeed, and so many players like Firouzja, like Ding, won their very first game. Now, if I'm in Nakamura's shoes, I'm really happy to play somebody who has a lower score than I do. I'm thinking, okay, they're an easy target. None of these guys are a very easy target, but there's big fights for the money. And break down the top 3 prizes for us, Dorsa, please.
Well, it's a total of €500,000 prize pool. The first prize is 48,000 euros. Second prize is the 36,000, followed by third prize, which is 24,000 euros.
Exactly, and it's more like winner takes all.
Yes.
Because it's all about becoming the challenger, winning this event, challenging this man, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, for the 2023 World Championship match at a site still to be determined. We think that that's a match with a €2 million prize fund ahead. So whoever becomes the challenger, very, very, very happy to be sure about that. Now, as we get set for this round 10, I want to try to get Alejandro's a take on this. I'm Hikaru Nakamura. Okay. I need to win this game because my chances might be less than 1%. And I'm playing against a guy, okay, forget the fact that he's one of the highest rated players in the world, but he does play the King's Indian with black, right? Where is Firouzja's weakness? Where should Nakamura, in your opinion, strike?
Well, that's what we're going to have to find out today, because out of all the games that we have today, there's 2 where I think one side is just going to try to kill the other.
Right.
And this is going to be one of them. I think Hikaru is very angry that he just lost the game. He felt that he had chances in the tournament and that he himself destroyed them. To get back, he needs to try to beat Firouzja, even to have a wild shot.
Right.
So this is going to be an impressive one, and I agree. Firouzja has had some shaky preparation, and I'm going to tell you why. It's not the fact that he gets in the moves themselves. But I feel that sometimes he gets the preparation in and he gets these positions that he doesn't fully understand. He played like that against Nepo, where I felt that he had a very, very sharp, very cool idea played in. But the moment the game left the waters, he didn't know how to handle it. Firouzja is still a young player. He still has a lot to learn. he's still a bit of a moving target and a bit of a mystery. He hasn't played as much classical chess as some of the other competitors, and he hasn't had a stable repertoire as long as some of the other competitors. You can prepare against Favis Petrov that goes back years and years and years, but you can't go back years and years and years with Alireza. He wasn't a GM yet.
Right.
He's such a young player. Now, where do I think he's going to go? I think that these players prepare very specifically for tournaments, and Hikaru's brought e4 in. I would be very surprised if he doesn't start with the move e4 and hope that Alireza plays a Sicilian.
Right. And
there you go.
and that's why you get the big bucks, Alejandro. You predicted it. Are we going to see an open Najdorf?
That would be my expectation, yeah. I don't think Alireza is playing any other Sicilian at this level of chess. We've seen Richie throw in Taimanov. We've seen a lot of people throw in 4-knight Sicilian and Sveshnikovs, but it's not Alireza's repertoire. He's normally a Najdorf player when he plays open Sicilian. And with the move d6, I think he's indicating that we're going for it. The only question here is Hikaru goes for the trendy bishop b5 check, or if he's prepped something in d4, and there we have the battle between the seconds, battle between the ideas. And I'm very curious. I think this is going to be an excellent game. Another game that I'm going to have to take a look at is going to be this one. Fabi with the black pieces playing the Italian, but you know that he loves his long games. He doesn't want to draw today as well. He must still have the back of his mind some idea that, hey, more than 10% is a significant number. I have to give myself my best odds of winning this tournament. That includes beating a very weakened Jan Krzysztof Duda. A game that I'm not excited about, hopefully I'm wrong, is this one.
Wow.
Jan Nepomniachtchi against Timur Radjabov. Actually, Jan playing d4, so not going for a Berlin. I was expecting a rookie 1 Berlin, to be very honest with you guys. He's actually playing a Catalan. I want to see what he brings in to the table, does Jan, because, well, Catalan has been seen in this tournament quite often and at the top level of chess. Let's see if it brings him something to play for, or if he's okay with a solid position and a draw.
Okay, and by the way, turning your attention back to the game of Hikaru Nakamura for a moment, we do see in the Najdorf the move bishop e3, and this invites one of the incredibly sharp variations of the English attack. I don't even know what the theory is these days after knight g4, bishop g5. Ooh. All I can tell you is that this is a tabia position that goes on long, and we haven't gone in these waters for quite a number of tournaments. So, but he didn't do it. Alireza, after bishop, it looks like he played e5, the alternative, and knight f3.
Wow. Now,
knight f3. What's the theoretical status of knight f3, Alejandro?
It's supposed to be equal and rather soft compared to the knight b3 lines, where if you put the knight on b3, let me explain the big difference here. Knight b3 is by far the more popular move.
Sure.
Knight b3 here. And the idea is pretty easy. You put this queen here, you castle this way, you go f3, g4, h4, h5, and you kill the guy on the king side. Now,
it's easy.
If you put the knight on f3, yeah, very easy. Well, that's what Adepo did, right?
Right.
If you put the knight on f3, you're stifling this idea of f3, g4. You just can't play it.
Right.
Now, there are some advantages and disadvantages to having the knight here. The knight's already kind of controlled. But on the other hand, it's not on the way of some of your pieces on b3. Sometimes on b3, it's kind of a target. Like if you put the knight on b3 and you're wondering, why don't I just castle short, slowly? It's because black eventually gets a5, a4 in against that knight.
Right.
And you never really want to play a4 yourself. So knight on f3 is a completely different approach. It's very positional, and it's rather slow. This bishop is trying to go to c4, and there will be a battle over the d5 square. Now, black has more than one way to equalize in this variation. It really does come to how full the equality is and which version of it do you want to play. Because right now there's a couple of ways of playing this position. Bishop e7 is, of course, there's nothing wrong with this move. But a lot of people say, you know what, your move is bishop c4.
Right.
Let me stop it by playing a natural move anyway. Instead of developing my bishops or my knight, a lot of people play the move queen c7 first.
Right.
Just so that this bishop doesn't get to the c4 square immediately. Now, there's also drawbacks with it. For example, you'd rather develop your king side. If you go knight c6, you're allowed bishop c4 anyway, so you're kind of stuck developing with your knight on d7. Now, the only thing you have to avoid, and one of the reasons this knight is played to f3, is that if you do play the move bishop e6, stopping bishop c4, you kind of straight up run into knight g5. If you move the bishop, bishop c4 hits f7, so you can't really put your bishop on e6 first. The idea of queen c7 is kind of be a placeholder to go h6 and then go bishop e6.
Right.
At some point later in the game. Different ways of handling this position. I'm sure that Alireza is very well versed in this position. I'm pretty sure that I've seen him play this with the black pieces. I just don't know if it was a classical game or if it was a series of rapids. Theoretically, the last time I checked this with my students, this was equal, but it did lead to playable positions for both sides.
Cool. The one game that you kind of intimated, okay, Jan leading the tournament, he's going to make a rather easy short draw with Timur. In this line of the Catalan, they're going for this very topical line where you mess up your queen side, I want to say,
yes.
for dynamic play. We've seen this in the tournament already. We'll keep an eye on that, and a little bit of a wrinkle, knight to c3 by Jan. Again, I suspect this is theory as well.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
This is such a topical line in this moment, and the more I've analyzed this variation, the more I'm wondering why black is playing this kind of positions. It does seem that it's razor sharp edge into black equalizing. But white can play any move and be equal or better. I don't like this kind of positions where one side has to find very precise moves, and the other one not so much. And this is what I gather from these openings, and these players are so well prepared that Radjabov is the type of player that can play very precisely and just draw the game. But we've seen some players fail to do it from this position. Specifically, I remember a game of Wesley Saw with the white pieces against a certain Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces. Played very recently in Bucharest. We had this type of positions. In that game, Wesley actually took on a6, like most people do nowadays. But this one is also supposed to be slightly dangerous. Pawn takes on b5 was played. You don't have a choice here. Rook takes a8 will be on the board pretty soon. Bishop takes, knight takes b5, and the move here is bishop d5. I know this much. Bishop d5 defends the pawn, allows you to play c5 later. And people have been looking here at bishop f4. They've been looking at bishop g5. They've been looking at rook d1. All of them put some pressure on black's position, still challenges black. This variation is even, unlike the one where you take on a6. Material is even, but your control over e4 is crucial. If you lose control over e4, your entire queen side might just fall apart. If I get the move e4, kick out the bishop, and take on c4, you're just dead. So it's important for black to long-term keep this in control, and you also want to play c5 as quickly as possible. You want to get rid of this strong pawn center for white. Rook d1 is aimed against the move c5, and we have seen the move rook d1 plentifully. Bishop f4, bishop g5 have been tried as well. We're going to have to wait and see what Nepo brings into this game against Timur. He has, I think there's a great choice of opening for Jan, honestly. He might get some chances to press if Timur misplays it, and if Timur plays it properly, you know what? Draw's fine.
Draw's good.
And remember that they drew the first time around in their round 3 matchup. A matchup that actually has favored Timur Radjabov. He has one more win, the only win in between these two. I don't quite remember that game, though. I'm going to have to look it up.
Very good. If I could play devil's advocate for a moment, just that I like what you were saying there about bishop d5 and this big fight for that central square e4. But if I could just ask like a really gross question. After bishop takes a8, knight takes b5, can I just play bishop takes f3? And if you recapture with the bishop, I'm not saying you have to do that, I'll go c6. And on my very next turn, play queen takes d4. And just absolutely, blatantly ugly play for the draw.
Yeah, the issue about these positions is that even though, you're not losing or anything, but
no,
you're not up a pawn, right?
Right.
You could take on a3,
right?
But that's suicidal at that point.
With the two bishops.
The two bishops and a passed pawn. The pawn was on b2, you might have some chances blockade on d5, I don't know.
Right.
With the passed pawn on a3, you just don't want to do that.
Right.
And if you take on d4 and knight takes c4, it feels that you didn't win the pawn.
And you've got the two bishops as a disadvantage. Yeah.
For free.
For free.
Again, is this dead lost? No. Are most people watching this show going to convert this 100% of the time? No.
No.
Is Jan going to convert it 100% of the time? Also no. But you have pretty good chances.
And he's the one having
You just
the
don't want to
fun.
be on the back foot with black this early. That's
Gotcha.
why after knight takes b5, I fully expect to move bishop d5 unless Timur has some sort of novelty here. I know that move c5 was tried, but it was insufficient last time I checked it. So I still expect bishop d5 to be the move that is played because it's theory approved.
Okay. And Dorsa, what game has caught your attention?
Well, I did see a very, very interesting Ruy Lopez being played. I think
Okay.
that was the Richard Rapport Liren game.
All right.
Yes.
That's our number 1 seed coming into the tournament, Liren, and for his fans, we're so very excited for him as he did win in round 9, his first victory after 9 rounds. The number 1 seed. Nobody anticipated that he would have such a difficult time, and this bishop c5. Ooh, bishop to g5. That's unusual for me to see that so early as white. h7, h6. Richie doing something a little bit off the beaten path with this very early pin. Bishop on h4. Go ahead.
This is a very interesting game because
Absolutely.
most of my students are in the range of like 1500 to like 2000.
Okay.
So I always tell them like pins are so uncomfortable. You want to play for center. You want to make sure you have central control. That's
Right.
what white has. And I always advocate for like pins are a little interesting in the sense that you want to make sure that it kind of bothers the opponents. It kind of cripples a little. It kind
Right.
of begs the question, are you going to take? Are you not going to take? That tension.
Yeah.
So I think that most of our viewers would find that interesting to see that there are like so many different pins and so many ideas of D4 and
Right.
yeah, this is a very comfortable game for me right now.
Okay. Well, indeed, I have to tell you that for me personally, I hate being in a pins. I really do. It
Nice.
really throws me off kilter, so to speak. And so I really look forward to breaking the pins or, blockading. Now, the problem with this bishop on h4 is obviously my bishop is now on a7. It's not on e7 where I can break the pin. And literally, I have no other way of breaking the pin other than by playing the move g7, g5, maybe driving the bishop back to g3. Now, then it could go on the other foot, like the bishop on g3 is no great shakes. It's not like it has a great view
Yes.
of the board, right?
Well, what would black do with its king if it goes G5?
Precisely. That's the problem. You go, for example, let's say after bishop, let's just put a move on the board, knight d2 for the moment, g5, bishop g3, and then we'll just put queen e7. This
Sure.
is kind of flexible thing. So now, as black, we've got a problem because we played g5. So, well, we kind of pushed our pawn shield over on the king side forward. We're probably not hiding our king over there. But then you look on the other side of the board and you say, well wait a minute. We played b7, b5 as well. It's not like we really want to hide our king over on the queen side. So what do? We just stay in the middle with our king. So in a sense, black has a real problem. He doesn't know where he's going to put his king. But let's flip the board and say, okay, how about you, white? Where are you going to put your king? You go, well, wait a minute. Like the king side's nice and safe. Well, wait a minute.
Is it,
Are
though?
we so sure that it's nice and safe? Our opponent's already got a flank attack going with g5 and h6. Maybe we have to be worried that rook g8 and h5 might disturb us. So that's what I mean when I'm thinking a double-edged game. What does double-edged mean? It means that you have your problems, I got my problems. And whoever resolves them best wins. And by the way, bishop c5, a7 is a rare bird.
Wow.
The idea after c3 is that you're angling for d4. You're not there yet. So lots of times you play bishop b7 and you wonder after d4, should I put my bishop back on b6 or put it back on a7? Bishop a7 has been played according to our database like twice. I mean, that's That's shocking for Rui Lopez. That normally we got millions of games on Rui Lopez.
Yes.
So the players are investigating a relatively rare line, Alejandro.
And it's fascinating to see this Italian battles, right? You get to this position, do you play a6, b5, h6, g5?
Right.
And it might not even be an Italian, but you have the Italian type of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And they all kind of mush together, right?
Right.
Another Italian that we have today, I want to check it out because it has a lot of elements from different spaces, but the position is unique. Funny enough. So we have this Italian between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana. We've never seen this position before ever, somehow. This move knight bd2 is actually a novelty.
Oh, wow.
Now that being said, you might think that this structure is familiar.
Right.
And you might think, well, I've seen this in this tournament before.
Many times, right?
Right, many times. But specifically like this. And I was thinking about this game. This is Alireza Firouzja, Timur Radjabov from a couple of rounds ago, the marathon game that ended with a king h4, rook h1, king g5 repetition.
Right.
That stemmed from this variation, and you can see the structural similarities, right?
Right.
This is this game. This is the Fabi game. Pretty much the same thing. Couple little differences. The knight's on h5. There's no pawn on h6. Subtleties that the players analyze to try to learn not just from themselves, but from the opponents. The candidates usually brings incredibly important theoretical knowledge to the players, and they adapt accordingly throughout. And also, Fabi might be thinking, I remember this position, and there are some games of chess that are just so engraved in your memory because they were either so brilliant or so painful. And I think that Fabi remembers this one very well. He was white against a certain Alexander Grischuk here in St. Louis. I want to say it was a St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but I'm going to have to check that out. And I just remember how that game ended. Now check out this bishop on a7. It's this bishop.
Such a pretty one.
They got from this position, eventually, they got to this one where the bishop on a7 is still attacking this king on g1. And I remember this visual move where Fabi just puts his queen on g3, and Grischuk went king h8 in severe time pressure. Right. He goes king h8, and Fabi didn't have as much time pressure.
Right.
He was already down on the clock, but not seconds left the way Grischuk was. And horror of horrors, he realizes there is no way to prevent knight f3 check, pawn takes, and then one of the rooks coming to the g file. Oops. He just completely stuck on the king side. See how the game ended. Rook b2, knight f3 check, can't do anything, takes.
Gotta take that.
Takes on f3 is actually dubious because rook h7 was made in 10.
Okay.
Rook fb1, but no matter. Rook g7 wins the queen, demolished Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. Fabian might be thinking, hey, that was a good idea. Why don't I do that? And here we have it. He's using that recipe that Grischuk brought against him against Duda. So we are having this fight of ideas. Duda took some time with knight bd2, and now the players are on their own.
Okay, just continuing the thought there, you see the knight on I see the knight on h5. That's a visual. I think it's going to f4. Go ahead, put the knight on f4. How would the play proceed?
I think the move knight f4 is always a useful move.
Right.
The only question is how early do you want to play it?
Okay.
The only reason that sometimes knight f4 is delayed is that after the logical move knight f1, you don't know if you want to allow the capture so quickly.
Okay.
Now, you might be thinking, isn't that completely fine? That's true. Another reason, though, is that when this bishop comes to e3 and I capture it, sometimes taking on e3 with a pawn gets a tempo.
Right.
And there's another argument that the knight on f4 move isn't going anywhere, and that it's more useful to bring the queen
First,
whether it be e8, g6, or f6 directly, that's up to Fabi. But those will be the three moves I'm looking at. Queen e8, bring it to g6, queen f6 to target more things on the f file, or you know what? Bring the knight directly to f4. I think they're all viable. It's just, at this point, what we call a bit of a matter of style.
okay, thank you for that. We do have more moves in the game of Jan in that position where you, Alejandro, was saying that you're aware with bishop to d5, he played it.
Yes.
Dorsa, what do you think? We got some more moves after bishop d5. The bishop came out, and what Alejandro was saying is black is aspiring for c5.
Yes.
Which
And
is exactly what he
Bishop
did.
F4 is kind of pushing it to. Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. No way. How could Bishop F4 be a novelty?
No, Bishop E3, the move on the game, Bishop E3 is a novelty.
Oh,
Bishop F4 has been seen plenty of times.
Because that seemed like such a natural move to me. You develop
absolutely.
with a gain of a tempo. I can understand why you could also. So, Dorsa, if you're sitting there saying, my opponent's going to play C5, can't I stop him? Would you have considered the move Bishop E3?
I mean, it's logical, but I also block my own potential for pawn E4, so.
Exactly.
Not so sure.
He played Bishop F5,
Yes.
and Timur did get on with his business, which was to trade off his doubled pawn. Takes, I like this move a lot. Queen A5, developing.
Intermezzo.
Yeah, intermezzo. Gaining a tempo against the knight on B5. The knight dropped back, the queen captured, and then the bishop decided, you know what? This diagonal is not as attractive to me as this diagonal. So he played Bishop E3. I think we're caught up with the players. This is still theory, Alejandro?
The move Bishop E3 is new, and that's why Timur is the one spending some time in this position. He has a bunch of options on where to put the queen. My engine is not the strongest, but it's not very impressed by this move. It says Queen A5 or Queen C7 is still equal. Now, my experience playing these positions online and the little bit of studying that I've done on it is that, again, white can play anything, including Bishop E3, and black has to respond more or less precisely. For example, what would be your more natural move for the queen?
Queen A5, Queen C7, both of those moves make very
Queen A5,
attractive.
and here I'm going to use my pressure
Yes.
on C4 to try to get you to take with the pawn.
Okay.
If you take with the pawn, it's kind of strategical disaster.
No, I don't like. No me gusta.
No me gusta. Why? You get a lot of weak dark squares. The
Right.
pawns are stuck. D5 is weak. You always want to take back with the knight.
Correct.
So knight takes, and I can do this right now because if I take on C4, yeah, you win a pawn, you want your pawn, congratulations, but this is so ugly
Right.
that I'm going to end up getting one of them back.
You're not proud.
I'm not very proud of this win of a pawn.
No.
So for a while, black is going to have to be careful that when white takes on D5, I either take with the knight because I can attack something, or my pawn on C4 is already defended.
Right.
And this goes on for a few moves. You can play Bishop D4, for example, to renew the threat. You could play Rook C1 to have this as a stronger threat down the line. You could even take immediately and then retreat and then put the Rook on C1 and start pressuring C4. Okay. Again, all of these variations, very, very close to equality, but white is the one that's still putting a couple of ideas and a couple of pressure points on Timur Radjabov. So he's found a move that's taking his opponent completely out of book. Timur does not expect the move Bishop E3, hasn't looked at it. There's too many moves to look at in this position to consider all of them. It's just too wide to consider all of white's moves. So he's on his own. He needs to fully equalize still. He should be on the verge of it. He, I'm sure, has looked at this variation extensively. And what I just explained, he knows on his hand. So I expect him to still be within the reaches of equality. Okay. But I also love Nepo's prep. Riskless. Never going to lose this with white.
No.
Every blue moon you win.
Right. Alejandro, help me out here. I read an article on the ChessBase website that Nepo has a supercomputer lurking in the background that the Russians have provided for him, and that that was why the novelty of knight h4 that Fabi prepped was such a good one, because the supercomputer would not have looked at it. It wasn't its top lists of moves. So what's the story on the supercomputer that's helping Nepo?
I haven't fully read. I've heard of the article that you're mentioning, and I know what you're talking about, that the Russians have actually provided an actual supercomputer.
Wow.
See, we use this term very loosely in the chess world.
Right.
The term supercomputer is actually a specific term for machines that are not commercial, they're not for everybody, they're out there in the physics world, in the astronomy world, they're actually solving really, really tough equations. We have really good computers in the chess world. They're not supercomputers, but they're really, really, really good. They're really expensive anyway, and they do cost dozens of thousands of dollars.
Right.
Be looking at computers for like $50,000, $60,000 that these people are using. What I heard was that Nepo had an actual supercomputer.
Wow.
Like one of those actual things, they allowed him to use it for a little bit. That's what I heard, that's what I read. It's all rumors as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
So I don't really know. Does this actually make a difference? It's kind of hard to tell. The engines are playing so well right now that it's more important for us to be able to parse the information properly. The problem is that the stronger the engines get, the more they think everything is 0-0. Because for them, they can already see to the end of the game. What is the difference?
Right.
If you have to find 30 moves in a row as black to reach a theoretically drawn pawn endgame, if the engine saw that far, it doesn't care. It's going to find them. It's going to tell you it's objectively a draw. But is that the path that you want to take?
Right.
And that's where having good seconds comes in. Having people that can parse that information properly and be able to determine this is actually humanly dangerous, the way Knight H4 was humanly dangerous in that Petrov game. So yes, of course, it's very important to have extremely powerful computers. However, I think that they do hit a bit of a ceiling as how much they can tell us. They will find some interesting ideas here and there that more normal computers can't find, but it's not that common.
Now, staying on the topic of engines, how realistic do you think it is to finally have, that perfect engine that finds the beautiful balance between practical human chess and those super great moves? Do you think that's realistic in the foreseeable future?
Yeah, I do. I see that the chess engines of today, not only are they incredible engines at calculating, but that there are actual software that you can use to make them more human, that they can challenge you to play certain positions, that they're an incredible training tool. Now, when I was growing up, the engines really were nice and fun and strong, but what they've done in the meanwhile is absolutely fantastic. They've grown exponentially. And in terms of commercial engines, Alejandro, do you yourself, as a chess coach, have a favorite? Do you think one engine does something that another engine does worse or better?
I think that engines are actually quite interesting and they have all these flavors. At the end of the day, if you're analyzing casually, if you're watching this show, it doesn't really matter what you put in. I mean, your engine is going to be wrong. It's just the way it is because somebody out there has a stronger engine.
Right.
When it comes to actual software, I think by far the most popular one is Stockfish. It's free, it's easy to install, and it's extremely strong. It's arguably the strongest engine that you can do, and it runs smoothly. There are other engines like Leela that add to the game. They're a little bit, in my opinion, more difficult to interpret. I have had some arguments against Leela, like on certain positions. Like, are you sure? Are you sure, engine, that you really want to go down this path?
Right.
But there are some others where Leela proposes an idea that's so interesting and so unexpected that it actually beats out Stockfish. Ooh. This usually turns out being long-term plans, long-term ideas, danger of the king, all these kind of things Leela tends to see better. And this might be very vague terms, but it's difficult for an engine to evaluate a pawn structure 20 moves down the road. That's not how a lot of engines think. Now, there's a lot of different engines out there. There's traditionally, if we talk about engines of the past, or even current engines, Ripka, Shredder, Hyarx, Fruit. There's a lot of
Fritz.
Fritz to a certain extent, the engine of the past, that bring their own kind of ideas. They bring their own flavors. They have their own evaluation system for certain openings, and they have their own weights. And it's not so clear which one is better than the other at the highest level. They all crush us.
Right.
Right? So what's the difference?
Right.
They all crush us without a second thought. So it really comes down to which engine you adjust yourself the best. And I think everybody has their own little flavor profile at the very top. And that is more of an individual thing. For most, I think 99% of players, Stockfish, whatever the latest is, go forward.
Good enough. How about you, Dorsa? Do you have your own chess engine favorite, or you just think they're all good?
See, being a part of slew chess team for the past 5 years, my tail is kind of linked to Alejandro's tail. So whatever he gets for the team, I got it.
Right.
So we've looked into Leela, Stockfish. We have very strong computers. I'm very sad to part ways with them. One of the cons of graduating, I guess.
Look at this. You'll be going to Christian's chess academy, which what you got to say, is a real step up from Alejandro. I mean, oh, sorry, Alejandro. Are you still with us there? Yeah.
It will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think he just put me on mute. I mean, like, Alejandro, can we return? By the way, maybe you were right, Alejandro. We've just seen the move bishop e3 to d2 by Jan. I'm not going to say it proposes a draw, because of course it doesn't. But if we do see the move queen a5, for example, you kind of want to avoid knight takes and be forced to recapture the queen. But if we do see bishop c5, it is a kind of intimation that there might be a repetition sighting. So just keep in mind that bishop d2 on the board.
But it's not a repetition, right?
It's not?
I mean, queen c5, here I take on d5. What do you take back with?
Let's take pawn first.
Remember that when the knight was on d5 and my bishop was on f4.
As well as e3,
as e3, the knight hits the bishop.
Right.
That's a tempo.
Now it does not.
Now it does not. So I can play something along the lines of rook c1, even knight e5, and this pawn it's dead.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I apologize. Bishop d2 actually comes with a threat.
Yeah, actually comes with a threat.
Okay, good. Apologies for that. My bad. Just going to check with the back in with the game between Hikaru and Ali Reza. After the move knight f3, we were talking about queen c7 as a way of delaying White's desired bishop to c4. He didn't do that. He said, you know what? If you want to put your bishop on c4, go for it. Bishop c4,
wow.
Bishop e6. And now I'm trying to remember a game. I think it was between MVL and Nepo. Alejandro will help me out here. It was a game that NVL needed to win in the last round.
Sinquefield Cup of 2017, I want to say.
Right, something like that.
Yep.
And then I don't know if this is exactly, there was maybe some bishop
it's definitely
e7.
not the same position, no.
Okay. And knight d5 on the board. Knight d5, by the way, comes with an explosive threat. Bishop b6 and knight c7 would be a winning threat. So knight d5, treat it seriously. We still, I'm sure we are, but what's the theory on this particular position, Alejandro?
We have some important games that have been played in this position. Check it out. Sergei Karyakin played this with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi all the way back in 2012. 10 years ago, it's been a decade, but we're still debating this position. Another game that I have to mention, because you mentioned that great name, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. What an expert he is with the Najdorf, not only with black, but as he mentioned in that game in 2017, beating Nepo to take the Sinquefield Cup. He did that with the white pieces. And remember, he is going to be joining us later at 10:30 a.m. here Central. MVL will be joining our show. So he's going to be
I didn't know that. That's great.
He's going to be explaining this one for us.
Excellent.
Now, after knight d5, both of those games follow with the correct move, rook c8. You're not afraid of bishop b6 because the rook here covers the c7 square. And after queen d7, you're not worried that white is going to take all of this tempo just to ruin your structure. That's a very typical Sveshnikov Sicilian type of position in which if you can break with f5 early, it's no problem. The bishop is actually a little bit misplaced. Not a weak bishop, just misplaced on b6. So knight d5, rook c8 is considered to be the correct move in this position. I don't know if there's another correct move in this position at all, to be completely fair with you, because bishop b6 is such a big threat, and you are not well prepared to take on d5 in these positions. For example, if you take with the knight, pawn takes just wins a piece. Oops. That's kind of clear. And if you take with the bishop, then I take with the bishop. You take, you could throw in this check, but I have bishop d2. And if you take with the knight, again, you're not forcing me to recapture with a pawn. And this is usually what black wants to do. Force white to recapture with the pawn on d5. Instead, I get to take with the queen and establish my dominance over the light squares in the center. You're going to follow it up with short or even long castle, and black is not going to have an active plan ever. So after the move knight d5, rook c8 is the recommended move by the engine. It is the move that has been played at the top level of chess twice. It is also the move I expect Alireza to play, even though both sides are taking their sweet time to get to this position. I see an hour 40 for Hikaru, an hour 45 for Firouzja. They're not blasting through the opening theory the way that they did in their first bout. In the first half of the candidates, remember that Alireza brought this beautiful Nimsu Indian prep.
Right.
Hikaru was blitzing out, got stuck, and then figured it out over the board.
Yeah, that
so
was
great stuff between these two players. So we see there, their only game so far in classical chess was that draw that they had about a week ago.
Wow. Yeah, that was an amazing piece of what we would call a save by Hikaru, because he really walked into this great preparation by Alireza. It almost seemed like Alireza got an advantage all the way through the ending. It goes from the opening to advantageous ending by great prep, but Hikaru, man, he just calculated his way to a draw. I wanted to bring your attention to the game that you liked. That was
yes.
that Rui Lopez right here. And I was thinking to myself, like, how are you going to break this pin? G7, G5, and where do you put the king? Well, Richard just said, look, you're going to attack me on the king side, go for it. If you want to play G5, I'm going to put my king in harm's way. And excuse me, that went a little bit bad. Ding Liren said, okay, first of all, it's this bishop on B3 that I really don't like. I want this guy to get out of dodge, bishop C. Then the move C7, C5, so I'm going to take a little bit more firmer control over the D4 square, make it a little bit more difficult for you to play D4. Knight D2, G5, Bishop G3, Knight H5.
This is such a wonderful. I'm going to poke you a little on the queen side. A6, B5, Knight A5. Okay, let's take it minutes. Let's go H6, G5, Knight H5. It's feels like a little waltz on the left, a little waltz on the right.
But as a chess teacher, don't you tell your students, so oftentimes, especially with lower class players, class C, B, they get enamored. They love their queen, and they're moving their queen everywhere. Or they get enamored with their bishops. Also, sometimes what happens to players is they like pushing their pawns.
They do. They love that.
Yeah, right? And suddenly they start. So just a second, you've got 8 pawns, and Ding Liren has pushed 7 out of 8. And don't you, as a chess coach, say to your, guys, take it easy, relax, don't move all your pawns. And this is, I don't know. Is this something we've seen before, Alejandro?
No.
Is this a novel?
It's some kind of deep prep by Ding. We got D6. He got all of these moves in. They're all very sharp, right? You throw this in. I've been told Knight H5 is a novelty, but I mean, we're so far from the throes of actual theory that it doesn't really matter.
Whoa.
C5 was definitely not the novelty. Knight H5 in this position is actually deviating from here. We got C5 in this position.
Okay.
It's not a relevant game, so we can't really consider it. Right. Knight H5 leads to a position that Ding has for sure seen, and this is the more relevant part.
Right.
How do I know that he's seen it? Because you don't play Knight H5 under 8 minutes for the entirety of the game. You blitz Knight H5 because you know it. And we have such a really weird, crazy position already. The king, as you mentioned, can't castle anywhere, but this king, it's also feeling the pressure a little bit. The black is coming on this way. Now, the usual way I would think that black playing on the king side here has to be met with a move, a break on the other side of the board. I think the move A4 screams to be played for me. You want to see if black really wants to close things down because it might open up your C file. It might allow you to get some light squares. I would think A4 is the most natural move here for white. Knight takes G3, not really a threat. Now, let's see why. For example, A4, knight takes, pawn takes. If you try to kill me immediately with things like H5, I am in time to take on b5 and survive, but it becomes a little sharp. I can tell you this because I have an engine.
Right.
When you look at this as a human and your opponent has spent 0 time,
Right.
sometimes you worry that if I take here and the guy goes h4, that I actually get mated.
You might be done.
I might be done, right?
Yeah.
It might be game over. You know that all these classics, this like 1800s games where they take and they go rook h1 and there's like a queen there, they distract the knight and you can't prevent checkmate, and that's the reason we're playing chess today.
Right.
Those inspiring games, they didn't have engines.
Right.
They didn't care if the attack worked or not. I mean, it was one of many. In this game, it's a candidates tournament, Richard with white, your opponent is blitzing all of this out, and you see the move knight h5. Your mind immediately thinks, am I getting mated here?
Right.
And that's what he's going to have to figure out. There are a couple of like more
sedate
ways of playing.
Right.
But I think that if you want to challenge black's setup, you got to go with the move a4.
Whew. What do you feel when you're playing against an opponent and they're just snapping out the moves and you can see, like Richard, that your king is in danger? How do you deal with that kind of pressure,
Well,
Dorsa?
That's like, for me, looking at the specific game, I was
Right.
thinking, why did white castle too early? Because, you know, black is certainly not planning to castle anytime
Nope.
soon. So
Nope.
why would I castle to kind of like, my king has a red flag, hello,
I'm over here, right?
Yeah, so unless after castle, white could comfortably open up center,
Yeah.
I don't know if I would want to castle too early on,
Right.
but...
Well, also, what I'm really saying is because Ding Liren is playing so quickly, you
Oh, that's
almost feel
so-
like you're falling into some kind
Yep.
of trap that your opponent has the homework and you know you're supposed to lose in a very nice fashion by just following
While
the
you
script.
mentioned trap,
Yes.
I recently rewatched all the Pirates of Caribbean because my friend had Disney Plus, and I'm like, you know what, let's binge them all.
I
and
can't think of a better way to spend a week
Right.
myself. Go on.
and there was like one of these like they're like running in the jungle, and there's this like nice trap that they go in, and it gives them, and whoosh takes them all up in the tree.
Right.
This kind of feels like that it's gonna do that whoosh take up on the tree.
And you are caught in a net.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this whole idea, again, Alejandro saying, look, I've got to meet this attack on the king side with some kind of counterplay. Now I can play for d4, an attack in the center, or as he said, a2, a4 in his mind is screaming to be played. Mm-hmm. You know, this knight's a little bit offside, so it lends itself to an attractive attack. So a4, but then, just again, I'm just quoting Alejandro here, is that you start to worry that, wait a minute, my opponent's been playing snap, snap, and
That's
could
a
I get
rook about to
checkmated?
get open.
You know, this bishop is like eyeballing this long
Oh,
diagonal. So if I make a bad move, this is a terrible move to take. You start to think, whoa, wait a minute. This bishop is going to be, you know, like eyeballing my king. And if these are the types of checkmate that Alejandro
This is so scary.
is saying, you know, from the 18th, let's do it with style.
Agreed.
Agreed. Let's do it with style and sacrifice the queen. So we see a lot of games from the 1800s where, thanks to this bishop controlling the g1 square, we have a checkmate. So these are the types of things that Richard is considering. What's the time, Dorsa?
I believe that Ding Liren has about... Ding Liren is hour 52 minutes.
Wow.
Rapport is hour 24. So he spent about like 35 minutes of his time.
Huge difference.
Figure.
And for Ding Liren, I mean, he was in the cellar. He was really at the bottom of the cross table. One win, just one win. He jumped into a tie for third, 4.5 points. If he puts back-to-back wins together, it's remarkable. And he will be beating Richard Rapport, who's currently in a tie for 5th through 9th place at 4 points. So Ding Liren could do himself a great deal of good with a win today. I mean, like, I mean, he's had such a bad start that it's hard to believe with just 2 back-to-back wins that he would suddenly be in contention. Maybe that's being too much, but okay.
Quick question.
Please.
After knight takes bishop, we never really talked about what if, pawn f takes it. It feels very suicidal in the sense that that bishop is still, yes, that a7 bishop is quite open,
Right.
but it also opens up the f1 rook. So how do you feel about this?
I like it. I seriously, oftentimes the rule, the principle, I should say, the principle is capture towards the center.
Yes.
So h2 takes g3 is by far and away the move that we consider first. Always capture towards, always capture. But sometimes the dynamics of a specific position might be that, look, this pawn structure actually offers my king better protection. And it's that simple. And even though I'm not capturing towards the center, my king is a little bit better protected. And as you just mentioned, it's not like, hey, I'm suddenly going to checkmate you down the F line, but then the rook is open. So the dynamic play that you get for having compromised your pawn is worth it. And I like F2 takes G3. Many, many times in the Sicilian, you're white and you castle queenside. You've got a bishop on B3. That guy captures your bishop. Now, A2 takes B3 is the normal response. Everybody plays it. But then you start thinking, wait a minute, if I capture with the C pawn, capturing away from the center, my king's really, really safe. So sometimes you see this contrarian, C2 takes B3, and I like your suggestion very much, Dorsa.
With the long castle thing, I love playing Scotch. When I was a kid, I watched this Kasparov having his Scotch phase, and I loved it, and I played it, and I still do sometimes. And for the there's a specific lines with long castle in bishop c5, knight b3 that I've had a lot of experience when somehow bishop comes to e6, takes on b3, and you can take back with the c, and you just put your king b1, a1, you say bye-bye, and you start f3, g4, push kingside, go, go.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, it felt like very Sicilian-wise. While you're saying it, I was having that little deja vu.
Right, but at the end of the day, what you really appreciate is your king's tucked away.
The more pawns around it, the happier.
Exactly, exactly. The more pawns, the happier it is. We'll keep an eye on this game,
Actually,
Richard.
we do have a move,
Oh,
sorry.
please.
They played A3.
A3.
Yeah.
Wow, that is really A2, A3.
Maybe it's a drop.
Coffee. 3 more coffees, double espresso, please. A3. That is so slow.
Is it just trying to stop b4 or set up b4, or was it trying to go a4 and it just stopped middle of the way? Oops, Jadoub, let me push it a little bit.
I'm going to have to bring in, higher intelligence here. A2, A3, Alejandro, was that on the top of the computer's hit list?
Not in the top. Actually, I'm wondering. Now that you put it that way. It's not in the top 3. This one goes up to 5. Let me see if I remember how to change the settings. Yeah, here, lines all the way up to 5.
I don't think you can add more than 5.
Not in the top 5.
No, I mean, it's not the strongest engine, but it was definitely not in the top 5 of this one. I'm going to go back.
Wow.
So this is better.
Lower the number.
A3. I don't get it. I mean, do you really want to go B4?
Right?
I feel you don't, right? Normally in this structure like this is a good break.
Right.
B4 is a good break. The only thing is that in this particular version, this bishop loves that the B4 break exists. Black doesn't have to hurry and take, because then white takes with the A pawn. That's the whole point of A3. And then you open up your rook. You're going to be happy about the more pawns on the center. What I'm worried about is that if I play B4 and just move my knight, you don't want to take on C5, I don't think.
Right.
As long as E5 is not hanging, D takes C5 is satisfactory, but also I think bishop takes C5 is going to be okay. It all really hinges on whether you can play D4 or not. It feels a bit slow to me, Yasser. So slow, actually, the engines want to encourage you to play B4.
How did they do that?
They do rook B8. And they say, you don't do anything special, I'll go either b4 or c4 myself. Take advantage of the fact that the rook is on the b8 square. So the only logical move would be
B4.
b4. But after taking, you throw this move in. Gotta take with the h pawn on this version because...
Yes,
Right.
otherwise it's a discovered check.
And you go here. The engines think, no problem, still equal. Perhaps a little bit better for black, but not very much. I just don't understand why you're allowing my bishop to reign supreme.
Right.
One day, I'll get in g4, h5, h4. It might not be the soonest,
Right.
but one day I'm going to do that. I mean, the moment I cover h4 or I start with the move h5, h4 first, I'll get there.
Right.
Whereas white, on the other hand, has given up the pair of bishops and needs something in return. I just don't know what that in return is. I'm baffled. I'm baffled by the move a3. It's not the move I wanted to play. It's a very Richie move. He comes up with this new concepts, this new ways of seeing the position, of seeing the structure, of seeing how the game can change. Not my understanding, but it is what it is. Let's see if it pays up for Richie. He's a very creative player. I know that Liren might have trouble dealing with it. Let's take a look at another game that is just so important for us, guys. It's just so important.
Whoa.
We have only a couple of moves. After bishop d2, this bishop on d5 is threatened. We analyzed that. Timur just moved it back.
Right, get out of the way.
This is a very logical move, and therefore it was considered by Team Nepo. Instantly replied the move, knight d1. Actually, it's a pretty logical retreat. The knight on e3 attacks the pawn on c4. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Queen c5 is already a mistake, according to the engine. I'm not sure if it's a real mistake or it's slowly, slightly slipping from equality. But I think white's position just plays itself. Knight e3 attacks that pawn, black defends it. Why don't I just attack it again?
Exactly.
And this is why I was doing a DVD series, a video series for Limitless Chess. I was trying to finish up a repertoire against d4.
Okay.
And I was recommending the Neo-Vienna, this d4, knight f6, c4, e6, quick d5, and taking on c4. The thing is, I still needed something against the Catalan. And since this was so fashionable, I saw it plentifully. And I just couldn't recommend these positions. They were theoretically fine at the 2700 level, but it felt always like you were in a knife's edge to actually equalizing, and you were never better with black. That doesn't sound like the ideal amateur repertoire, right?
No, who wants that?
Who wants that? And even at this level, I don't feel that people are equalizing it so easily.
No.
Nepo lost to Wesley. Jan, I think, is already much better against Timur. He's already played rook c1. All these moves,
Natural.
natural. I'm taking this pawn. It's not an if or a maybe. You don't move that pawn, I will take it. It is free. You have to defend it, but what do you defend it with?
Okay,
Bishop.
bishop d5.
But this is exactly what we were talking about, right?
We just went back to a8.
He just went back to 8, and if I take, you
Yeah.
have to take with the knight, otherwise your position.
Terrible.
If you take with the pawn, white got
Terrible.
everything.
Terrible.
You might
Absolutely.
survive, but white got everything.
Right.
If you take with the knight, and I go knight e5, using the fact that tactics allow me to play this move, there's no knight before because bishop takes, there's no discoveries with the knight anywhere, I'm attacking your pawn. I have the pair of bishops. I have the initiative. Why is black so happy about this position?
Also,
Convincing.
that knight on b8 is just so sad.
It hasn't moved.
I know, a few moves ago I was thinking, you know, if that knight could get to b3, black's problems would be solved. But I think I have a better shot at winning presidency than that knight's getting to b3.
True that. It's a long way to Tipperary. You got to go c6, d4, b3.
Yeah.
No, this looks like Nepo has more or less gotten the ideal opening game, one where he can play risk-free for 2 results.
Yep.
Nice, well done. Dorsa, were you with me on this one? We wanted to ask Alejandro, after the move a3 by Richard, a move we kind of think's too slow. You're not snapping out. You're not making black's life difficult. What if black just threw down the gauntlet, took on g3, and I like your f2 takes g3, by the way, one more time.
Thank you.
But in case of h2 takes g3, what if black said, I'm here to play for checkmate? Is that not frightening, Alejandro?
Oh, everything is frightening here for what you're saying.
Richard. I mean, I'm saying he's played A3, so he said, do your worst. And I go, okay, I'll try.
This is pretty bad, guys.
Like-
You have to go B4 just to make sense of this, but at this wondering, you're still wondering if you're gonna get mated like 18th century style, right?
Right?
I'm not even sure if it doesn't work. I mean, the engine wants to go knight c6.
Okay.
But I'm trying to figure out why
Oh.
h4 doesn't work. H4 doesn't work because you still have the move g4. Richie is playing this knife's edge. I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like any of this for white.
But for Ding Liren, I mean, his heart just kind of skipped the beat, like, hey, you know, like opportunity knocking on the door, perhaps?
Yeah, perhaps the real reason that the engine doesn't want to take on g3 immediately, remember, they like taking on g3 when it forces the issue. And here you might still, since b4 still not on the board, you might take with the f-pawn.
Fair.
Okay.
You hide the king on h1 and you have the open rook. Still says it's equal, both sides with chances, but I think the engine is trying to force you to go b4 to force you to take with the h-pawn.
Gotcha.
Any chance that black has enough time, again, in a very comfortable board to go pawn f6, knight g7, pawn h5, pawn h4, or is that too dreamy?
I think you just want to take advantage of the exact position. So you want to retreat the knight somewhere and push the pawn.
Yeah.
And it is dangerous in this kind of positions because the bishop is so dead, right?
Right.
The issue, I think, is that white will eventually play b4, a4. And I have the feeling that it's just going to take you too long without that much effect to get the pawns rolling. I think that you give yourself a target on g3 that can't move as easily as a bishop, and then you push the pawns. Also, this knight's not particularly good. Even if you got all the way to e6, it's not that good. It's okay. So just chop the bishop, I think, is what I would do. Whether I do it right now or a little bit later, I think that's what Ding Liren is considering at the moment.
Speaking
Wonderful.
of a bishop on a7, this kind of guided missile kind of a bishop looking towards white's king on g1, I return to the game between Duda and Fabi. When we left it, we just left it at this position
Yes.
where I was saying, well, you played knight h5 for a reason. Let's jump and put it on that wonderful f4 square. Alejandro was saying, well, you could also you could also get in the move queen e8, queen g6 before you played knight f4, or you could play queen f6, knight f4. Fabi went for knight f4 immediately, queen f6. That knight was threatening to capture a pawn on h3 with a check, and that would uncover the knight on f3. I guess Duda did not like the move knight h2. He captured, and then Fabi recaptured in order to keep the half-open f-file. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, boy, I like black's position. This bishop is really, really powerful. Maybe on a good day, I'm going to triple up and then go rook g6.
That'll be very
and
pretty.
it's going to be a killing attack. Queen went to b3. Okay, I got that part. Hitting the pawn on e6. In my mind, there's two ways of defending. One would be to play knight to d8, and the other is the move chosen, which was rook f6, b5.
Wow.
And we're up to date with the players, and this position is really rather sharp. And let's just take a look at their head-to-head lifetime scores.
So there was a draw earlier in the tournament, but Duda has never managed to beat Fabi. Fabi has beaten Duda twice, and there has been a total of 4 draws.
So 6 games, a nice score for Fabi for sure. And there is a cute little queen trap on the board here. I'm just saying that if you go knight a5, maybe it's a good move, maybe it's a bad move, and if you go, aha, got you, queen b4, I can turn the tables with bishop c5.
Oh, yes.
So it's sort of, okay, the
Nice.
game could still continue after queen takes a6, but it did immediately flash that there are some tricks. One thing I think you want to avoid as white, pardon me, as black, is you don't want this.
I
This
agree.
is, there's no reason to open up the A file and get yourself all in a pin. Like this, for example, to my mind would be like a strategic disaster.
I agree. This is
Yeah.
just so uncomfortable.
So
Now,
you don't take, sorry,
quick question.
Dorsa.
No,
Please.
After this rook f6,
Yes.
it feels like there might be an attack coming up. So rook f6, b5. How do you feel about rook g6? Is that a possibility?
Oh, definitely, because I mean, come on.
I mean,
if it's your turn, queen
Second.
takes f3, I resign. I guess I can't move the knight because f2 is
Yeah.
hanging. So I guess I'm forced to defend the knight with knight to f2. Now, that,
Oh, that's so pretty. But I was trying to calculate some potential takes. Like I was thinking, okay, you know what? Let's just take the knight. Queen takes e6, maybe. I'm still not
Oh,
done
geez.
thinking about it, but
oh my gosh,
mean-
that's a double.
Guys,
yeah.
I need to stop you when you guys
Please.
do
Oh,
things like that.
man.
But knight, look at knight 1 h2, right?
oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
Okay, don't you have queen g3 there?
Yeah, I
Yes.
just did. I played it.
No, on the other right. Oh, okay. But this one also doesn't look too good for white, right? Queen f3, queen e6. I feel like black's doing great.
Yeah, king h8, you're threatening mate with queen takes f2 and queen takes g2. You take the rook. Oops.
Yep.
I'm
not
in
mate.
time, and I've got the queen as well.
It's good enough.
So rook g6, Dorsa's move rook g6, threatening this queen takes, thanks to the pin, pardon me, threatening this queen takes f3. Am I supposed to move my king, Alejandro? I mean,
That's what the engine says. King h1 is the best move in the position.
okay. Well, the inclusion of those two moves has to be favorable for black.
Not so clear, actually.
Not so clear. Bishop takes f2's on. I can
You can think of a reason.
see, I can see opportunity here for black.
Pawns.
By the way, sorry, Alejandro, did the computer like rook f6? Because there was also the move knight d8. I assume Fabi didn't want to see d4. He essentially forced Duda to play b5, and whether it's rook g6 now or maybe on the next move, my first feeling is I like Fabi's position a lot.
Yeah, that was my first feeling too. Unfortunately, I ran it through an engine.
And the cold-blooded,
The engine thinks white
Silicon.
is just much better.
what?
Yeah, much better.
Get out.
Not even close. Rook g6 is a move, but after king h1, you still have to solve the issue of the knight.
Okay.
You could put it on d8. But the main crux of the position is that at some point I'm going to go rook a2 or d4. It doesn't matter. You kill the activity of the bishop here.
Okay.
Let's start at d4. And I will eventually take on a6.
Right.
I will eventually play queen c4 and target something. Bishop b6 will eventually run to a5. So how do you keep your queen side together? Where's the knight going?
Okay, so let's suppose I try to close the queen side with a6, a5.
Very good. a6, a5. And now I focus on the other side of the board. I think the main problem for Fabi's position
Yeah.
is going to be his minor pieces. The engine wants to go queen c4 or something like that. I think rook e2 also makes sense just to hold on to the f2 pawn.
Right.
Knight h2 g4 is also being an idea in many positions. I think at the end of the day, the problem is that because this bishop is here,
Right.
locked, and this knight is so far away from the action,
Right.
that one day I'm going to be able to play rook e2, knight h2, g3. Force you back.
Ooh.
And if I force you back, all of these moves that you made on the king side, they look kind of silly. Because your rook is going to be stuck on g6, whereas I can start pushing pawns or playing knight e3, c4, depending on where my knight is, against black's position. When I looked at this, I thought Fabi was okay.
Yeah.
And I looked at this position and I think black's okay.
Right.
That would be my first instinct as a GM. Black has their chances, I'm sure that white has their chances, and we just kind of play chess. The engines hate black's position.
Wow.
They think it's a nearly +1 advantage. They just think that all of this is a smoke screen, that there's no real threats. And that
Wow.
you have a couple of accurate moves to bounce back the attack, repel the attack, and then white's going to be better. I don't know if either one of these players is looking at the position like that, but I can bet you that white is going to end up making some very natural moves, and all of these natural moves end up repelling black. Knight h2, king h1, all of them, rook e2 or rook a2 to defend f2, they will all come very natural to Duda. The question is, where's Fabi's play?
I'm stunned, truly, and wow. And Dorsa, this game is so huge for our standings. Duda's in last place. He beats the guy who's number 2.
Today's game is very crucial because Fabi could hurt or help himself today. So by end of the day, we'll have a better feeling about our standing, hopefully.
Round 9, Dorsa, totally turned what had been an awful tournament for 3 players into something they could look forward to. In other words, 3 players won in round 9, and all 3 of them hadn't won a single game, and they were Liren, Timur, and Firouzja. Now they get a rest day. They come with wind in their sails, and they're thinking, you know, like, hey, I just got 1 win. Can I have a second, sir? You know, and this playing these opponents when they suddenly have, you know, good feeling about their tournament, that's not good. You want them down. Duda's coming into today's game hasn't won a game. If he could upset Fabi, that would be amazing. I didn't realize that this was such an awkward position for Fabi. Doesn't make a difference, Alejandro, by playing the move I don't like. I mean, I stuck my knight way out there on the rim. I'm not a happy camper. But maybe for tactical reasons, the fight for a tempo and other reasons, is knight a5, this is an ugly move. I don't like it. But would that help give the tempo that Fabi needs to get his attack going?
It's not about the tempo, Yasser.
No.
That's the main issue of the position, that it's that you don't create as many threats as you think you are. Queen a2 or queen c2, doesn't matter which one you choose. Even if you play a move like rook f8, you don't have an actual threat, right? Now, knight a5, by the way, the engine is saying is much better than rook g6.
Okay.
Which is crazy. Knight 1 h2, and then you're going to slowly prepare the following. d4 to kill the bishop. Black can't really take. You want to fix your structure, but the pressure on c7 is annoying and you give too many squares. And once I get d4, I'll threaten g3 because the bishop is dead. The king will come to g2, and even though there's some pressure here, we're going to start to look at the moves that Ali Reza eventually ended up playing against Radjabov. Rook comes to e3, defends this knight. One of the rooks comes to the second file to defend the f2 pawn, and back and back and back goes black.
Small update, knight a5 was just played.
Yes, which the engines do consider to be the top move.
Wow.
Wow. I just fear that this knight on a5 is going to be out of the game for, I like the move queen a2.
It's going to be a sad horsey.
Yeah, for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Is
But
the
it does have potential, because in every version that I think black is fighting for an advantage, it includes the move d4.
Okay.
And at some point, the move d4, when
We
it comes,
c4.
it's going to soften up the control over this square, right? You go d4,
Right.
the knight's going to have access later on to the jump c4. So I don't think it's the worst horsey ever, but it definitely doesn't make a good impression for now. And because it's all the way stuck on the queen side, you must think that at this point, white with more pieces on the king side should be able to repel this attack. Why? Because this attack is only comprised of heavy pieces.
Right.
And heavy pieces, they're worth a lot less than knights. The knights will just keep attacking, keep tempoing these heavy pieces, forcing them to go back and back and back.
Okay.
So I guess not a sad horsey, just a weighty horsey.
Yeah, it's in the barn waiting to explode. We think queen a2, but as we get ready for our first break, we want to inform our audience about the friends and family discount at Q Boutique.
Yes.
Normally we offer 5%. That's usually the max that we can go.
Remember how I said yesterday I signed a lease?
Yes.
So I've been looking for stuff around Q Boutique, and I found a few things I like, so make sure to check out the website.
Nice.
But there's a specific chessboard that we want to bring to your attention today.
Oh, that's pretty.
Ooh, first of all, look at the beautiful logo on H1.
Yes.
And A8. Well, nice. Well, this is a very beautiful 22-inch wooden chessboard that's from the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's very gorgeous. It has a gorgeous wood grain on the dark squares. Features the World Chess Hall of Fame. Very, very unique logo in the corners, and it is available only at Q Boutique.
Nice border
Right?
as well. So it's a wooden board, but it's strange because that almost feels like a special,
Marbly.
rice
Right.
paper or something.
Yeah.
I've seen some kind of laminates. Only available at Q Boutique. Check it out, and we're going to
Very,
see
very
you
lovely.
on the other side of the break.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour Champions Best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys!
That is my boy. Look at that kid. You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
You may have heard about St. Louis's world-class museums. Art, history, science, even magic. But you may not know we have an entire museum dedicated to play, with a 10-story slide and a Ferris wheel on top. Don't let all this family fun slide by you. Whose kids it is? St. Lou is always exploring. Anybody?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of round 10 of the 2022 candidates. These are our standings coming into today's action. Jan leading the competition with a whole point over Fabiano at 5.5 from start to finish, so they say. Hikaru and Ding Liren are tied for third. Two big games that they're playing, and let's just get right to the games, Dorsa. We saw this move, and I got to tell you, you had a feel for it. Richard Rapport has played the move King G1 to H1, a clear indication to my mind that any kind of captures on G3 is immediately going to be answered by F2 takes G3. No way you put your king on H1 and recapture with the H-pawn. So that game is still percolating, and it's funny that the move Rook B1 threatening B4 was designed, as Alejandro mentioned, to encourage white of playing B4. Richard said, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to open up the bishop. A really big game. Please.
Before we move on. Now, King H1, it looks nice. It's getting ready to take back with the F-pawn.
Okay.
But it also feels a little uncomfortable in the sense that I'm just, putting my king in front of that H8 rook.
Right.
How do you feel about that? Would you still prefer to keep the king?
I think black is doing well, just full stop right there. And I think white is going to be in a situation where he's reacting. And so I think the problems occurred earlier and that Richard is going to be facing an uphill battle. So yeah, but you're right, I'm not happy by the fact that my king could potentially be in danger, duress. Knight takes G3, even if I take with the F-pawn. Yeah, that move H5 and trying to open up things on the king side with H4 and G4 certainly would wake me up.
Nice.
I mean, it got my attention. So yeah, I do think that Ding Liren is going to be very happy with the outcome of the opening. The opening, speaking of which, Hikaru and Alireza have been playing so slowly. It's hard to believe that Alejandro, I'm going to say 50 minutes ago, said that the correct move after knight d5 was rook c8. Well, guess what? He played it.
And he didn't spend that much. I mean, he spent quite a lot of time, but so is Hikaru. So it was my understanding Hikaru was going to blitz this out because he chose this opening.
Right,
so
exactly. So now he's slow playing it as if everything's new and uncertain for him. And after quite some time, I want to say, it's very hard, 1:40 on the clock, he has captured on f6, knight takes f6, and Alireza is actually...
I just realized the time. Sorry.
Yeah.
He spent how much time thinking? 30 minutes? 40 minutes?
That's what I'm saying.
White spent a lot of time deciding this take.
It's been very, very slow. Now, you would think that the move queen takes f6, recapturing the knight's a kind of automatic. After all, you get to develop your queen. Let's get but because of what Alejandro was saying today, a lot of those players who do play those sophisticated Sveshnikov double-edged positions are kind of used to these doubled F-pawns, and they like the dynamic play that results from them. All I'm saying is queen takes f6 isn't forced. Like, the old guys, myself included, would be playing queen takes f6 automatically, whereas today g7 takes f6, I think, would be an acceptable solution. But Alejandro, I want you to jump right in here to explain to us why the players are playing so slowly in this known theoretical position.
Well, we do have that novelty. It was what you were mentioning, Yasser. Alireza has taken with the pawn.
Wow.
Adding a new twist to the position. Twice before the move queen takes f6 had been seen. Two very nice games. Mickey Adams against Victor Bologan and MVL against Morozovic. So definitely high-level chess at this point. The engines think taking with the queen is better. I don't care what the engines think, because gf6 is just more fun.
Right.
It puts a more interesting twist into the game. Queen f6 is a drier version. Both games actually ended in draws.
Right.
So perhaps Alireza looks at the position, looks at the time situation, looks at the tournament situation.
Right.
Says, look, I just won a game.
Right.
Let me try to win another. G takes f6 is a clear indication that he's going in for a fight. And whether it's a good decision or not, well, we're going to let time stew on that one because it does present challenges for black. If you take on e6, taking on e6, c3, there will be some problems when the queen comes attacking e6. You don't get f5 in as easily because you are not developed.
No.
You're not developed just yet. You don't want to allow knight g5, queen h5 or something similar when the king is still so weak. So it's going to take you a little bit of time to fix the structure. You're going to have to finish your development first. It's going to be a fun one. The king doesn't have any squares to go to. I don't think it's castling short. It might, but I don't think it will. I have the feeling that it's going to stay in the center for quite a while. Fascinating position, double-edged. Nothing like what we saw in their first bout, this heavy theoretical knowledge, where one side had to key through a very razor's edge. Nothing like that. This is going to be creative. It's going to be dynamic. Both sides full of possibilities. The edge is like white a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. And remember, they only have that one draw. These two players don't have a good measure of one another just yet. I think there's a lot that you learn the first time that you play a player. But you get used to how they manage their time, how they put their piece. There's a lot of things you learn about them. And this is their second bout. They've already measured themselves on the first half. Let's take a look at who takes this one. Hikaru already down on the clock significantly.
Not enough data points here. By the way, in the game of our tournament leader, I mean, talk about, he could do himself a world of good by padding his lead. And as far as I can tell, Jan has done everything right up to this moment. This bishop on d5 just came from a8, and previously it was on d5. Alejandro talked about this position and the desire not to capture with the pawn. That if you do capture with the pawn, these dark squares nicely fall under white's dominion. And you have to capture with the knight. And after knight takes, well, the problem is that this pawn on c4 requires urgent care, and that's why we're seeing this retreat, knight to b6. White's enjoying, from what I can tell, the advantage of the two bishops, and it really is about this, you said it well, the knight on b8, it wants to be on b3. You teleport it, like with warp speed to an active square, you're okay. But as long as that knight is sitting on that ugly backwards square on b8, you're not a happy camper. So this is an advantage, Jan, but there's still plenty of work for him. Don't get me wrong. It's not like an easy game and he's going to convert it. No. It's still a lot of work, but it sure looks like a nice advantage for him as we go again. There's Jan. Back to the game of 5. This one.
Oh, the beautiful bishop a7.
Yeah, but I'm so mystified, Dorsa. Really, if you were to just put this position in front of me, I say, golly, I really like black's position. The only thing I don't like about black's position is this knight on a5. And it turns out that makes all the difference in the world, just because of what Alejandro was saying. You're going to play d4. You're going to play rook e3. You're going to play knight h2. And once you get in all of those defensive moves, then it's going to be very easy to play g3 and drive you back.
Yes.
And then you're going to wonder what your pieces are doing on the king side. You played rook at a8 to f8 to f6 to queen to f4, and then your pieces are going backwards. And then you've got a problem. So the question is how does black reinforce his attack? Hard to do when the knight is stuck offside. So this is actually a huge game for our tournament standings. We're going to keep a close eye on that. And then finally the game that...
Whoa.
Well, I was going to say, defies chess commentary.
A lot of rook.
We've seen... Did you know that rooks can move like knights? I know you didn't believe me, but you see that rook on A8?
Yes.
If the rook
Let me
moved
close
to
my eyes for a
C7,
second.
right? You open your eyes, you click your heels together thrice, and your rook moves like a knight. Okay, Alejandro,
I need some help here.
clear the cobwebs for us. What's going on?
What's wrong with that rook? Why is it there?
Right, to begin with.
I don't know.
There's that rook.
And that's why he is considered the greatest chess commentator
Right? He has
today.
such a, he's the coach of SLU, and SLU chess team became the national champions this year.
Right.
It was I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was the first national championship in history of SLU since 1948. Help me, Alejandro. I think it was 1947. Thank you.
What did you guys do in 47?
I think we won
Basketball?
Is it basketball or
Soccer.
It was soccer.
I think you guys were really good at it. Wow.
We have.
So you're the first national champion since 47?
Yes.
Yes.
Damn.
We had such a big celebration. It was like
Right.
nice cookies shaped, the team
Never-
team logo.
Never mind that. Did you have a ticker tape parade? Did the cheerleaders all come out? And
Well, listen, I'm going to complain about that because when I became national champion as a player at UTD, University of Texas at Dallas, my alma mater, we did have a parade and we did have cheerleaders.
I didn't know about that.
right? I mean, that's standard stuff. Right?
We had,
my gosh.
we had
You're
ice cream
talking
and cookies,
about
which are pretty good. We're going to complain about ice cream and
cookies.
cookies.
Take it away. And no more I don't know either.
The engine likes it. The engine likes the maneuver. It thinks the rook on c7 is well placed. It's
Okay.
much better than on a8. That's clear.
That's
True.
But it's kind of a waiting move. It's waiting to see what Richard is going to do. In some ways, once this knight disappears from c6, whether you put it, the thing is I'm not really sure where it's going right now. And you take on b4, you don't want to take as white with the c pawn. You always want to take with the a pawn.
Right.
In many cases, also, you're wondering if you take with the pawn, I'll take with the bishop and eventually the potential of the rook. So it just wants to improve the rook. He doesn't want to play the move bishop b7 because there will be moments where you play bishop b6 to counter this bishop.
Okay.
So it's a little artificial. The computer think it's completely fine.
Bless you.
It is, actually, it's very artificial to play like this. It's also challenging Richie to find a move. It feels that Richard has put his pieces ready for knight takes g3. But what if I don't play it?
Right, delay, yeah.
What if I just keep up making useful moves as small and minor as they are, like rook all the way to c7, but still challenging white to find an idea? And it's still not so easy, right? The move d4 is never going to work, just never. c4 is going to be good even if the pawn on d4 is not hanging. This rook, I'm not sure wants to be on e1. There are many Italians and Rui Lopez's where the rook on e1 is very nicely placed. I don't think so here because you've already indicated that you want to take with the f-pawn.
Right.
You want to keep that rook there. You might be able to develop this rook somewhere, I don't know, something like rook c1.
Okay.
But in many cases, you wanted to play a4 or take an a4. Those lines are not so strong. This knight is stuck, doesn't have a square. This knight also doesn't have a square. So it's kind of it's a very slow game. It's a very slow maneuvering game where both sides are trying to put their pieces on their ideal squares. Did I think that c7 was the ideal square for the rook? No. But Liren does. And that's how he came up with this. What I like, he's playing quickly. He spent half an hour, a little bit over half an hour, over 17 moves. I think a lot of players would just get stuck trying to find this kind of maneuvers. He said, no problem, I'll play quickly. Richard, under an hour already with only 17 moves played. And remember that the first few ones of those were blitzed out.
A quick question for you, Alejandro. Where's Black's king going? Is he going to castle short, or is he just going to go king f8, king g7?
I think they're both fine, especially now that white has indicated that you want to take with the f-pawn. I think that you do just castle. I think it's just easier on the tempi because f5 might come at some point. Now remember that I don't have to take, especially when white's taking so much time. I might play the move knight f4.
Okay.
And in those cases, I think I'm going to be happier with my king in the center. if he wanted to castle, he could have already done it. If he wanted to play king f8, he could have already done it.
Right.
I think at the moment he's just biding for time, and he's not going to answer that question until the question is actually posed to him in some way or another. And how is that question posed? By an opening. Whether it's an opening in the center or the king side. Once the position opens up, the king's going to more or less need to realize where and how it wants to go somewhere. But for the now, I think it's chilling on e8.
Gotcha.
You know, this
Dorsey.
feels like a... Wow. Oh, yes, he's climbing up. Oh, back to 2800. That's so wonderful for Ding.
So Ding Liren, thanks to his victory in round 9, we were saying that Fabi was getting closer and closer to leapfrogging Ding
Yes.
Liren. Fabi falling back in these last few rounds. Ding Liren at 20, well, just above 2,800.
Barely, that's such a 28.
But what a gap between the world's number 1. And Jan, he's climbing up there.
Yes.
A near 3,000 result that he's putting together. He's got a 27.87. Ali Reza dropping from the number 3, I want to say, in the world to number 5.
Well, it's very exciting for the young Ali Reza to have been on the world number 2 for a while. Then he's still among the best. He's still pretty happy.
He'll come back.
The specific game between
Yes.
Rapport and Ding feels more of a psychological battle rather than a chess. And it kept me, because I minored a little in psychology, and I was thinking there was a specific thing called the marshmallow test.
The marshmallow test. I'm all for it. What do I have to do?
Well, it was a test that was done years ago, and they wanted to see how kids would do delayed gratification. So there was a marshmallow, and they would put like different kids in front of this marshmallow, a room alone, and they would be like, all right, you can eat the marshmallow now, but if you wait 10 minutes and don't touch it, we'll give you like another one. Ooh. So most of the kids just ate it and pieced out, but there were a few kids who didn't touch it. They were like drooling a little, but didn't touch it. And later in life, it proved to be actually they were way more patient and way more thoughtful in their daily activities. So this was a very long-term study known as the marshmallow test. This kind of made me feel like this is a different marshmallow test. When am I gonna eat the G3? Am I ever gonna eat the G3? It's kind of
so the idea. First of all, I fail. Like, give me the marshmallow. I want it now. So the delayed gratification, the kids got 2 marshmallows instead of 1, but they had to wait 10 minutes to get the second. But later in life, that delayed gratification turned out to be something very good in their adulthood.
Yes. Yeah. So that was a very...
That really sucks. That's a horrible study. Why do they do these things to those poor... Think of the kids. They never recovered the psychological damage. I mean, can you imagine that, Alejandro? I mean, I thought torture was illegal.
It's marshmallow. I think they might have forgotten that, or maybe...
So the idea is don't take on G3, delay. Now, having said that, let's say, okay, this maneuver was really kind of cool, right?
It really was.
Let's say I do something similar. The reason why, it's not that this was a random choice. We've already talked about the potential of the F-file being open.
Yes.
So if the F-file does come open, there might be a reason that this rook is actually decent. The other thing is, I do want to take. I do want to resolve. And if you take with the bishop, I do, especially if the F-file was open, I do want to, throw caution to the wind and, have a great life, right?
Yes.
But maybe my rook ends up being exposed on the A1 square. So I'm throwing out the move rook A2 with a purposeful idea of prepping D4 and not hanging my rook.
All right.
Secondly, maybe the rook swings across, and it asks you the question, Dorsa. You're in Ding Liren's shoes. How are you going to continue your game? Are you going to castle short now, or more delayed gratification? Get your marshmallow later. What's it gonna be, girl?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
I mean, for me, I'm just eyeballing Queen F6 idea because I'm thinking maybe I can go like knight e7, knight g6, maybe knight f4. And the other thing is like, if white really wants to play d4, then if I have queen on f6, bringing another helper to the d4 as like anti-d4,
to stop
that
it.
could be also nice. I really do like that rook on the c file. The way I would have thought about it, I don't think I would have ever thought about rook b8, rook b7, rook c7, but I might have thought about, maybe I move the bishop from c8 and go rook c8. I thought that was more of a me decision, but, well, I'm not doing the ends.
Right.
But,
well, it's also one of those things that in a kind of a funny way, the bishop on c8 is pretty good. I mean, Alejandro talked about maybe capturing and playing a4, right? So it turns out that, well, maybe the bishop defending a6 is pretty good, and the fact that the bishop is somehow patrolling this diagonal is kind of good too. And so that was why the rook made that kind of a strange journey. Now, having said all of this, I have to say that it's not that easy for white to play.
I agree.
You got to come up with something creative. Richie just dropped bishop d5 on the board, which, well, you kind of mentioned it a moment ago, kind of encouraging queen f6 and knight e7.
Yeah,
makes
but
some sense.
I'm a little. I'm just trying to put my thoughts together. So,
Please.
Did Richie go bishop b3 the previous move to go bishop d5, and the fact that
Well, he played b4 and then kicked the knight away so that the bishop could return to b3. Now, maybe he wasn't thinking, oh, I absolutely desperately got to jump to d5, but he got here after the move rook c7, and more or less like what Alejandro was saying, he's kind of looking around saying, well, what am I supposed to do for a move? Am I supposed to play h3? Maybe threaten to play bishop h2? I don't know. Am I supposed to put my queen on e2? Am I supposed to develop my rook a2, rook c1? I don't know. So he kind of played bishop d5, a kind of a more of a temporizing move, I want to say. Maybe he's just making room for his knight so that he can take on c5 and play knight b3 and d4. But again, I'll come back to what you just said. If your intention as white is to break with d4, putting the queen on f6, putting the knight on e7, somehow swinging it around to the f4 square, sure makes a pleasing impression. You only have to make sure you don't blunder knight h5. Okay, and Alejandro, let's turn over to you as you've got your eye on Fabi's position.
Fabi is looking at this game as a do or die.
Yeah, but that last move, yes,
He's
it is.
going for it. He thinks, well, strategically, I must be worse. And I agree. I think this part is clear, that you need to keep the pressure on the king side to counteract white's pressure on the queen side and your ugly knight on a5, which is not part of the game yet.
Right.
So he's gone g5.
Damn.
Subtlety out the window.
Right.
g4 is coming. You might throw in the move h5 first, depending on how you want to do things. Crazy position.
Right.
Immediate threats. g4 is a threat. If you take on a6, it's playable according to the engine. I don't think it's playable according to humans. You go g4, ignore, who cares about that?
Right.
Takes, and you have threats. Rook f3 is a threat. Yeah, I understand that you have knight h2, but remember there are tricks on the f2 square as well. If you throw in this move, knight h2, which I think is pretty logical, the queen goes back. I don't know if g7 or h5, the engines are thinking about it. Let's just put it somewhere. Takes. And this allows my knight to come back.
Right.
You do get the rook in. You get rook g6. Engines don't care. They're not scared. +1 for white. But that's not how we play chess. We look at this position, and I think black has plenty of dynamic chances. The engines really hate what Fabi's done, but it's only after a very deep think. They think the move knight 1 h2 is the way to go. It is a logical move. It defends the knight on f3. We've seen this idea in many instances. And it prevents g4 pretty hard right now. The idea is that if you do go the move h5, now I have d4. And it's this important tempo that allows me to play d4. You don't have time to take.
g3, your queen's trapped.
Oh my God.
Queen is completely trapped. The knight is also defending f3. Remember about that, right?
Wow.
So if you play h5, you're giving me such a crucial tempo. Where am I? To play the move d4, threaten g3. If you play g4, you give yourself this space, but you don't help your position. For example, takes g3. If you go to h6, I have knight takes g4, 4 king,
Game over.
the queen on h6, exactly, game over. So knight 1 h2 is very important because h5 d4 allows a humongous threat with the move g3, which is not easy to answer. You have to move the rook somewhere, probably g6 or h6, because you have to keep an eye on the e6 pawn, right? You can't go rook f8. So you have to go something along the lines of this, g3, queen f6. But again, engines aren't impressed with this. They play the move rook f1, rook a d1 is completely fine, by the way.
Okay.
But they start consolidating. They just put the rook on f1 and they say, yes, yes, nice pawn pushes. Eventually it'll be better because of the weaknesses that you're leaving behind the pawns. Engines cold-blooded. We don't care what they think. This is going to be a fun game. Something's going to happen. And we're going to see how Fabi tries to exploit Duda's position here on the king side. It's going to be a wild one. It's a risky one. Fabi thinks it's do or die. Nothing in between. Let's go g5. I'm not entirely sure just yet what he's planning to do against knight 1 h2. I suspect it's not h5 because d4 just looks so strong.
Right.
But if it's not h5, what
is
it? Yeah, I haven't gotten to that conclusion just yet. It might be rook g6 to begin with. But engines like white, I don't care. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's a fight. It's not easy to play for either side.
Well, one of the things to my mind, Dorsa and Alejandro, when I think about generations of players and the players of today improving quantitatively more than the previous generations, it's that their defensive play has gone through the roof. I mean, in the old days, you know, we would collapse in the face of a single threat. Now, these guys, using their engines, are used to finding resources in the position that my generation missed. We just look at position and go, oh dear, you know, we see G5, we go, you know, like Black's got a very serious initiative. The engines are, as Alejandro is saying, cold-bloodedly saying, nothing.
Knight
Your
h2
take.
feels like such a nice wish-blocking move. You literally play g5, you want to go g4. I'm
Clear.
just going to wish-block it. I'm just going to play knight h2, and I'm just going to sit there and smile and maybe wiggle my eyebrows a little. So
What do you call it? Wish block? What's that? Where does that come from?
Black
wish
is
block.
wishing to play pawn to g4. I'm just going to block it.
A wish block. Okay, you see, you never know what you're going to learn on the chess channel. Like wish block. Okay, I'm going to block your wishes.
Yeah.
Do you have a wishbone, like the chicken has a wishbone?
That is actually a very nice cultural thing in Iran too, because like there's always like you would not fight over it, but like two people.
Right. You
yeah,
pull
you would
the
pull
wishbone.
it. The longer one, it's the lucky one.
I always won and I never got my wish. I can't remember what my wishes were. It was terrible. I did a wish block.
Yes.
Wish block. Okay. So knight h2, this wish block. Boy, say that 3 times fast. d4, and that's a cold-blooded shower. That g3 is actually trapping your queen. And after moves like this, g3, I kind of think that that's a funny move, that rook f1. I was thinking we would play king g2 or something, but this does look like an attack gone wrong.
Yeah,
like I'm not really
unfortunately.
I'm not really happy with Fabi's position here after the move g5 and the wish block, knight h2. And how are we doing in our other games? I just want to once again drop in on Hikaru.
Oh, that's
Okay.
gonna be a slow game.
Slow game, slow game.
Because
Bishop b3.
Only played 11. They just played.
only
Hikaru just
11
played.
moves.
I know.
And they both spent nearly an hour each.
You could argue these are the number 2 and number 3 best bullet players in the world. And they are the slowest
This is not bullet.
classical players ever.
Oh.
I mean, Ali Reza plays this like 100-game matches against Magnus, and it's dazzling to see the speed that he comes up with ideas, the speed that he sees tactics, even the physical speed with the mouse
That they
to even
move.
make moves. But somehow he gets into classical chess and he just gets stuck.
That also makes me think, because we saw their head-to-head and they've only played once a classical.
yeah.
So how much does that actually, like, what in your opinion, how much does that one classic game matter since they've been playing forever online versus each other?
Not too darn much. I mean, no, seriously. There's just not enough data points, right? And we've seen some of these players who have played 33 draws, 8 losses,
Wow.
7 wins, and they're so close, they know each other inside and out. But you're absolutely right, Alejandro. 100 game bullet match, you kind of get a pretty good feel of your opponent after 100 games of bullet. I don't even care, what the score is. You get a good idea. You get a good sense of what your opponent likes and dislikes.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's not.
Jump right in.
It's not classical chess.
No.
So, but you're saying it properly. It's only one game that they've played against each other. I mean, I think Hikaru knows how Fabi plays chess. They've played a few times against each other.
Just a few.
Just a couple.
50.
I think it's over 50. They know how they react to different problems.
Right.
And this one is a completely new battlefield for them between Hikaru and Alireza. They don't know each other as well. What they do know is that draws
Doesn't help either of their campaigns.
draws are no good. When they played the first time around, a draw was okay. The tournament was still kind of wide open. Yeah, Nepo had won a game, and Hikaru had lost one, but had already recovered by that point. He had already beaten Timur, so he was back to 50%. In this one, they look at the situation of the tournament, they say, man, how do I become world champion?
Right.
Wow.
And at this point, it's not by passing Nepo. Maybe it's passing Fabi.
Right.
Why not? That's the only chance. As chess players, we do this. We give ourselves something to aspire to. And in this case, if second place is perhaps an outside chance that you get a world championship match, you start thinking, I need points. I need full points.
Right.
And I think it's nice to see both of these players going for it. What would be nicer is if they actually stepped on the gas pedal, made some moves, because I don't want this going down to a furious few minutes position in which anything can happen, and then we see a bunch of blunders. I want these guys to bring their best chess against each other. It's the candidates. 1 hour exactly for Hikaru to make 29 moves. Yeah, that's right. And Alireza has 1 hour and 7. It's not quite time pressure, but you start thinking about it.
Yeah, especially no increment.
But they must have spent those 2 hours in the last 3 moves because, the first half dozen moves they played rather quickly, instantly.
That's the thing. Alireza, after a thing of not that long actually, 97 was played, hinting at d5, hinting at f5. I like this move. It's a typical Sveshnikov type move.
Yeah.
Everything to play for in this position, guys. It's brand new, but as you mentioned, Hikaru was the one that proposed this variation. Alireza thought for a while, play the move knight c6, and this is how he replied. But it doesn't seem like either one is fully familiar with the structure. They seem to think it's very complex, and they're going to spend their time trying to decide how many different possibilities there are in this position. Are you going to go d5? Are you going to go f5? Are you going to develop the bishop? Do you throw in rook g8? Do you not throw in rook g8? Do you castle long? Do you castle short? Do you castle at all? Does this knight go to h4 first, or do you first make the king safe? There are so many questions here that are difficult to answer that this is why they're thinking a lot. Does that excuse the amount of time? Not so sure about that one, but it's not a position where it's a clear-cut plan and you can just find moves easily. Every move has little subtle details that need to be compared against one another.
Dorsa, do you have an approach that you would take if you were in Hikaru's shoes? Would you be castling and putting your king into safety before undertaking anything active? Or would you say, let's hit while the iron's hot?
This is a very weird situation for me because as a I play Sicilian as I play Sicilian little as black, but I encounter a lot of it as white.
Okay.
And for me, I really like that king safety. I really like playing against that d5 square. So even in Sveshnikov's, that little tricky c4 line instead of c3 has been, paying off well for me.
Okay.
I love that my d4,
we'll
d5
guard your
square.
secrets. We won't let everybody know what it's about. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to decide, how can whites do stuff on the d5 square? How can my wish for the d5 square come true? Because black is preparing to push pawn to d5, and
either as Alejandro said, either it's The knight e7 is supporting both breaks.
Yes,
f5.
knight e7 is a very sneaky and I want to say cool move.
Yeah, if I'm in white shoes, I'm kind of like, I would love as white to get in 2 moves in a snap. If I could go knight h4 and queen h5, life's good.
Would you want a long castle then?
No, I'm putting my king safely on the king side. I feel that whatever attack that if I go knight h4 and you go rook g8, I really feel that this attack is no attack at all, and that first of all, you might even want to, double check that you want to play this variation. Check might be awkward. So I'm not even sure rook g8 is a good move, but I'm thinking that my king has lots of guards, a good pawn shield, and will be safe on the king side. And if you play the move d5, what the move knight e7 was all about, supporting d5, well, I'll jump out here and please blunder into my... Yeah. I mean, exactly. So I'm thinking knight h4, but I could also, get behind castles, what you want,
Okay.
I love a safe king. You sign me up. So that's my goal in chess. I mean, forget, like hundreds and thousands of books have been published on the openings, right?
Yes.
What's my goal? I want my fair share of the center. I want to control the center. I want good development for my pieces, and I want a safe king. Those are my 3 goals. So in this position, if you put castles on the board, I say, well, my pieces are effective, right? This is good, this is good, this is good. Well, I'd like to improve this, I'd like to improve this, but one step at a time. I've got pretty decent control of the center. I got a safe king. So I'm figuring white's done his job, and then I look across the board and I say, ooh, black has a long way to go. He's still got to catch up. His king's not at this moment safe. His development, is not spectacular. This bishop isn't on g7. You haven't castled and you haven't made a break. So I'm thinking it's easier to play white. Does that necessarily translate into a big advantage? I don't know. But I think knight h4 and castles are the 2 moves I like.
Yeah, very, very comfortable candidate moves.
Exactly.
The only thing I'm trying to decide on is, do I want to be nice to opponent and let their wishes of potential d5 and f5 come true, or do I want to
Stop them.
Stop before approaching?
Exactly. So and that's the move castles. One of the other things, though, that's going on in the position is, normally speaking, you don't want to open up the position when you're behind in development. So if I play a move like castles and you play d5 and I'm going to just put it on the board, takes, normally speaking, you're doing me the biggest solid, because I'm supposed to have the better development. I'm supposed to be liking the fact that you're opening up the position in my favor. So those are some of the things that Hikaru's thinking about. And again, such a huge game for Hikaru, coming off a loss in round 9. And now there was a topic. I'm very sore. I'm very upset about it, that I want to come back to. I want your opinion as well as Alejandro's on this. I'm very angry about this. Free day yesterday. Okay?
Yes.
Free day yesterday. So all of the players, deep breaths, preparing themselves for what's going to be crucial rounds to come. Hikaru plays Title Tuesday, this very nice tournaments that they have every week on chess.com. I don't care, earns thousands of dollars. So in the middle of the most important tournament of his life, how does he spend his free day? Working as a streamer. Your take, was that, if you were his coach, would you be hopping mad? Or would you say, oh, that's Hikaru?
See, that's the thing. I feel like people have different coping mechanisms and they have different strategies on how do they spend their free time. I feel like the way Hikaru did it might not look the most healthy one, but I feel like if he enjoys doing it, sometimes I enjoy just binge watching. Somebody enjoys going to gym for like 3 hours or swimming, or everybody does something different. So I feel like if that's something that suits Hikaru and gives him a better feel for the next day, who am I to tell him not to do it?
Okay, good. I need that kind of feedback so I'm not hopping mad. Alejandro, your take.
If I can ask the producers for the percentage chances of winning this tournament, I think we have this graphic up with us. Give me a second. Just want to analyze something.
It was like 1%.
Maybe it's less. Maybe that's where he's going.
Maybe Dingleren had
I feel like
1.1%.
Yeah, I feel like I can read Alejandro. Yes.
All right, after round 8, after round 9, Hikaru has 0.9 percentage. Title Tuesday sounds great, Yasser.
Nice.
Let the man enjoy his Tuesday. If he wanted to unwind by playing chess, let him unwind by playing chess. This wasn't Hikaru's tournament. It wasn't even that he played badly. But some of the positions that he got, it was a bit unlucky. He got out-prepped a couple of times, and he just wasn't able to fully show who he is. I felt he was stifled a little bit. And of course, the disaster against Radjabov happens already in a situation in the tournament where things are not going his way, where somebody's running away with it. If he's going to stream and do his actual job on this Tuesday and play some chess and show that he can play, it's even good for him to unwind a little bit. Everybody's got their style. Let him be.
You guys are way too nice. Wait a minute. I want to invite our audience to join the conversation and come to us through social media, because I'm hopping mad. If I'm the dude second and I'm putting my blood, sweat, and tears into Hikaru's success, and I want him to have a success, and you're saying to me, let the guy chill, let the guy play his blitz. I need some support, guys. I mean, come on, audience. Lift me up, put these guys down.
Now, Yasser.
Yes.
Speaking of wishing and fun games and tournament leaders, it makes me want to look at our tournament leaders game.
Okay,
yes,
let's do it.
Jans, yes, because from what I remember,
we left it around these parts.
Yeah, and it was mentioned that night on B8 finally.
What move was it?
Go a little bit farther for me. One more.
4?
Yes, finally. That
on
night
the 24th. So he remembered. He's got another piece on the queen side.
Yeah, but it does feel like black is kind of wish blocking white now, and there might be more equality than the last time we were looking at this game.
Okay, so we do have the inclusion of the move bishop to d4, queen to d6 on the board. And let's take a look. So, oh boy. Well, can we start with some captures, right?
That is what happened in the game, yes.
It did? It already? Okay,
yes.
Knight takes d7. So what happened next?
Well, somebody got to eat somebody.
Wishful thinking.
There's a lot of stuff happening. The d4 is a little wobbly. d7 is wobbly.
I'm assuming we're capturing on f6. Well, if I capture on d7, then I was a little bit worried about a back-ranked mate, right?
I completely agree with that.
Oops, there could be an issue.
What do you think about queen takes d4?
I'm not sure. Just a second. Queen takes d4. Okay, is there a problem with queen b7? I'm not sure. Just I'm putting it on the board for a moment. That's a check. Now, there is this. Oh well, queen b2. Wait a minute. Could be completely wrong about this. Queen b2, rook d1. Okay. Queen takes d4.
Because I feel like black is the one under more pressure. So if I can get rid of some of that pressure by changing the queens, I would be happy. But
okay, just to look, if I take. Now, the problem is I'm not even sure if I'm going to win this pawn by playing knight takes, bishop takes, e3, dreaming of bishop f1. You might have bishop a5. Just looking at e3.
Ooh. Could I take that pawn? I mean, it's too wishing, but...
No, wishing is good. That's the problem. I think you can, in fact, take the pawn, you hit the rook, and you're just fine. So there's no problem. So that looks like it's equalizing, Dorsa. I think that Timor played accurately and solved his problems.
Wonderful.
And let's just take a look at the line score of Jan.
Wow.
That's just picture perfect. I mean, look at that. Unblemished, the only player in the whole field to go undefeated.
He's
But
just
that
having
plus
a
4.
wonderful time.
Exactly. He's just having. But Timor, on the other hand, if it wasn't for that round 9, he'd be really, really crying. And what an upset it was as Team USA. He beat Hikaru in that round. -2, not bothering anybody. And according to Alejandro, it was like 3 years ago that he had a victory. That is to say,
Classical.
Timor and Classical. He plays in these top events where, he could draw a lot of games. But he finally won.
So it was a good tournament for him after all. He broke it.
Well, the remarkable thing is that one victory, just makes up for a lot of unpleasantness.
Yes.
And it looks like a draw is in store in that game. Again, we're going to just check in on Fabi. Guess what? They're going right down that pathway that Alejandro said. After G5, knight H2, putting a pause on the move G4. Rook G8, Fabi recognizing that after this move, D4, G3 was an issue, so he wanted to sidestep that. H5.
And G3 was just actually played.
And they're transposing into the position that you prescribed, Alejandro, which was takes, and rook f1. How big an edge is it for white?
2.
2 pawns? 2 whole pawns?
That's what it says. It's +2 in this position.
Well, I guess that's do or
Ouch.
die.
Well, that means somebody's dying. I got bad news for Team USA.
Yeah,
By the way,
I mean-
we're very objective, neutral here. Not.
I mean, I thought this as a St. Louis Chess Club, we're more St. Louis
Yeah,
Fabi fanboys.
baby. Exactly. That's exactly what we are. We're fanboys. We're guilty. Guilty as charged. Okay, sorry, Alejandro. Please take it away.
Yeah, that's what the engines think. Of course, for me as a human, I just think it's a position where perhaps black is worse because of the structure, but I don't know how much worse. It just hates black's position. You don't even have to take on e5. You can. You can also just start with the move rook a d1,
Right.
which makes a lot of sense to me. You don't solve the tension in the center right now. What is the issue for black? Where do you make progress?
Right.
You want to play g4, you want to play h4, but neither one of those moves is good.
Right.
If you play this, and for example, let's just put a bad move on the board. You go like this, and I take. The moment I defend this knight, I get knight g4 in.
King g2.
You go king g2, and you start threatening knight g4. And at some point, let's say that you keep attacking. I'll keep defending.
Rook
Queen
d3,
e2,
queen
rook d3.
Yeah.
All of these moves, easy to find.
Right.
The moment you hold the knight, you go knight g4. Nice tempo. Everything collapses for black.
Also,
Right.
those double isolated pawns are just not doing anything except just sitting there.
They're
and,
targets.
Yeah.
Yep, they're targets. So after the move g3, queen f6, if I go again, rook a d1, and you go the other break, let's go g4.
Okay.
The problem is that I take, and you're just anchoring my knight.
Nice.
Knight on h4, and this is a weakness on g4.
Right.
Again, because your pieces are here, you can't hold on to it. At some point, I'll go king g2, queen e2, or king g2, even f3. And then
Wow.
I'll remind you that your pieces are here, and my pieces are here. The kings are here. So if too much gets traded, the knights are going to start attacking the king. I'm going to start to have avenues. It's not going to be play on one goal anymore.
That sounds ominous.
So after queen f6, if I just play the move rook d1, black's challenge is to get everybody involved. I am white, I'm killing your bishop.
Right.
The knight is already dead, so I don't have to worry about that. You want to play a move like rook f8, and I think this is the most logical way of playing. You put the rook on f8, you start targeting things down the f-file. I expect then a move like rook d3. I'm sure there are other moves in the position. So what Duda is trying to figure out right now, just do you want to take on e5 first, or do you want to develop the rook first? Maybe he wants to hold on to the knight by playing king g2. He has options. The game is far from over. It's just that the engines don't like where they see this game headed.
Yeah.
I don't like it either. I really
Me
don't.
either.
I mean, I like everything that you're saying. White's play is very easy. Rook to
Yes.
D1, rook to D3, king to G2. And anytime you play G4, I'll go knight H4.
Practically.
Anytime you play H4, when my knight on F3 is protected, I'll go knight G4. And what you were saying about those double isolated pawns
Yes.
in the center, they're targets.
I was gonna question how human rook f1 is, but the thing is, like, I also remember this is years ago. I was still, up and coming, and
Right.
I remember I was like trying to understand more how to play Roy Lopez as white, and I saw a lot of classical games with just bringing the rook back to f1, getting ready for pawn f4. So if I can remember that, I have a feeling Duda can too.
Exactly. Well, in this case, whether it's rook f1 to defend f2 or rook d1 to defend d4 and then onwards to defend f3,
Yes.
rook d3. Essentially, the bottom line is that the moment white absolutely positively shuts down the king's attack so that there's no possibility of black ever breaking through, you got to turn and face the music that the knight on a5 and the bishop on a7 on the queen side are out of play, and that white has more pieces on the king side than black does. By the
Yes.
way, I want to get in this very exciting news that we are going to have a very special guest,
Yes.
Maxime Richard-Legrave, or as Victor Korchnoi famously said, the Frenchman with three names. What's his name? What's his name? The Frenchman with three names is going to be joining us, I think, on the other side of the break. Is that
I
right?
believe so, yes. So we will take a quick break and we'll be back right with you, everybody.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of two unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 candidates. After 9 rounds of play, we have these standings with Jan, of course, leading by 1 point. All the games of round 10 are still underway. No results, and a lot of results are still possible. All 3 results, I feel, are possible in a number of games. However, it does feel to me like our tournament leader is about to make a draw.
Most likely, yes.
Most likely. We are seeing the game between Jan, Nepo, and Timur, and after there was a number, it took forever for the knight on b8 to come out, but once it came out, Black solved all of his problems. Knight b8 to d7, trades, and looky, it's a bishops of opposite color. 4 versus 4, absolutely nothing to play for.
Well,
what?
Backrank checkmate is always possible.
True. He just protected that one, though, with the move queen a6. Funnily enough, on our break, we were actually looking at the move queen d8, and we had worked out an absolutely, in my opinion, brilliant way of making a professional 3-time repetition by putting the bishops, actually, on the furthermost square here.
How do you feel about pawn g6 to get the bishops quite symmetrical?
Yeah, I like that. I mean, if we had put our pawn on g6, I'm warming up to what you're saying. And then we get to go bishop. I was just enamored by this, the length of the bishops. Anyway, we thought that was a professional way of making a draw. The players actually had played the move queen a6. And this one, we could be seeing queen a8.
Ooh.
I mean, exciting moment in this game. For Jan...
Close enough.
Well, it does actually, check this out.
Very symmetrical.
Please,
play
the
G6.
geometry is just spectacular. After the move g7, g6, we would say Black has equalized. Because you see how Black has equalized.
Oh, they did it!
Yes.
Oh, thank you for listening to me.
So they will figure out a 3-move repetition before too long. Again, draw A. You see
Nice.
Bishop A8.
This is very, very
Bishop
wonderful.
This
is so pretty. Yasser, you called it way ahead of time, and I just came up with the g6 too.
The production team is going to reach deep into their pockets and pull out that green and say, Yasser, what a great job you've done. Not.
Nice.
Not. A draw coming up. This is ideal for Nepo as he cements his point lead. And why? Because look at what's going on in the game between Duda, who hasn't won a single game. Just a second.
Well,
and
Christoph, I believe the draw is...
It's going to be secure very, very, very sure. Alejandro, we on our break, we were both... It's official. Yes. Officially a draw. We were both very deeply concerned that Fabi's position, it's very dangerous. He could be in serious trouble.
The more the engine thinks, the worse it gets for Fabi.
Right.
Let's just put it that way. Duda is playing a very straightforward plan with the move king h1. We mentioned before the idea of king g2 to hold on to the king side.
Yep.
But because of this move rook g7 instead of the immediate rook f8, Duda, I think, sees a chance to stick a knight on g5.
h4, knight g5.
He's going to go h4. Let's make some passing move, right? Rook b8. I'm just passing to make a point.
Right.
If you go h4 and you go g4, well, thank you for that square.
Yeah, and e6 pawn too.
The e6 pawn is vulnerable, and you're just waiting for me to go rook f1, f3, and open you on the king side.
Right.
This is dead lost. If you take on h4, I have options, but I think I would take with the g pawn.
Wow.
If you stick a knight on f4, I'm concerned.
I'm crying.
Yes, but you're not. I'm just going to get rook g1 in.
The knight on a5 is not going to f4 anytime soon.
It's not going there. The queen can go there, I don't care, but the queen is very lonely.
Right.
It needs to keep defending the pawn on e6, first of all.
Right.
And also the g file. Totally busted. totally busted.
Right.
White just has more pieces on the king side, and the king side is where the action is.
Right.
End of story. If you allow h4 in this move, you're basically lost. But what do you do against it? It's not really clear what you can do against it at all. The move g4, knight h4 also doesn't help you.
Mm-hmm.
If you go something like rook fa, let's say it's more relevant, it doesn't really change anything. I'm still going to go h4.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to take, and now I can take with the knight. In this case, queen takes f2 is a possibility because you've added the rook, but you have to watch out for queen takes e6. But what's changed in pawn takes? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, you can double the rooks, and it's not as dangerous as it was in the previous one, but nothing's preventing me from going rook g1, using g5 as a springboard for either a knight or a rook, and then either bringing the other rook behind the rook that will be on g5, or using the move knight g5 to attack the pawn on e6. Not to mention that there will be ideas of queen e2, queen h5. You know what? The more the engine thinks about this, the more lost it is, and the more I think about it, the more lost it is. King h1 is a great move. I think king g2 was also giving an advantage to white. King h1 is more direct. It's saying your pieces are on the wrong side of the board. They're all on the a file.
Right.
I'm going to go
h4.
h4, use the fact that you came and get me to just bounce back the attack on your own king. And I don't see how you get out of this for black at all.
It's crazy and so infuriating. Again, in round 9, we return to this fateful round where 3 players all won, and they hadn't won a single game. And the games they won were terrific.
Yes.
I mean, Timur, what can you do? He won a model game.
He played like a beast against Hikaru, really.
And Duda, right now, I mean, the guy hasn't won a single game, and he's playing like he's boss man.
He's the only one left. He's the only one left. He's the only candidate that hasn't won a game of chess in this tournament.
Right?
Well,
and Fabi is sitting there saying, why do I have to play this guy? I want to play the guy who's been playing terribly for the last 9 rounds. This is impressive stuff by Duda.
Yeah, Duda is bringing it. He's a very dangerous player, and he is exhibiting why he is a candidate. He's been so shut down through the tournament. He's not been able to give us any of his ideas. He's played horribly in a couple of games. The game he lost against Rapport was slightly embarrassing.
Horrifying.
You put your opponent's pawn on g5, and then you get mated down the h-file for no counterplay.
Right.
That was a terrible game.
Right.
But Duda is such a great player.
Right.
He's such a great attacker. He has found so many resources. There's a reason that this young Polish superstar qualified. He won the World Cup. He beat Magnus on his way. He broke Magnus' 100 and some non-losing streak.
Right.
I mean, young Duda Krzysztof has been talk of the town forever. He is such a strong player, so talented, and he's finally showing up. Thing for Fabi is like, dude, you had all tournament to do this. Why today?
Right. That's what's so infuriating and unfair about the whole thing. I mean, you kind of came into this game, at least from Fabi's point of view. Fabi's coming into the game, okay, coach, who do I play today? You play the guy in last place.
Yes,
Oh,
nice.
that sounds promising. I should go all out for the win, right? Yes. And look what he's playing. King h1 with this idea of h4. And again, what Alejandro is saying, I remember Grandmaster Bill Lombardi, who was the second of Bobby Fischer. We had played together a number of tournaments, but it was specifically in Lone Pine, California, this wonderful event that took place there annually. And I was just analyzing some position where it was an attack. And Bill comes in and says, he was a priest, right? Yes, sir, stop what you're doing. Count the pieces. So I was like, 1, 2, count the pieces that are attacking. So on the king's side, if white plays as Alejandro prescribed, h4, gh, you've got to overcome your prejudice and recapture with the pawn. So again, we're going to just put some moves on the board. But this move is fascinating. You open the G file purposely. That was why we saw Duda play the move King H1. And then you play Rook G1 and you count the pieces. The attackers on the king side versus what your pieces are doing on the queen side. And Bill Lombardi would say, H4, GH, exclamation mark, white's winning. And he would be right. This is exactly what Fabi is facing, and it's no coincidence that he's spending some time. Now, having said all of this, what are the clock times? He's not going to be able to
I believe
53?
that, yes, Duda has 53 minutes, and Fabi has 33.
And it's not an easy position. By the way, we do have it officially now. With this draw, Jan is going to move up to 7 points, and he said that 9 was our magic figure. 9 when we started the broadcast on day 1.
This magic figure keeps going up. We started our broadcast thinking it was 8.5, but Nepo was doing so well, we bumped it up
to 9. And then we might be bumping it up to 9.5. We've got 4 games remaining for Nepo.
Unfortunately for St. Louisians, if Fabi does not
stumble,
if he doesn't get a point today, he will stay at 5.5, and I do think that does change the magic number for Nepo.
It goes down.
It goes down.
He might be looking at 8 winning the tournament clear first.
Right, but a Fabi loss, and if we could just put that current standings back for just a moment again, Timur has already made a draw. That's why he's got 4.5. But it would open the door for Ding Liren and Hikaru, who are currently on 4.5. Ding Liren with a win, if Fabi loses, with a win, Ding Liren jumps to a tie for second. With a win, Hikaru jumps for a tie for the second. And we're thinking, because Magnus has basically intimated he may not play the World Championship, so this might not be a winner-take-all situation. Playing for second place suddenly could be a very, very big deal. And that's why this game that Duda is playing, Duda's playing a great game against Fabi, and Fabi's saying,
why today?
Go for the marshmallow, do something. Eat the marshmallow, get out of here. We just have, by the way, Rook F8 on the board. And the idea, I think, is that is it time? No, E6 is hanging. If you take on F2, oh my gosh, Queen takes E6 and the floodgates open on the king side to White's favor. So how does Rook F8 stymie H4?
Oh, don't ask me. Ask somebody stronger than me.
Exactly. Well, let's
we have with us a special guest. We have a special Frenchman and a former candidate. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, welcome to the show. I'm sure that you've been watching this with bated breath. Tell us your opinions. How's it going?
Hey, Alejandro. Hey, Yasser. Hey, Dorsa. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hi, Maxime.
It's been a long time. Also, we will be in St. Louis. We're united in August, so.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Excellent. We have the bug house table waiting for you.
Yeah. Really can't wait.
Right. Your first impressions about the candidates?
Well, one thing was not a surprise for me is that Nepo was playing good. Like I thought he would perform well. I thought he would be one of the contenders. I thought there would be 4 main contenders for the victory. So it was Jan, it was Fabi, it was Ding, and it was Alireza. That was my thought before the tournament. Obviously, some of the things have not been going as I predicted, but the 2 horses that are still in the race are among these 4.
Talk about Alireza's performance. You're Frenchman.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I must say it's been a difficult tournament for him, although he must have been relieved that he was had to win yesterday. Finally, he's been trying very hard. There's been a few things that have not been working for him. Sometimes his preparation has been working, but lately it hasn't been so great in the last few games. And also his time management. has always been an issue, I think, with him. Sometimes he was playing too fast. Lately, he was playing too slow. And this time again, I think he's tanking on some decisions where he shouldn't really. So, but we can still see, the potential, why he's such a rising star, why he helped us to win the silver medal in European Team Championship, why he won the Grand Swiss. So, there's definitely hope for the future for France with Alireza and I.
Yeah. Well, it's quite interesting. So I knew Alireza when he was yay high. He's the same age as my brother, so they would play in the same youth championships, and I would prepare against him, and it was very fun. I know he has a very, very supportive father, and I do think that's one of his huge success reasons is his family support on top of his own talent. But the other question, I have two questions for you. Question number one is about the painting. I'm sorry. Is that a chessboard middle of that painting? Okay, nice.
It's not my painting. I'm not at my place.
Oh, okay.
And we will not ask where.
I'm at a friend's place. No,
nice. That's a very capturing image.
Nothing so dramatic.
I was going to compliment you on your good taste as well. Get out of here. You're faking it. It's fake news.
It's not
very
fake
nice.
news. Yeah, you don't want to see my apartment.
I thought it was a French impressionist painting with some chessboard.
I thought it was maybe a goldfish. No, that's a chessboard in the middle. That's very wonderful.
Okay, that takes care of question number one.
Non-art question. Well, what are your thoughts on the potential idea that Magnus will not play Nepo if he wins? Where do you think that's gonna go?
Well, I think first that Magnus is generally brutally honest when he says something. At least parts of him thinks that it's true, and so there's a very serious chance that he will not play if Nepo or maybe someone else wins. And I can understand that because, of course, working 6 months in advance for every championship match can be grueling, and it's been 10 years for Magnus. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he sticks to his opinion. I also wouldn't be surprised if he decides to actually play. Like he said, it's a matter that's bugging him and that he's thinking about himself. Now the question is, of course, whether if he actually wants another type of cycle for the World Championship, maybe not any match, then he probably should offer a replacement if he really thinks that's the way to go. I mean, there's an argument for that, so it's, but it's definitely, the ball is in his court.
Wonderful.
If I can turn your attention, Maxine, to a position that you may be familiar with, the Najdorf. It's Hikaru versus Alireza.
The way Ali has been playing it in the opening was not Najdorf-like. It was more Sveshnikov-like, actually.
Yes.
Right. Your take on the current position. We've seen a trade on B3, D5 takes, queen takes, and we're up to date with the players after the move C2, C4. How would you break down the position for our audience, and who stands better?
I will say two things. So one thing is that I think this position should be better for white in general, even though there's chances, of course, for Alireza because it's such a dynamic position. King is still in the center, but it's not yet a big issue. Could become one in the next two moves, but let's say there's still time to castle. And second thing, I've been played Hikaru a few times. I think this is a kind of position that you kind of want to avoid against him. And this is why I'm surprised that Alireza went straight into position where
I'm going to grill you on that one, Maxime. When you say this type of position is what you want to avoid with Hikaru, what factors of the position is it that you think Hikaru does very well?
Yeah, it's just very open position, lots of things to calculate, lots of potential for initiative for Hikaru, like he's not going to be stuck in defense. And that's why I'm surprised, because if we see the opening from the start where Hikaru played knight f3, after e5, lots of options are just, like the main line is bishop e7, bishop c4, castle, and then bishop e6. It's just a quite slow, quite long game. I mean, I'm not saying that Hikaru is a bad player in there, for sure not, but I think he's a better player in the position we currently have on the board. And it just feels like this idea could be interesting. But like personally, if I had been using this idea, it would have been against another player.
I see from Hikaru's point of view, he's just played the move c4, and it looks to me like that's a preparatory move to play rook to d5 and seize the open d file. Maybe rook a5 and rook d5, same idea. I kind of like White's position, Maxime.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. So c4 is still a very responsible move, because in endgames you definitely don't want this sort of endgames with opponent b3 being kind of stuck now.
Right.
And we can see that Alireza played bishop g7, it's gonna castle. We can see his time management. Again, like, I've not been following the whole game, but it's been like 20 move stops, yeah?
Yeah.
And he has 27 minutes left, so...
Yeah, not even 20. He's on move 17.
Okay, yeah.
17.
So Hikaru doesn't have that much time left, so that means that it was a difficult position to navigate. I mean, like, there's a reason that you're done on 27 minutes after so few moves, but still, it strikes me as an issue because things are definitely not over from here. Like, it's not gonna be
easy.
A course.
No, not at all. By the way, as I'm looking at the position, I'm attracted to the move rook d5. But Maxime, what I would love to see the move knight f5 takes e3.
Yeah, and so then g4, yeah?
Yeah, and then the white knight taking over possession of the... So, like, if I could play queen and this, I got a dream position, right?
I don't really like queen c2, because after queen e6, I don't know what we've achieved.
Which was queen e4. You see, I on the panel, I have a reputation.
No, this is true. No, queen e6 was subpar reaction. No, queen e6 was bad.
Okay.
So actually, queen c2 is interesting. I was thinking even about something more direct. Now that Alireza played bishop g7,
yes,
he closed his options for rook g8. So g4 struck me as an option.
Right, trying to force that.
To do the same thing, basically.
Wow.
Okay, that's lifting your kimono, though. You're exposing yourself, MVL.
Ouch.
Yeah, I must have the knight e7.
Not a good look.
I'm not really sure what I want, but maybe knight h4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is
this is
why
what you want, yeah.
Yeah, this is the dream, that you could establish a knight there. Wonderful. You mentioned that you're coming...
definitely the safer option. Like, I like it, actually.
Right. You mentioned that you're coming to St. Louis. We're going to provide you, of course, a wonderful St. Louis welcome. You got the Grand Chess Tour. Now that the Grand Chess Tour is also a part of the FIDE cycle, right? There's you get 2 qualifiers. What are your thoughts about your own candidacy for future candidates? You want to get back in the mix?
Well, certainly, and I do think I will have a good chance to qualify through Grand Chess Tour, but in any case, I would have been ready to fight for a spot among the candidates, because ultimately it's my goal to play the candidates and to win them, and then even ultimately to win the match. So, it's... I haven't qualified so often. I've been very often extremely close, and I still haven't given up.
I do have another question for you as well, because I was looking on the rating, the live ratings, and I noticed that, well, there's so many players that are so wonderful, and they're very qualified, and they're definitely super grandmasters. In your opinion, what does it take to cross 2800 and stay on that level?
Well, lately it's been basically only Magnus.
Fair.
We should be asking Magnus.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Is your suggestion?
I think so. But of course, I mean, like a lot of players have been, in the past few years managing to get there and to stay there for at least a few months, like for me, or a few years, like Fabi, like Levon at some point. And maybe Dink, although I think like the two most consistent players apart from Magnus in the last 10 years were Fabi and Levon. So, I just think it's about, it just means that every player who managed to cross 2800, like Shah, like myself, like Hikaru, at some point who had very high eyes, and like basically we were playing definitely at the level of Magnus for a few months, but we didn't manage to keep it that way. So I think it's a sort of stability that Magnus pushes to the extreme. That's kind of lacking maybe for some of us. Like we have stability definitely over 2750, quite close to 2800, but staying over 2800 is a real hustle.
Yeah, the consistency factor is really remarkable there.
All right,
And
we're going to ask you
Alejandro.
one more because we have you here and I want you analyzing stuff. We're going to have
Nice.
you work.
course.
Yeah,
We got
put
the
him
game
to work.
between Richie and Liren, and it's been crazy. A lot
It's
of
been
things have
crazy.
happened since we left it in the studio. But Black
must
is up a
say-
pawn. King's
Yeah.
stuck in the middle. Take us through your thought process.
Black is not up a pawn now. Oh, I mean, it's Black to move, so
Yeah.
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 I don't know. So like what I see immediately is White's King is not safe. I mean, it's safe for now, but if the Dark Square Bishop is not there to cover h4, it's definitely not safe because the king is stuck. Well, Black's King cannot be called as safe for obvious reasons. So it's pretty much a mess. Positions that the computer would evaluate much better than I do. But I mean, if I were to choose, I'd probably still pick White. But objectively, I think Black must be at least fine, maybe more than that. Yeah, I must say that Ding has been playing better in the past few days, and well, it's satisfying because he had a pretty tough start of the event.
On the personage of Ding Liren, he's a great player. Full stop, end of story.
Yes.
He works incredibly hard to get to the candidates, and when he gets the candidates, it's almost like everything goes wrong. Why?
Well,
it's amazing.
Okay, so the first candidates, actually the first candidate that he played, he was remarkably consistent. I think he won one game, made 13 draws. So he was still gathering experience, but very solid performance, I would say. Second candidates he played was under very special circumstances, let's say. He was out in quarantine for like 2 weeks, maybe more. Before, after, I mean, I can understand that, not every player will react well to that, and he definitely didn't. So this time, I think it's on him, basically. Like, I'm just very surprised he hasn't played much over the board chess in the past few months. I mean, that one is not on him, and at least he could play over the board in China I think in April.
Right.
So that was more or less okay. But how do you get to the place only 3 days before?
And alone.
Like there's jet lag. I don't know about I didn't know about a run, but that's something not great either. But like there's jet lag, we're just getting back with a touch of top level chess. You know, he hasn't seen all of those guys for 1 year now. So, you know, I think he definitely would have wanted to be there like a week before, like 1 day per hour of jet lag, like that's the bare minimum.
Time zone difference, absolutely. MVL, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you. We look forward to your eventual arrival in St. Louis.
Exactly.
And
there.
You look very well. You look healthy. You look happy. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I don't have the tension of playing the candidate.
That must be it. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maxime.
Bye.
Bye. And Alejandro, I got to turn this over to you because I'm looking at this game of Duda and Fabi, and it seems to me that White's achieved exactly what you have been prescribing for him. It looks great for White.
Yeah, it's more than great. The engines thought about it for a while. I wouldn't have ever guessed this evaluation, but it's 4.3.
I just saw that number.
Whoa, that's a monster number.
4.3 means you're up more than a piece.
That's monster.
Oh
It's all the same that we've talked about. The rook's coming to g1. How do you deal with rook takes g7? If you move this rook to f7, how do you deal with rook? You're stuck to these 2 pawns, by the way. This queen coming to e6 would just finish the game.
Right.
The knight doesn't have a way back. You might as well try to get the bishop back, but it's only on a defensive purpose. And because of the knights, you just don't have threats. You don't create any threats against White ever. Not in 1 move, not in 2, not in 3, ever. So that's why the engine says, totally busted. This is going to be Duda's first win. I can't imagine a player of the strength and caliber of Jan Krzysztof Duda not winning this game.
I have to ask, where do you think it started to go wrong for Fabi? Was it just a situation that's do or die and he just had to create some opportunities, or because the opening seemed fine to me? And
I think it all stems.
Evaluation.
I think it stems from this move, knight a5, queen a2, and the way that you have to follow this up, according to the engines, is so precise that it's difficult to find because he goes a little crazy, right?
Right.
Goes g5, and you imagine this will pan out. The thing is, the engines hate it. Remember that all the way back here, I told you guys, g5 looks good to me, but the engines hate it. They're very cold-blooded about it, and that if you put a knight here and you go d4 and you stifle the bishop, then I'm going to push you back. Well, knight on h2, he went d4, pushed him back, and what are the consequences of all these moves? That White got in the development, Black hasn't even changed the structure on the king side or the positioning of the rook, and when eventually the game blows up, White is better placed than Black. It all stems to this, let's call it overexcited g5, h5 that wasn't followed up with absolute accuracy. The engines particularly don't like to move rook g7. But even if you played the best move, the position was already bad. I don't know, guys. Maybe it was bad understanding. Maybe didn't really understand the plans as well as he should have, because this precise move order that he used with allowing this bishop to chop off the knight on f4, all the way back here, I was telling you guys, I would prefer to be a little more flexible about it.
Yep.
Don't put the knight on f4 just yet because bishop takes f4. I feel that's important in these kind of positions. I mentioned that earlier in the broadcast. And I think once this knight did come off the board, yeah, you got your queen to f4, but you weren't able to create any further threats. And I think that was the main problem. And we have this position, it's move 25 in the candidates. Fabi must-win position with Black. He's just dead lost.
And for Nepo,
yeah, it's just perfect for him now.
Dorsa,
the champagne is coming up.
They're ordering champagne every round. They run out.
It's not a bottle,
they
it's
drank
a
all
case.
the champagne in Madrid. Are you kidding me?
Well, maybe it's time for caviar now.
Yeah.
Very good.
Upgrade.
Wow. And here's why Nepo's fans are doing
Nepo
cartwheels.
would be a 1.5
Clear.
Oh, good God.
With
of
4
second place with 4 rounds
to spare.
to spare.
Yeah.
You just got to keep playing Fortnite, man.
One of the things that all he would need, obviously, is to draw out. But one of the things that people do forget, he became challenger. Everybody remembers that he became challenger. What a lot of people forget is he became challenger by losing the last round game of the candidates previously. In other words, he, Nepo, had the candidates in hand with a round to spare. He's doing it again, Alejandro, and all we can do is tip our hat and say, very well done. He looks to be even more complete as a player. He's doing this undefeated.
He's doing it undefeated. He's doing it in style. He's getting the positions that he wants. He's being very clever about his preparation. He is not afraid of being surprised in a Najdorf because he knows that's his territory. He's able to get a drawish, but with chances position against Radjabov. And there's so many places where his prep just shone through. Right. Not necessarily that he had a novelty or something. He got the positions that he wanted.
Right.
And he's taken it very well. Another player that has the position that he wants, Hikaru Nakamura against Alireza Firouzja. Yasser, you were mentioning, I want to capture this knight.
Yeah.
Gabriel even went as far as going for the ideas of G4.
Yeah.
G4 does weaken yourself a little bit. Do it with a little bit more patience. Alireza just played the move B5. By the way, look at how nice White's position is. Doubled rooks. Good strength on the king, on the queen side. This pawn's stuck.
Right.
No problems on the G file because you castled. The Indians want to play this move.
I love that move.
And that is a good move.
Yeah.
Removes any possibility for this knight to activate. You never want to give up this knight. Why? Because of these two pawns.
Right.
As long as these two pawns exist, and this one hasn't made it to F5, the moment you give up the knight, White is going to be all over your business on that square because this bishop can't defend it.
Right.
Which means this knight will eventually land on F5, and that's game over.
Right.
The knight dominates the bishop from F5. So what do you do here?
Yeah, just to be clear, if black plays the blunder knight e7, you play bishop takes e7, rook takes e7, knight h4, and it's game over.
It's just +7.
Oh my God.
+7.
+7. You might as well resign to avoid the embarrassment.
+7.
So
and you're not even a pawn up.
Not even a pawn up. Bishop c5 is giving a huge advantage to Hikaru.
Right.
+2.5 already. In a position where black has no counterplay, no real counterplay. The only thing you would ever want to consider is a move like e4, but you can't play it right now.
Right.
I mean, this knight is too weak. Yes, rook takes f5, pawn takes, maybe is not as strong, even though that's a pawn.
But
the problem is that at this point, the engine doesn't want your sticking pawn.
Exactly. Knight h2.
Knight h2, knight d2 doesn't matter. The idea is to go to f1, g3, and f5.
Exactly.
It doesn't help you. This is not the pawn you want to push. You want to push that one.
Right.
And we have a move on the board, c5.
Ooh.
The engine saying absolutely destroyed White's advantage. I don't believe it. I'm sure White's still better in this position, just that perhaps bishop c5 was a little bit more precise.
Well,
creates a passed pawn. It can't be such a bad move.
There is a trick. Knight d4, is that why the engine doesn't like it?
No, a5 is the move it wants just to prevent the cementing of the pawn. I think that's a logical move because if you allow b4, I think it's visual.
Well, I was trying to win material, with the move
and unfortunately
knight d4.
For black, knight d4 doesn't quite work. You have knight takes, and you would like to take on d5.
That was the intention.
But it's the same thing. This knight is worth more than a rook.
So queen e4 goes, and what happens then?
Queen e4 loses material to knight takes g7 if I felt like it. Because you have knight takes, king takes, check.
Nice.
You pick that up. To be quite honest, I think that even g4 should be winning. Knight d6 picks up an exchange as well.
Right.
So,
but knight g7, you have me at knight g7.
Yeah, knight
That's
g7
good
is compelling enough. He's played Alireza, that is the move bishop f8 pretty quickly, which allows b4.
That looks like a positional grip of joyous.
Why would you allow b4?
Joyous possession. b5. Maybe he wants this knight d4 without allowing knight takes g7. Sorry, Dorsa.
No. But even that, just pawn to b4, that's pawn on c5 is just such a nice pass pawn. It's never gonna. That's just a non-stoppable monster.
It just never gets better, right?
Did I tell you I'm liking you more and more? I love that. That pawn on c5 is a monster pawn. And it looks really Wow.
And you're going to cement it, right?
Still, bishop c5. I'm shocked that he didn't play bishop c5.
I love bishop c5. It was just such a nice contrling move, getting out of the knight. But c5 looked
well, especially now after the move b4, I'm feeling very how do you say, confident that White's advantage is
decisive.
It's positional grip. It's great.
I can't believe he allowed b4.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
How does this, like, because we're watching the best of the world.
Yes.
For me, I mean, for me that's like automatic response. Figure out what the opponent wants to do, block it, and then smile in their face.
Wish block.
Thank you. So that's just automatic response. The way we saw in Duda's game, as soon as Fabi wanted to go g4, no, knight h2, okay, hold. Same in the other game with Alireza. Pawn c5, Naka's next move is gonna be an automatic pawn b4.
Exactly.
I'm trying to digest why.
See, this is how
why it was allowed.
Right. This is how these guys trick you. They play these moves, and you go, wait a minute. I could play c5, b4. Why aren't I playing for the World Championship? These moves are really good. I see these moves.
That's just my style. I'm very, very specific with, like, I will most likely miss the complicated tactic, or I will just choose not to go down that route. And he knows it. He doesn't like it that much. But I will very precisely figure out what you want, stop it, and then stare into your eyes.
Oh boy, it sounds frightening. Okay, so Hikaru looking really, really good, but now Fabi has played the move bishop c5.
Oh, at least that bishop
trying to bring the bishop back into play, but it's too late, right? I mean, rook g1 plays itself, and then suddenly everything comes. You use the g5 square as leverage. You want to trade. You want to trade a pair of rooks. Essentially, at the end of the day, you want to have a rook on the g file so that you can do this, which is absolutely deadly. You're just going to pick up this pawns on e5 and h5, and Fabi in huge trouble. And I don't even see. How do you resist this, Alejandro? This is looking terrible.
What resist?
What resist?
What? You're just dead, man.
It's just dead.
There's no resisting here. You go rook g1, you take that rook, you put the other rook on g1, and it wins itself. There are so many positions that we talk about that in chess. It wins itself. The hand makes the moves for you. You don't have to think about it. There are so many games of chess that we've seen, and the calculation leads to this particular move down the road being important because it forks and blah. None of that. There is nothing to calculate.
Right.
The moves just win. Rook g1 wins because it's the most logical move on the board, because it puts pressure the black cannot deal with on the g file. This is the problem of Fabi's position. There are some positions where we think it's hopeless, but you know what? It's complicated.
Right.
Something will happen.
Right.
This one is not one of those.
Alejandro, I have to ask you, because you were my coach for 5 years.
I tried.
Something she's trying to overcome, I mean.
No, let's say you don't, let's say one of your students was playing this game as black. Well, how would you try to make them, what would you say afterwards? How would you try to bring them back to the tournament after this game? Because there wasn't a blunder, there wasn't anything specifically that it was like missed. It just happened to them against the person, Duda, who is at the bottom of the tournament. No win, well, maybe after today.
Yeah,
So well, what would you do? What would you tell to your other students?
I gotta say, this is a tough one. And it's a good question because I feel one of the things I learned at SLU, every person is very individual.
Yes.
There are some people that just don't want to be talked to after a loss. There are some people that are like, you know what, let's go to a movie and enjoy that. Let's go out for a nice dinner and then forget about the game. There are some players that don't get affected at all. Rare, but it does. It does happen. They think, okay, I lost a game. It's part of chess. We go on. This one in particular feels like a very tough blow. Fabi's been securely second in this tournament.
Since the start of the tournament.
Since the start of the event.
Right.
And for the first time, we're talking about people catching him. He's losing 2 blacks in a row.
Ouch.
This is really tough. They're talking about the candidates, guys.
Right.
This is the candidates, a winner-takes-all tournament. And Fabi is just floundering in the second half. Losing to Naka, losing to Duda, things that should not happen when you're trying to get back in that podium to challenge Magnus Carlsen. This one's a big blow, guys. This one is a huge blow for Fabi.
No question about it. And we talked about that. This is his road ahead. He had drawn against Duda in round 3. That's what that's all about. But boy, that round 11 is starting to loom incredibly large. We're going to have to jump into the Liren game, and then he's got Richie come around 12. But we talked about this before you had joined us with Christian. We said, what's it going to take for these guys to win the tournament? And we said, you can lose one game. Yeah, it's not going to completely ruin your chances. You can't lose 2.
Oh, yes. Losing 2.
Losing 2 is really, really, really hard to overcome. So losing that one game in round 9, Fabi, that's really, really bad. But losing this one could be the tournament. Could be could be Fabi's exit. And we do have Rook G1 on the board. Oh, pardon me. I think that's actually my...
No, I believe you're correct. Rook G1 was played.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, cool.
Duda
I thought it was it. Yeah, no.
I mean, Duda took 5 minutes, and you're almost wondering, what did you spend
what was the alternative?
on?
Yeah, exactly. It looks so compelling. It looks beautiful. And again, you trade rooks, you go Rook G1, Rook G5, and as you say, you just claim.
It's just splat.
It's splat. Sorry, the Liren game, we didn't get a chance for MVL to jump in and give us his assessment. He kind of just mumbled something about 3 results.
Like
and
he just
got out
walked
of
away
here.
from that question. He was like, yeah, that position's hard.
Engines are better. Leave me alone. I don't want to work. Get out of here.
It's a great day in France. Let me enjoy a little bit of my life. No, this is great. This is great chess because it's fascinatingly complicated.
Right.
Material was restored. I was thinking that Liren is up a pawn because he was up a pawn. Somehow, he
lost
snatched
F6.
C3.
Yeah.
Why did the rook come to C7? To snatch C3. It actually took on C3 earlier in the game, which I think is fascinating.
Right.
You would have think that's impossible, right?
Right.
Queen F1, and we have this position on the board currently. Both kings in danger somewhat. If this opens up, this king is dead. But it won't open up for a while. Also, the bishop can retreat to H4 to cover. Black's pieces look weird. The knight on E7 is covering, the rook on C7 is covering, but where's everybody going?
Right.
You cannot take on D5.
That was my first question.
But it is a little scary because it allows this knight to join the fray. Ooh. It wins a pawn, but the moment you see that this knight might head to F6, you could get a little scared. Not to mention that you are also opening the E file for my rook. Your king is currently in the center. I could consider starting with the move Rook E1 and target this pawn, and then you're barely holding on. But that's what the game is about. Both sides kind of barely holding on while they try to make their moves. The enders want to play simply knight G6 to step out of bishop takes E7. Also, perhaps on a great day, I'm throwing the move knight F4, cutting the coordination between the queen and the bishop on F6. That might be a little bit of a threat. And what is Black's plan going to be? Black's plan is the following. You make sure that there's no tricks against that, against the king on E8. And once you get rid of the tricks, you're going to take that pawn on B4, and you're going to roll with these guys. White doesn't have the same possibilities. This pawn on E5 is very well cemented, and this bishop one day will come to D4 if needed. So the strategical long-term prospects favor Black. The problem is that this king is a bit stuck, not a bit stuck, super stuck in the center for a really long time. So it's always going to be a target. Fascinating struggle, 18 minutes for Richie, 31 for Liren, still 11 moves to make in this crazy game.
Let me take the pawn. Knight takes D5, E takes D5, Rook F7.
You wanted to play Knight E4 first?
No, I don't want to take on D5. I want to play Rook F7. I want to force you so you don't have that Rook E1 possibility.
Fair.
Queen takes D5.
Yes.
And you're in a pin. I'm going to play Bishop B7. And I don't know, where's the compensation?
Well, it's a way of playing. The compensation doesn't necessarily have to come immediately. Okay. I think this is very important for this game. That there are many positions here that because your pawns aren't marching forward, this pawn's not marching forward, this pawn's stuck You're not marching forward right now.
Okay.
So your extra pawn is a theoretically long-term idea. There are many pawns in chess that you win them immediately, and that pawn, because it's central, because it was useful, immediately proves its power. I am an extra pawn in the center. I am pushing away your pieces there. Not so much there. You're stuck with a pawn on a6, right? It's an advantage, but it's a long-term advantage. You could play rook c1 and start harassing things. The engines think it's time to go queen c1 and start tactics. You have queen takes h6, of course, a little bit nuts to open the h file, but it does give you queen h8 attacking the king. I am also attacking the bishop here.
Right.
If you go bishop b7, yes, the engines say take it.
To take it.
Queen h8 is a real threat, right? Queen h8, queen d8.
Right.
So you have to be a little bit careful here as black. It isn't bad. The engines think this is playable for both sides. If you don't want to be as crazy to open the h file, you can just bring the rook in. And then on one day later, try to exchange, I think if you exchange the dark square bishops specifically, there will be a lot of weaknesses around the king. The engines don't like taking the pawn.
Fascinating position. Seriously,
Yes.
3-result game, chaos. And Dorsa, how much time has Ding taken on his last move? This is,
I believe it's
I would think we had MVL on the show at this moment.
What, 20, 25 minutes? To think for Ding, really?
25
I
minutes?
believe. Yes. It was 54 minutes. Now it's down to 28.
Wow. I mean, I'm trying to remember what's Ding Liren. What has been his longest think of the tournament so far?
Oh.
Is this it, Alejandro?
I don't think I can have that statistics so readily available.
I mean, it's a
Dude,
very
you're-
long
that one up.
thing.
Dude, you're my top agent for these types of questions. I'm really relying on you.
I have
you know?
plenty of recommendations, guys. But it doesn't matter. I want to bring in
Yeah.
this
Oh, yes.
game. This game is over.
Which game?
Hikaru Nakamura, Liren Firouzja.
Ooh.
The greed is real.
Wait a second.
And I feel that we've all lost like this, where
Wait,
white
wait.
sacrifices an exchange,
Right.
and then goes knight f5, and then you realize you can't move.
Right,
The thing
you're
is,
just
you
frozen.
usually lose like this early in your 2300s.
Right.
Not really at the candidates.
Yeah, you just get it out of your system.
get it out of your system.
You never allow it to happen
Never
again.
allow it to happen ever again, because
Right.
you know, yeah, that knight on f5 is worth, man, it's worth the queen.
Right.
Why am I giving a measly rook up for it?
Right.
And in this particular version, it's just terrible. The engine's best move is queen g4 check. You could also take on b5. He somehow got in after b4, this move knight d4, and thinking it was good.
Right.
It was a tactic that we talked about earlier.
Right.
But after knight takes, queen takes, it's just such a devastating position. You go check, the only move is king h8. You go knight f5, and the immediate attacks are already pretty strong. You don't have another move that's not queen c4. Everything else already loses instantly to queen h4.
Okay.
It's just trying to mate the guy. So you have to go queen c4, and you go the subtle but not difficult to move to find queen f3. Why?
F6.
F6 is hanging. Knight d6 will win the game in many variations. It's not a difficult calculation. If you go like this, knight d6, takes, check, king g8. Yeah, it's true. Bishop h8, you have bishop f8, so let me just get rid of that guy first. And since I have a threat of d7 and I have a threat of bishop h6,
You're toast.
it's over. It's dead lost. Toast, 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 toast. So queen f3 challenges you to find a way to defend against this knight d6 move. And it's not easy. For example, even if you play a move like queen e6, I go knight d6 anyway. You take, I take with the rook, thanks for the tempo. You can throw in e4, it doesn't really matter. But this position is also lost. Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously lost. Your king is dead. I'm taking on f7. I have a passed pawn. This bishop is great. My king, you have no threats. I mean, it's like very obviously lost. It's not that I have an engine. You tell me that black is lost here. Yeah, of course black's lost.
Right.
Queen takes d5. Hikaru thinking he could go for a greedier approach of knight takes b5, knight d6. The engines think that also gives him a decisive advantage. It's not as precise, but also good. It might be an easier calculation, a more human approach. I don't know. I like queen g4, knight f5. Now, don't play knight f5 immediately. That's the only thing. Actually, the engines think that's good too. Because of queen e4, and you don't have these tricks anymore. But queen h5, the engines are saying, you know what? It doesn't win anything immediately. It has no threats.
It's
But
just
we know
so
how this
good.
ends.
Yeah.
We know
see-
how this story ends when
Yeah.
there's a knight on f5 that can't be kicked out, no
Right.
light squared bishop, no knight. The rooks aren't going to maneuver to attack this guy. Rooks are incredibly clumsy pieces. So the only one that can attack is the queen. and I have one defender. That's all I need.
Well, good luck with that. But
the members of the Pawn Grubbers Association appreciate everything you said, including knight takes d4 and knight f5, but couldn't white have gotten the same position with an e5 pawn being removed by just taking the rook and going knight takes? In other words, Hikaru wants to play the position with a black pawn on e5. He made the right choice, Alejandro?
Oh, absolutely, but I don't think you get to the exact same position, right? I don't understand what's the point after pawn takes d4.
Knight takes?
But here I have queen e4 actually covering.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not stopping me from taking control over the f5 square, right?
well,
Yeah, but your
queen
rook on
e4.
e8 is active. No, come on.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, again.
Slippery for opponents.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, hey, all of those good things that Alejandro was telling me about my position. Right now, there is a black pawn on e5. This looks great for Hikaru. Duda, let's just jump back as he is.
Wow.
He is definitely cruising after the move rook g1.
Not a good day for Fabi fans.
No, bishop d6. A little bit surprising, but probably incredibly good move. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this move. I think I would have been more tempted just to get rid of this rook. And to play rook g1. Yeah,
Stop.
It's overkill.
Every move is good.
Overkill?
It's one of those moves. Yeah, you can take on g7. That's winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can play knight g5. That's winning.
Yeah.
This is why the position is hopeless for Fabi, is because Duda doesn't have to choose the specific right continuation to finish the attack. Every way that he chooses that has some kind of logic to it
is good. Right.
Knight g5 was good.
And to top it off, Fabi only has less than 10 minutes for the next, 13 moves?
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
That's bad. Knight g5 on the board, and the problem is queen f2, dreaming that one day you'll get h4, just allows the queen to land with decisive force. Queen takes e6 check. So capturing the pawn on f2, he has played, by the way, the move king h8, essentially saying, if you want the pawn, you can take it. I mean, again, white has just so many moves. Rook g2, rook g1, even queen e2 starts to be attractive. Never mind the fact that e6. I mean, it's just like the roof is caving in here on a Fabi's position. Looks terrible because it is terrible.
Wow.
Crazy part, Dorsa. How many decisive games do you want? Yeah, I think so too. Ooh.
4 would be nice, but there's already a draw. I don't think we can change that.
And by the way, in round 9, the crazy part, the only guy to draw was Jan.
Nice.
Right?
Well,
I mean, he
keeping his style.
He bumps up a half a point at each time, and his rivals, it was Team USA, actually falling to Fabi and Hikaru.
Ooh.
And comparing Nepo's result in this candidate to his result in 2021, after 10 rounds, it's a very nice win in round 10. You can see
Alexenko round 10, I think.
He's doing great.
He's doing better than the last time.
Right,
Wow.
a masterful performance
Wonderful.
by
And not only
Jan.
is he doing better than he was last time, his opponents are much closer together.
Yes.
When we were
very
talking
good
about the
point.
previous candidates, there were a couple of people that just disappeared.
Right.
Alexenko pretty early,
Right.
Liren early. You just never heard about them. Never really had any winning chances.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about these candidates, everybody's winning a game.
Right.
Everybody's taking points from each other. Last place Duda is beating Fabi.
Right.
Hikaru's beating Alireza. Liren just won a game. They're all taking points from each other. Who are they not taking points from?
Nepo.
Nepo. So it's not just the extra half point he gave himself. These players fighting for second are fighting for second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's a
absolutely.
big fight.
And, well, from Nepo's point of view, you guys can fight for the scraps. Look, I'm just here to take first place. You guys have a great time with the rest of it. We did see, by the way, Queen E2. I admire that he didn't, that the marshmallow, you know, I'm not going to take the queen takes E6. I'm going to, you know, like, what did you call it?
Delayed gratification.
Delayed gratification. Thank you very much for that. Rook G2, Rook G2, Rook G1 would have been delayed gratification, but he just switched targets altogether. He said, look, now that you've put your king on H8, I'm more inclined to play the move Queen E2 than ever, Queen G6, and I just got a feeling that these rooks are coming to the G file, and it's going to be absolutely deadly.
Maybe even the other way.
Which way?
Just D3, G3, just to
mix it up on me?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, and terrible.
This is a little hopeless.
Right, I mean, it's painful to see this because, as you were saying, Alejandro, back-to-back losses with black. You know, there goes the event, essentially. Again, let me just jump to the Hikaru game for a moment. We do have knight f5. And what was that line where somehow the rook ended up on f6? Was that queen e6?
I believe the line that Alejandro was mentioning, instead of knight f5 earlier, it was queen g4 check first.
Okay. Yes,
Then
I
king
remember.
H8, knight f5, queen e6, rook d6. I believe that was it.
Or it was maybe
Queen f3.
queen f3
Well,
first,
after
and then knight f6 was coming
I
next.
think
Sorry.
queen f3 was after queen c4, because right now rook d6 feels like a clean win to me.
Right. How did queen c4 get in there again?
Right now.
Right now.
Yes.
And
Queen f3.
then we were supposed to play queen f3, I guess.
Looks very nice.
And we were, because of the threat of knight d6, we were dropping the queen back. And then this is where, I mean,
Ouchie, ouchie.
and the rest is clear. That's absolutely decisive. Dare I say it, but Hikaru's preparation has been fantastic, and streaming is the best thing that anybody could ever do.
Nice.
What am I saying? I gotta let me check out into a hospital. I feel something. What's wrong with the world? The world just went crazy. How do you prepare for the most important game of your life by taking an outside job during the? I mean, go cut lawns. Is that the?
I think that's, I mean, there is a point to streaming and boulettes, and it just gets you really sharper. And I feel like, for me, it makes sense that he's finding this tactic super fast, and he's having that wonderful attack because of his streaming, because you don't really do that much strategic planning in a boulette game.
No,
it's just
no,
like boom,
it's
eat,
just
push, attack, king, bye, see you next game.
Hand-eye coordination, right?
Yeah.
You know, like get that going. And we do have the moves queen e4, queen h5 on the board. I see rook d7 landing with a thump, so I've got a challenge, I'm guessing. The open D file. What's the story after rook d8?
It's actually just played. Nicely called.
These guys are good. No, we know that. Rook to d8. Finishing touches for where are they?
Nothing immediate, but we know this from previous broadcasts. When you are down the exchange or you're playing two minor pieces against a rook, your opponent has two rooks and you only have one. Should you trade the remaining pair or not?
No.
You never do.
Never.
So rook a1, just move the rook out of contention into a nice open file.
Give me the pawn.
Give me the pawn, and it's a good pawn because I'll be able to take on f6 afterwards.
Okay, so I've got to defend it.
And I think at this point we're looking for wins, right?
Well,
of course.
I mean, I would be kind of surprised bishop h6 doesn't finish the game, but...
Well, speaking of bishop h6, couldn't we exchange the rooks then go bishop h6?
You probably can, to be honest.
That's nasty.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's sad for black that you can overwhelm the king. The king is so the structure is so bad. The knight on f5 is so powerful.
I think Alireza just got really bad after the opening. It wasn't even an opening choice because it was that weird knight. Well, not weird, but rare knight f3 knight flying, which I've played as white when I was like 12 years old, but it's been a long time since I've given it a try.
Right.
But at the same time, it's a very nice, chill move, and it does question, hey, your move. What do you want to do? And the way that Alireza did play it, it didn't really pay off for him because it looked very interesting for a while, and the players were spending hours and hours and hours thinking about it.
Well, when we had MVL on the show, he was saying that he didn't like Alireza's choice of knight c6. He said it didn't have the knight or feel for him, and he thought that the main line bishop e7, bishop c4, bishop e6, where you end up putting the knight on d7. It's for him, the knight or specialist that he is, MVL, he didn't like the choice of knight c6 and the line that now MVL felt it was more Sveshnikov like, and white ended up getting a pretty nice position.
Yeah. That kind of makes me wonder if Alejandro can help me out with this. To the best of your knowledge, does Alireza feel comfortable playing Sveshnikov? Because I can't recall any specific game of him in Sveshnikov.
No, he's not a Sveshnikov player at all.
So,
I mean, he maybe in Blitz, but not in classical chess as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so I'm having a hard time just
understanding his choice.
Yes, and I mean,
why play this type of middle game when it's not your middle game that you play so very well? And by the way, I don't know if Rook A1 has been played, but I'm just going to refresh my board.
It feels like it's upcoming, but maybe not.
Yes, exactly. It sure does. It feels like Rook A1 just... And you're right. It might be that he's thinking about Rook takes D8 and Bishop H6 because he's got a forced win in that line. I would be playing Rook A1 just because the principle of what Alejandro described, don't allow the trade of the rook.
It was played.
It's a grandmaster instinct, right? It's some very basic rules of chess that you learn through the years. They're very positionally obvious once you come to them.
Yeah.
Not trading the last rook that you have is one of them, and unless you find a forced win,
don't do it.
Don't do it. You just go lazy grandmaster. Sometimes it's correct grandmaster. Don't trade the rooks. Put it on the open file. Attack the pawn.
YouTube viewers, I've been telling you guys, lazy chess is good chess. I've been teaching that for 3 years on YouTube, people. There we go. We got confirmation.
How dare Alejandro criticize? I mean, you're talking about the ultimate couch potato over here. You can't be dogging lazy grandmasters. A lot of openings that I played, whether it be in English or those types of openings, was to avoid the depths of theory.
Oh, of course, yes.
Where I'd actually end up having to work really, really hard. So I would specialize in certain openings, like the Nimzo Indian classical Queen C2, because I found those positions very compatible with my style. The Sveshnikov position that Alireza got sure has not panned out for him at all. This move, Rook A1, looks really, really tremendous. Pardon me, we're going to just jump to the Richard Rapport game because Alejandro, it blowed up.
I mean,
it blowed up.
A few months ago, I was just going to tell Alejandro, imagine you have a genie bottle and you can wish for the king to be anywhere you want. Where would you want it to be? I didn't get to ask that.
This one was not my choice. But man, I think Richie looked at this game and he was like, that's a pretty Richie game. Let me make it more Richie-like. What? You just like sacked the piece for no reason. There were plenty of good moves in this position.
What?
Plenty. Bishop A2, Bishop F7 are the top engine moves. I don't know what those do. But I think I would, unless I'm blundering something, I can go move Rook C1, right? I can trade this guy. So the engine says I'm blundering something. Oh, my bishop, sorry.
Yeah.
So I guess he didn't find an easy move. Because he played the move c4. Well, of course he took it. What's he going to do? Take it on c4. See what we take with the d pawn.
It just did.
Well, we've got bishop a4 check. Is there any reason we want to throw that in? I don't know. I mean, he has recaptured. Sorry.
He just recaptured. I think that if you throw in check, adding the move knight c6 probably helps me.
Okay.
I have to figure out why. But d takes c4 is on the board. This is the current position. Liren up a piece. You see that you have an extra horsey over there. But this is the richer type of position in which there's only play against the king. This king is safe. Now I have to c5 humongous threat, right? Okay. c5, queen goes somewhere, bishop takes e5, exploits the pin on this file. Question is, what do you play here to defend?
So queen takes b4, bishop takes e5 is an issue.
Yeah, bishop takes e5 wins this bishop, and with that, the house collapses.
Gotcha.
So you can't take on b4. You can't really leave this pawn alone. Maybe that's why the move knight c6 was actually helpful.
Useful.
For black, because once the king moves, you actually are defending the pawn.
So you've got moves like queen e6 to stop c5?
Queen e6 is kind of a weird move, right? It almost encourages c5, but the thing is, a bishop on b3 is undefended. Even then, I'm wondering if c5, queen takes b3, and bishop takes e5 is playable. Check is playable as well. The engine wants to block with the rook.
What?
Yep. Just to exemplify the weirdness of the position, I personally am thinking if I can get my running shoes in and just...
King c6 and get out of dodge?
Get out of dodge. Nope, c5 just wins.
Damn.
Oh, well, you can't defend anything. That's kind of sad.
Bishop d5 check is on the agenda.
Bishop d5 is on the agenda, yeah. It's a very complex position, so it's going to be difficult for Liren to find moves. That being said, 18 minutes for him, and Richie's is down to 8. They still have 6 important moves of chess to make here. Razor sharp stuff between these two guys. What a fun game they're playing. I wish it was a little bit more relevant for the standings. But man, what a game. What a game Rich is bringing in today.
I know, right?
What?
If Ding does
just a second. Ding's fighting for second.
I saw a graphic that my producers, who I never ever doubt, ever? Because they're always right. Every day, every morning, every afternoon, every night.
I've just been told that was the most insightful comment you've made in 12 years. I don't know where this voice came from. They said, well done, Alejandro.
They showed me a graphic that said Liren and Richard Rapport had a combined less than 2% chance of winning this event.
Well, again, it might not be about winning the event, but becoming in the second place. So that's still very relevant.
Exactly.
That is very true. On second position, remember, Liren wins, Hikaru wins, and Fabi loses. We have a 3-way tie for second, and I am positive that there is nothing in the regulations that says that there's a tie break for second. It would be really funny if we finish the tournament with a tie for second between 3 players.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, the match is between Nepo and second place.
Dang,
I guess we have candidates round 2.
Fabi, we're not sure.
Second place
important is second. I mean, it could be important.
It would be very. It was a few years ago. I think it was 2017 or 2018 when I had just came to U.S. and I was living in St. Louis for SLU. I remember that there was a Sinkfield Cup, that there was a 3-way tie for the first place because there was no regulation.
Right, that was 2018.
Magnus, Fabi, Magnus, and
Levon.
Yeah. And they said, draw? They said, let's not play for the trophy. And somehow, Tony Rich, the sweet guy he is, he said, regulation. You're right. Never mind about the regulations. You guys worked hard enough. Enjoy. We've got rook c6 on the board. And, well, I mean, the position's blowed up. And Richie
rook
is...
c6, best move by the engine.
Wow.
Best move by the engine.
Wait.
It does make sense, right? It is part of the idea of getting your running shoes, getting off of the D file.
But aren't we encouraging...
No, your bishop's hanging.
No, bishop a4 stops, queen takes f6.
Yeah, bishop a4, I think, played?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
and king c7 instantly played, and this is the point.
That's your running shoes. Got it.
So,
I'm happy to give that exchange.
Okay, help me out here. Where do you want that king to be?
I
see it's running, but I'm just trying to figure out, is it going to continue running anywhere else, or it's just going to stay on the c7?
Well, at the moment, it's begging the question to white. If you
I'm assuming
take, I'm
that's-
going to take, and then I'm staying on C7, and I'm kind of a happy
And it was
camper.
just played, actually.
Was it? No,
Yes. No, it was just played. You know, I think the players are listening to you, finally.
I have to lower my voice. I feel like during these U.S. championships, especially, you know, like when they're in time trouble, that's when they really produce. B5, Alejandro, take it over. What are we witnessing here? Was this genius by Richard, or was it bluff?
We'll have to find out. The engines don't think it's that bad. Of course, the material balance still favors black. When you have two minor pieces against a rook and a pawn, you usually take the minor pieces, and this is no exception. The only difference is that this king on c7, it's quite vulnerable.
Right.
You could take on b5, I believe, in this position. Pawn takes b5, pawn takes b5. Has not been played yet, but it is a possibility. You got to move the knight.
Right.
Let's put it on a5 just because it continues being relevant to the queen side on a5. And I think that to answer the question, yeah, the c file is open, so the king is going to step one file further, go to the b7 square. I think it's the safest one, the one that I would choose because white has a dark squared bishop and not a light squared bishop. Down the road, I think that b7 would be safer. And then I'm going to put a bishop on e6, and it might not be easy for black to make progress, but at the same time, I am kind of cocooning my king on the queen side, away from this bishop, away from this queen, and white is running out of pieces.
Right.
There's not that many attackers anymore.
Right.
I don't feel so fearful for my position as black. On the other hand, because of the reduced amount of material, where's black's winning tries?
Well, if I could, you know, just close my eyes and pick up my queen and just put it on h5, I would very much like that.
But it doesn't do anything, right? I just go bishop h4.
He's got the blocking bishop h4.
And I got this block for the rest of the game.
Right.
The only way you exchange my bishop is with your own bishop. And if you do that, then it's not checkmate.
Well,
Look, I'm thinking if I'm black, I want to cement my king. Okay.
Fair.
So I want king b8.
Okay.
I want
Knight
knight
b4 played, by the way.
b7, and I want knight c5. He played
Lotte?
knight b4.
Knight b4, a different approach to the position. It does encourage a couple of
C5.
tries. It does encourage c5, to be very honest, because queen takes rook
Right.
c1, I assume, loses. Yeah, I'm correct about that.
Yep.
Queen e6 has to be played according to the engine, and the game kind of goes on.
Okay,
Well,
weird. If you go back
c5 played.
Yeah, c5. If you go back to
Queen
a
e6
b5 for just a moment, because I really liked Ding's position after a b, knight at a5.
Yeah, the engines give zeros no matter what.
Zeros no matter what, because I'm thinking I've got a very clear plan. I want to go king b8. My king will be nice and safe on the dark squares. I'll go knight b3, knight c5, and I'll start to target the e4 pawn. If I ever get to play knight takes e4,
Now we're talking.
now we're talking. Why is it zeros, Alejandro?
Because white has his own attacks, right? The moment they put the king on b8, I'm going to have to try to hunt it down. This bishop is going to land on h4 no matter what.
Okay.
So let's put a few moves in. Let's put, let's start with, unless it's blunder something, let's start with bishop h4. You want to go king b8, right?
Yeah.
King b8 looks logical to me. Let's hide this king a little bit further.
Okay.
I just don't want to have something on the first rank.
Knight to, b3, b7. It's safer on b7.
All right, safer on b7. Sounds good to me. Whoops.
Knights love protected squares.
That's right. And I'm going to go up.
And knight c5.
Very good. So now you're actually threading stuff.
Yeah,
Knight
at
takes
last.
e4 is the thread. I have to watch out for a few things. The thing is, white always has resources. Because your king is so weak, I'm always going to have tactical resources. What kind of resources? Check this out.
b7.
Rook c1 is a move. If you take, I take on c8, queen f5 takes on e4.
Nah,
Just equal.
damn it.
And if you play something like bishop b7, after bishop b7, you're going to start regretting.
I'm crying.
Yeah, because white's coordinated, right?
Right.
I'm bringing my pieces to start harassing your king on b8, which is forever weak. No pawns to protect it.
This piece activity is such a...
And that's why we have this position where Liren doesn't want to open the position up immediately. Queen e6 is played. Richie with 4 minutes to make only a couple of moves. So he's okay in time situation, and Ding has plenty, 14 minutes and 53 seconds to get to time control. Fascinating position. It does seem that the engines find both sides play completely acceptable, and that it was just equal all along.
Yeah, now
Feels
guys,
chaotic.
half of my eye is stuck in that knockoff Firouzja game. So can we jump to that?
Absolutely.
It just feels like it's going to be done any second. And it's,
Oh, yeah, this is done.
Okay, so
It's
Queen
done.
H5, Rook D8, Rook A1, the move we like, Rook C6, defending both the A6 as well as the F6 pawns were Firouzja's response. Bishop H6, this is what we've been expecting, that the combination of the queen and knight will just overwhelm the black king. Sidesteps, king H8, queen F7, for some reason, whatever, doesn't win right away, but Rook A3, ooh, look at this. Queen takes B4 on
Man
the
after
board.
your own heart, Yasser.
Yeah, right. You're going to die with a full tummy.
It's literally made in 9 after queen takes B4. I mean, he was busted, but
right?
he takes some B4.
Hey, look, you're going to go down in a blaze of glory. You might as well do it.
That is pretty funny, though.
Okay, mate in 9. If somebody, by the way, in the old days, this was very interesting. In the 19th century, the players would announce mate.
Oh.
Chivalrously, I announce mate in 6, but here it comes. If it was a mate in 7, you lose.
That's so scary.
Right?
So if there's like a weird stop move, even if it's like a checkmate stop move.
So you have to be a person of your word. If you said, and you just said it's mate in 9?
Yeah, mate in 9, and that includes all the queen checks and queen E1, queen G1.
Right.
It includes all of those. It's really not hard, right? You go bishop A8, you have to take that bishop.
Of course.
Guys.
Yeah.
Alireza has 46 seconds for well, he's not going to survive, but if he were to survive for another 11 move.
46 seconds for 11 moves
with
no increment.
I mean, it's not going to last, but
okay.
I
and you go queen H6.
Right, so you're threatening mate.
I threaten mate, very good, very easy.
You got to go rook G8.
And I go rook G3.
Hey, you told me you weren't going to trade rooks. That's not fair. Yes, you did.
We have it on record.
I lied. It happens.
We've got a court stenographer in our studio here. You be very careful. Okay, so how does he survive? How does he stop mate in 2?
Queen E1, queen G1, and then you throw the other rook. I mean, that's it.
That's it? Well, that's too easy.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Even we can do.
I mean, he's playing bishop F8. I mean, it's just straight up mate.
It's just straight up queen H6, threatening mate on G7. Rook will have to go to G8 to cover the G7 square. Then you just want to trade off that rook so that you have mates on G7 and F8, and that's all she wrote. Queen takes C5 check, king, and this is how you managed to survive 9 moves.
Yeah, because queen G7 is completely unavoidable.
And there we have it, rook G3. I'm speechless. What to say? This is an amazing bounce back by Hikaru. I mean, don't
make that guy angry. What happened the first time he lost in this tournament?
Hold on. He lost to Fabi. Then he had he ground down Timur. He
ground down Timur after like 6 hours of chess, found his 9 maneuvers, played great.
It was unbelievable. King F2.
What happened when he lost to Timur?
Yeah, he's beating the number 2 seed in the tournament.
Don't make Hikaru angry. Just don't make him angry.
Don't do that.
What a destruction. To be fair, this was a very good game by Hikaru.
I believe the game's over, actually, officially.
No, I'm not going to say anything against Hikaru's play. It was very good. I loved this opening. He played very strong chess. He did what he had to do. Hikaru has officially won the game, of course.
Wow.
What did Alireza do today?
Oh, poor kid.
Allowing this knight to F5. Guys.
I feel like he just got in a position that he was just so uncomfortable, didn't know what to do with the king, where to put the pieces, double pawns. Let me defend him a little bit.
We get mated like that in Blitz. We get mated like that when we're 2300. We get mated like that back in the day. But we were explaining like how many hours ago that you just don't let the horse get to this square because once it gets there,
you can't get rid of it.
We did. Doesn't matter what the rest of the game is.
Right.
You get mated.
Right.
You get mated.
Bingo. I was explaining on one of our broadcasts that one of the worst things that ever happened to me is that eternal pin. I had a king on g8 and a bishop on f8. My opponent had a rook pinning my bishop and a bishop on h6. So my knight defended the bishop and I couldn't move. This is one of those positions where the knight comes on f5 and you just feel helpless, and this is not supposed to happen to 2800s. This was a bad game by Firouzja, and we tip our hat and congratulate Hikaru. Please, Alejandro.
Oh.
This is another one, you know,
I love how Alejandro is looking. Can we get a clip of Alejandro's reactions? Just
if there are children in our, please take the children out of the room.
What is going on?
Something.
So we left it off here. Somewhere, Fabi's dead.
You're right.
You can choose whatever you want. He chose this move, Queen E2. I thought it was a little bit weird. I mean, if you sit down and calculate, 96 just wins.
Right.
Straight up. +7. It's not that hard even. You take on E6. You take here. I take here. If you take on F2, which is the
probably
difficult
what he
move.
feared.
Yeah. If you ever land on this move, just keep the queen tethered to G8 because that's where I'm going to mate you. This is nothing. None of this is anything.
Right.
You don't have a threat.
Yeah.
And what do? You have to move your rook. Where's your rook go?
You got to cover G8 as well because you don't want to get mated on G8.
That's right. So?
Rook E8, I don't know.
Yeah, rook E8 or whatever, right? And then knight G5. And you look at the fact that you have knight F7 coming, rook F1 coming, and your pieces are not playing yet.
I'm tossing in the white towel.
It's over.
Right.
Well, Queen E2, sure, another way to do this. Can't really criticize it that much. Queen G6, and again, choice of options. Rook D3, Rook G3 was what he chose. Looks pretty solid.
Yep.
Takes Rook DG3. Yeah, that sounds good. Queen E8, and I thought, all right, he's not taking on B5. Who cares about that stupid pawn?
Take on E6.
Take on E6. Hits both rooks. You have to take.
Bing, bing, bing.
Obviously, you can't take because Queen takes H5 is mate.
Right.
You might think, all right, maybe Rook G8. He trades the rooks. Okay, maybe. Queen F3 wins, but you have to find the move and calculate it.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
All right.
But he took back on B5. All right, no problem. Then pick up the pawn. Rook F6. And now white is still winning. He's made his life hard because he's allowed black to kind of cover.
Okay.
But obviously it's winning.
Right.
What I never would have thought of is this following maneuver. Queen F1.
What?
B6. Queen G2.
What?
Queen F8. Queen H3.
What?
What?
That's a very strange sequence to me.
Hey, it's a good day for St. Louisians. Fabi, fanboy Fabi's.
I mean, the position. What? Knight E7?
What?
Knight H7. Look at that move. That's a cool move. You know what?
Even if it was
it's
capturing
worth it just to get Knight H7.
What? What?
What? I mean, obviously you cannot take it, right? Because something hangs.
Right.
And if you take
like
on G3, Knight F6, and you can't take on H3 because it's actually mate.
Right.
Okay, so the tactics are not hard, but it's a funny move. Despite all this, Duda still has a big advantage. But is it like +5, +4? No, it's +2. So the advantage has decreased. Rook F G6 is currently on the board.
The rooks have. I mean, I feel like white's gotta take that. There's
there's Knight F6, right?
Knight F6 doesn't work.
What?
Because I take.
And
this doesn't work. You can't take on G8. I take your queen.
Darn.
So you would have to take back on G3.
Right.
But if you take him back on G3, I just move my queen somewhere. Queen F7. Rook G3 fine, actually. But I would play Queen F7. Actually, Rook G3 is completely fine.
Wow.
If you go Rook F G6, the edges are saying only way to keep an advantage, Rook takes, and now bring back this knight. What did you accomplish?
Very little.
Very little.
And the knight on A5 somehow snuck back into play.
Well, when you go 1, 2, 3, you go Knight H7, knight back. Yeah, at some point that knight is going to return.
You wasted a lot of moves.
You wasted a lot of moves. The position still is very bad for Fabiano Caruana. Still very, very bad. The problems with the pawns are still very strong. The knight coming to F1 and G3 to attack this guy is also very strong. Queen F3 attacking this. It's still really bad. If I had to tell you that this is salvageable, it's not quite there yet.
Right.
It's still winning for white. However,
but it's of the bad form
of Duda.
Of Duda.
I can't believe he didn't finish Fabi off like 30 minutes ago.
Exactly. Knight H7, a visual that, well, empty-handed,
nice,
Dorsa.
Yeah.
Dorsa, we're going to get ready for a break, and we are again in what has become a familiar story of 3 wins, 1 draw. Yeah, back and forth. We've got 2 games still to go, but we have Hikaru standing pretty as he has just won his game. And these are the current standings with 2 games completed.
Well, Nepo is still quite ahead of the rest of the people.
1.5 points thanks to his early draw with Timur. And that's the big game. Hikaru pushes Firouzja back to -2, I want to say. And he enjoys a tie for second at the moment. This will, remember, Hikaru started with a loss against Fabi in round 1. So this has been his best moment of the candidates, that he's actually in a tie for second, still 2 games to play. And there we have it. What a roller coaster it's been for him these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's
that
been
painful 9th round loss.
No
Just
draws
imagine.
in the. What do you think? Is he gonna finally make a draw tomorrow or the next day, or is it just gonna be win and loss?
Look, I picked Hikaru, right? I had expected him to win round 9. He would have had the hat trick of victories. You guys would be praising me.
We are at
And there we go. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament. We're in round 10, where 2 games have been completed. Jan has made a draw in his game today against Timur Radjabov, confirming his lead as Hikaru Nakamura takes down the 2nd seed Ali Reza in a very emphatic and decisive way, bouncing back from his round 9 loss. What a game. Incredible that he accomplished it so nicely. And the 2 remaining games, well, unfortunately for Fabi fans here in St. Louis, I should say, St. Louis fans, we're suffering mightily as that game, Duda's playing the game of the tournament, at least from his tournament, to take down Fabi. That game's still going on. But the crazy game is still going on also between Richard Rapport and Ding Liren, and that's a huge game for our tournament standings. If Ding could win, and it's a 3-result game, he too would join Fabi. It's incredible to say it, but tied for second. Yeah.
That's going to be
because Ding was in the cellar.
A lot of fun. If Magnus doesn't play, now that's what I call a tournament.
Right?
It'll be 3-way tie for second. Now, you know what I would actually like to see?
What?
I would love to see FIDE go, you know, guys, Magnus didn't play, Nepo. Now you're going to have to play all 3 of these guys. Now, everybody, go enjoy.
A quadrangular,
Exactly.
4-player quadrangular to take over the vacated title. Alejandro, we're going to turn it over to you because this game between Richard and Ding Liren is at a full boil.
It's a crazy game, and we have Richard thinking for a very long time in this situation. They made move 40.
Right.
And since then, Richard has been tanking. I think he's on a 16 or 17-minute think at the moment.
Wow.
Deciding on what to do. And the momentum, it looks like it's Black's a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be careful that after a move like King B6 or even A5, just closing things down on this side of the board, that you still have some initiative left. And that's why I would consider the move B takes A6. The problem is Bishop takes A6 starts harassing my queen with tempi, and you know how much you like giving up these kind of tempi, right, Yasser?
No, I don't.
And knight d3 is also going to be an option at some points. A lot to consider here for Richard, and that's why he is completely stuck. The engine says zeros. Of course, nobody cares about that evaluation. It's still complex. It's deciding between logical moves. Rook d1 is one, b takes a6 is another. You can throw in this check on f7 immediately.
But I'm looking at queen c4, king b6, bishop d8, and I'm loving that opportunity.
Absolutely.
You're not going to fall for it.
This just wins, right?
Right.
Check, you move the king off of the bishop. If you take with the queen, queen takes, and at the very least, queen b4.
Exactly.
Surely there's something even better.
Right.
The problem is that after queen c4, Black has this move, knight d3. Only move, but sufficient. You hit this guy.
Okay.
And in some cases, you start hinting that this is a check. Now, you still have king h2,
right,
but queen d1 is sometimes mate. You got to be careful. For the moment, a move like rook c3.
Sorry, yeah.
Attacks the knight immediately, but I have pawn takes b5. Where do you put the queen? You could take on d3. And this seems, at first glance, to be
advantage white.
Advantage white. Problem is that your bishop is stuck.
Your king is stuck.
And your king is super stuck. You don't get it back. This king, it doesn't do that. It can't cross the g file, and this bishop is very far away from challenging this one. By the time you get this bishop back, I've pushed my pawn to b2.
That's not good.
That's not good, so it's advantage Black. And they think this is why he's stuck at the moment. Because knight d3, rook c3, pawn takes b5. If you don't take on d3 and you take here instead, I've distracted your queen for a second. And now I can consider going check. Take this pawn.
That protects and attacks.
Protects this, attacks this. There's some checks to consider. They don't really lead anywhere. And you're starting to lose the grasp of the position. This is something that we wanted to do. It was very hard for us to coordinate this well.
Exactly.
And suddenly you are accomplishing it as Black. So Richard here has to have quite a long thing. There is a kind of funny draw according to the engine here. The move bishop e7.
Whoa.
Distract this queen from the knight. Now, knight f2 check doesn't change much because it loses control over the bishop, right?
Right.
And after queen takes on e7, queen takes on d3, we still have this kind of crazy position where the king is very vulnerable. I did exchange my bishop for the knight. It doesn't look logical, but because there is no knight hopping around, this king does feel more unsafe. You're a little concerned that this queen is going to land with checkmate on h5,
Sure.
But it's going to take a long time for that king to find shelter, especially a position in which it finds shelter and protects the bishop, right?
But in those positions, Alejandro, where I have two bishops for a rook,
yes,
I always was taught that the two bishops are so much superior than the two knights or a bishop and knight combination. I would have thought from a material perspective, this would almost be game over.
It would be if the king was anywhere safe.
Right.
If the king was tucked in somewhere, I'm sure that this is just a huge decisive advantage for black.
Right.
The bishops should overwhelm the rook.
Exactly.
The thing is, they don't protect very well. Not against attacks on the file. Eventually, one of your bishops will be pinned to the king.
Okay.
And then you just can't make too much progress.
I
Easy
see.
for us to say. Of course, everybody takes black in this position.
Sure.
Another game.
Yep.
This one is rushing towards a result.
A piece up for white.
A piece up for white, and let's see how we got there, because we left it off after knight g5. He did take on g6, returned the knight after this venture on h7, and rook f6 was played. Fabi was down to 1 minute at this point, Duda with 5, and I felt the momentum of Duda was disappearing.
Right.
That he had made a couple of bad moves, and that things were finally looking hopeful for Fabi.
Right.
Not to be. Cool-headed and collected, this f4 move crushed Fabiano's dreams.
Damn.
It's an awesome move. If you take on e6, on f4 I take on e6, and that's a discovery against the queen, a discovery against the rook. That costs an exchange.
Right.
If you take on f4, this is the pretty point. Queen f3 apparently wins, but I was looking at e5, takes a knight here. Actually, the engine thinks queen f3 is even stronger, but knight f3 does win a piece. Good enough to win.
B7's hanging too. It's
That's right. B7 is hanging too.
Right.
The engines are not even looking that way. They're all about queen h5 mate. So, kind of begrudgingly, Fabi brought this knight in. If you play queen f3 at this point, I still have queen e8 to defend.
Okay.
But what happened in the game after pawn takes, bishop takes knight gf3?
Oh, that's nasty.
That's a nasty double attack. You're hitting the queen on g8. You're hitting the bishop on e5. It's not hard. Now it's a material advantage. Knight takes e4 on the board. Fabi's still trying for those tricks. Knight f2 is, of course, a threat. Queen a1 needs to be considered. But there's only one logical move here for white.
But it's really good.
But it's really good. It's knight hf3, so that you give h2 to the king. It's a very easy move to play. And once that happens, well, you are up a piece, and that's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, that's an extra piece,
Amazing.
Dorsa. I mean,
Amazing.
This game had a lot of adventures, but it sure does feel like now whatever slips Duda made with that queen g1 to g2 to h3, or however he made that maneuver, he lost a lot of time. He's righted the ship. He's back in the driver's seat.
It's reminiscent of that game of Hikaru, when Hikaru beat Fabi.
Oh, yeah.
That he got this winning position, and he kind of let it go. Allowed this h5, h4, h3, g2 for no reason.
Yeah, that was
crazy. And then he was like almost there.
Yeah.
And again, he had to find this like bishop f2, knight on e1 to protect.
Right.
And he found it.
Yeah.
Same thing with Duda. It was like he was on the verge of losing his advantage.
Right.
And he was like, no, wait a second. Let me keep it. Let me find some good moves. And he's done it. I think he's done the hard part. I think the rest is really not very interesting. Duda in for his first victory of the tournament, which blows the tournament wide open for second place.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. But the one thing I definitely wanted to mention was the other game.
Which one?
I was just looking and I was thinking yes, exactly, Dinger game. I'm just looking at that bishop on c8 and it got me thinking. It's been 40 moves. Has that guy moved?
You know, I don't think it has.
I
I
don't
think
think
the
it
rook
did
went
either.
from a8 to b8
Yeah.
to b7 to c7.
So
everything's moved around the bishop. The bishop has been glued to the board, and that's 40 moves ago.
And I think it's also kind of interesting. I always talk about how it's important to have purposeful development. Don't just get your pieces out and put them somewhere because you're supposed to get them out.
Right.
So this is a very nice example of what I can tell my students about, how bishop is already kind of developed on its original spot, as long as it's open and as long as it's,
right.
doing something. It doesn't need to get out. Because I have, like people play e4, e5, knight f3, knight somewhere, bishop e2. I'm like, wait a second, why did you put your bishop on e2? What's that guy doing there?
Right.
So this is a very, very great example for me and my YouTube people to make sure you don't just move a piece because you think you have to. It has to be purposeful. If your bishop is serving a purpose where it is, just let that poor guy be, man.
Yeah, right. So long as he's playing a role. And I know that very well from my Rui Lopez days. So I'm on the white side of a Rui Lopez, and I've got my bishop on b3 and my bishop on c2. Got this bishop on c1.
Mm-hmm.
So I got these two bishops kind of angling towards the king side, and I play a4, and the rook on a1 gets into the game, and I never move my bishop on c1.
Right?
Because everything is working efficiently, and the bishop on c1 is playing a role. In this case, the bishop on c8 has always been a part of the game. It just never developed itself.
It's just never made that little dance yet.
And if we do see it takes, then suddenly it makes a wonderful introduction into the play, because the knight will come to d3 where it will be protected and will defend c5.
I have to say, I think this game...
Excuse me.
No, please. I think this game for me is like the most exciting game of the round.
Right.
Obviously, we have so many other decisive games, knockout winning, Fabi potentially losing, but this is just such a beautiful game. And it was a few moves ago when Queen c4 was actually just played in the game. Was it? Yes.
And this was the
players are listening to you.
Well, in this case, they were listening to Alejandro, because he is saying, like...
Knight d3 also played.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So this is the current position, and we're kind of like skipped ahead, that the knight on d3 defends the bishop on c5, but for the moment, it includes that after rook c3, Alejandro was giving this line, and I thought it was a really very insightful line, that after a takes b5, you don't want to take on b5 and the bishop is suddenly nicely supporting the knight nicely supports the bishop. It's the ankle bone connected to the leg bone and that kind of thing. But after rook c3, ab, queen takes d3, it's very easy to be seduced and say, hey, this is great for me. I'm going to exchange up.
Well,
until you kind of look a little bit deeper into the position and say, wait a minute.
It has a red carpet.
Yes.
It has a path to coronation.
Right. You could go
running
bishop.
out of smart euphemisms for that pawn, sorry.
No, it's a good. You could go bishop to e6. You could put your pawn on the b4 square. In the meanwhile, notice that your king is really... Oops, it's kind of stuck in the corner, and this bishop is going to go, to the f6 square, but it's definitely advantage black, even though you're full exchange down for a pawn in that position. So this game...
Ooh, rook c3 was also played. We might actually get that very, very interesting endgame. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, the one thing that the desirable in this case, bishop to d4, does have a problem. I'm going to give up my rook like ASAP, right?
Nice.
As soon as possible, so that I can get my king. Now, am I still losing this? In other words, can black get his... if black engineers the win of our bishop, right? We better make sure
our king is close.
Yes, close. How do we do this? Let's take a look. So king. I think we're in time. By the time, by the time the black king arrives, we are arriving as well. So like if you go here, I think we can just skedaddle up the board.
How do you feel about bishop g7 to push that pawn to h5, then go king g5?
Love it.
Thank you.
Love it. I mean, bishop to g7, encourage h5, and then it makes it easier for us to enter. Okay, Alejandro, jump right in on this one. The ending better for black or just even? Zeros?
It's definitely better for black.
Okay.
But you don't have to be as helpful in this position. It does say king b6 is winning. And
king b6 is winning?
Yeah,
Wow.
partially you're going this way.
Oh, yes.
You're going this way.
Okay, and if we bring our king around, it's too slow?
Way too slow. I get to c2, right?
Yes. That king getting to c2.
Once I get to
it's-
c2, it's over.
Because when we get to put our pawn on e6, we're...
Put your pawn on e6, I have a bishop. How are you getting there?
No, okay, so we go king f2, king
Okay.
b3, king e3, king c2. And king, yeah, right?
I should push my pawn first, just because bishop c5 exists.
Okay,
Just
good for you.
Little detail.
Right?
But it's the same thing, right?
Right.
Well, could I go king d2 in that case?
No, again, you don't defend passively if it's with just the king here, right?
Oh, fair.
Like, for example, if you play king d2 in this position, I think, yeah, king a2 should be winning. You should be running out of ideas. Because I'll pick up g2, right?
Right.
True.
So I'll pick up g2. The way that you win this is like this. Here, 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 you take this guy.
Well, e6?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You get the pawn to e7.
Okay.
And then I put this pawn here. I push this guy here. I create a pawn.
Right.
And then one of the two promotes.
Exactly.
Easy win. So you can't defend passively in this position.
Okay.
You have to go, kind of have to go for it. So b4, you were looking at king f4, right?
Right.
But it's not even close.
Yeah, there's no race to speak of.
There's no
right?
race to speak of, right? b2, I already took your bishop.
Yeah.
And you're going to waste another tempo, because when you get to e7, I don't take on e6, right?
Right, you're supposed to be nice.
I'm not that nice.
Right?
I mean,
that's where I thought it was a race, because I thought you were going to take on e6.
But it's not close. You go king d4 and e7, you just defend against it.
Yeah,
you're like
another
way
two.
too slow here.
So king g6?
Yeah, you're not on time. So you take, right?
I was thinking king h.
You're going to leave that alive. It's the correct pawn,
Oh, that's
right?
a correct pawn.
It's the correct
no.
pawn.
I have to take it. You're right.
You
I
have to take the
it.
pawn. And
Right?
then I'm going to defend
Yeah?
on time. Take on g3 on time. Now, I did this without any subtleties, right?
Right.
I could have thrown in h5 as black. I could have maybe
Made it a little bit...
a little bit more accurate.
Squeeze
But the
tempo.
straightforward, inaccurate way works for black.
Okay.
So you don't really need to think about it. It doesn't hold up for the black for
The
for
white.
Richie.
So no early exchange sacrifices.
No, but if you don't do that, I'm not actually sure what you do. This is on the board, guys.
Oh,
Okay.
it was
Liren
played.
didn't think about it.
He went right for
He
it.
went right for it. He was like, yeah, of course. I mean, worst case scenario, it's a draw.
Right?
Best case scenario and probable scenario, I'm winning. So now Rich is deciding between taking the piece or taking on b5. Very different games, but unless you're very sure that you can get in bishop f6 and takes, you might not want to go into this at all.
I can't help but I was boldly stating the obvious. This is like a phoenix rising. I mean, because Ding Liren was so out of this tournament. I was just asking MVL, what did you think of Ding
We were
Liren's
asking
horrible results?
Jeffrey Zhang what was going on. He was like, he's alone, probably doesn't have anybody, so it's expected. But then, boom, he's back.
Right? Well, amazing what back-to-back victories
Yeah.
can do for a person's outlook.
Right? Yeah.
Wow. And
Very
Richie,
exciting.
what
Maybe
did
not
Richie
the-
do in round 9? Did he lose?
He was
Come on,
playing
guys.
Firouzja,
You got
right?
this.
Yeah.
You got this.
Yes, exactly.
You're crushed.
Poor guy, not having a good
Well,
day.
tell us what you really think. So we ask Alejandro, we go, Alejandro, so what's going on here? He goes, I don't know. And then we say, well, what did Richie do yesterday before the free day?
Queen
He got
d3 is
crushed
played.
on the
Ooh,
board.
I'm liking
Yeah, yeah.
this.
I think-
Whoa.
I think we're going right into it. Queen takes, rook takes.
Right?
Yeah, we're going to define this very soon. Five hasn't resigned? No, not yet. Bishop d4 is important, and I think it's very logical, but it's not the only move.
Okay.
The issue is that you want to prevent the sacrifices of the bishop
Okay.
by doing it as soon as possible. Like, for example, if I threw in bishop e6,
Yeah.
and now you do this, I still have to defend the pawn.
Right.
Right? Bishop d6, come on. What is this? You let the king out.
Uh-huh.
So you want to do it this way. But since you lost that tempo, now these races are fine. The king gets to where it needs to be.
Wow. It's
That's why you should start with the move bishop d4. Instantly played.
by Ding Liren.
Of course.
Boss move.
And now the
Wow.
trick is understanding that bishop f6, it's king b6. Maybe king c6 also works, but I don't know whoever plays that move. When king b6 gives you access to a5, which you wouldn't have after king c6, right?
Now that you're showing me king b6, can I play bishop e7 and bishop b4?
You could, but it just doesn't hold on long term.
Don't play bishop f6. Just go bishop e7 right away.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. If you don't threaten
That guy.
I can improve my position.
Slowly but surely.
Bishop b7, look, it wants to go king b6 anyway. That's a good way to start the endgame, right? Put the king there. But the thing is, after bishop b7, at some point, how do you defend that?
Not easily.
It's not easy. And again, you're playing down a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, your rook is worth more than my bishop, but it's an endgame where I have a king and your king doesn't exist. It's just hidden in the corner, tucked away from everybody. So you're essentially playing down material.
Point very well made, Alejandro. No question about it. That king on h1 doesn't, and bishop takes e4, king c6, and you're just going to escort your pawns up the board.
Yep.
Yeah,
Wow.
This is definitely a very beautiful endgame that's we're gonna go through. That pawn on b5 is just such a. I think I called it a baby monster a while ago, or was that another pawn? There's so many
Maybe
pawns
it
that are
might be
about
another.
to.
But this is a
Maybe,
nice
yeah.
point that the bishop, after bishop f6, setting up the capture so that you can release your king and bring your king into the game, is met by this
Still
very
doesn't work.
nice idea of king b8 and king a5 getting to the c2 square to promote the pawn. Wow. Heady stuff. And Fabi, he is a piece down. We left it at these parts. Knight takes e4, knight f3. Clear, easy move to find. Queen c1. Still kicking is Fabi.
I'm glad to see that knight finally made its way from a5, but
All the way to e4, and it's in the game. But okay, now we still have to win the game. I mean, it looks beautiful and all of that good stuff. But what's the right way of winning this? We're a piece up here. Come on, Dorsa, give me an idea. Give me
as
a
white,
plan.
I mean.
Yes.
The h5 pawn is still very delicious, so I would very much like to do stuff to that pawn.
I can believe
I'm
you.
trying to see how.
Okay. Well, for the moment, I've got a problem, right? Black wants to go check.
Does something like rook
Drop
g5.
me back and rook g5.
I just said I want the pawn. I'm still trying to see if my wish can come true.
Well, okay, I understand. If I take the rook, then hg and h5. Now, can I bother the king? No.
I would like that.
Probably.
I'm bye queen.
Oh, excuse me. I have to
Adjustments.
adjustments.
You're kind of running out of check though.
But the problem is what you said. Very delicious. Very
We just
delicious.
had lunch. This would be my dessert.
Oh, that's a good dessert. Rook takes h5 and this is just, I guess, lights out because the two knights are doing a great job
and that
defending
pawn
all
on
the
g5.
It's very good.
And you can't even move the rook.
Yeah, so rook g5, Dorsa's rook g5 looks like a clean win, Alejandro. You like
Is there
that move?
anything in there?
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider it, but maybe that's why these guys are stronger than I am. I would just look at the position and be like, I'm up a piece and you have one check, so I'll play this knight here.
Okay, that's fair.
Then I'll put the
take
other
that.
one there.
Yeah, that's pretty darn good too.
Lazy grandmaster.
Lazy.
Lazy grand. What is this
Nice.
calculating nonsense? You put one knight there, the other one knight on e5, and that way I'm actually covering.
all the squares.
All the squares that I need to, and I assume once the queen gets active, I'm mating you.
Right.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, it's true. That looks like a pretty. Yeah, I mean, you look for the simple, and that looks pretty simple. Knight to e3, just stopping queen f4 check, and you're set up after, for example, queen takes c3. The other knight drops in, and then white is ready to move across. And whenever white starts creating threats, it's goodbye.
No, this is just a very, very beautiful position. Like, Duda
white.
has just been better pretty much the whole game, so it's just really hard to imagine. Well,
that was why I was saying it's so infuriating, because Duda, through 9 rounds of play, hasn't won a single game, lost a couple.
Come up against St. Louis?
And he comes up against St. Louis, and he gives the effort of his tournament to knock Fabi out. I put it like that. Or rather, allow 2 players potentially, ding Liren. Already, Hikaru, by the way, has won. He's caught Fabi as we're speaking. Fabi's trying to make a draw, rescue a draw, so that he would be in sole second. But the reality is, the cold reality, we think that Fabi's going to be caught by not 1 but 2 players.
Yeah, Ding is also having such a wonderful position, such a wonderful game. Even though there has been 2 games are already over, and this is pretty much over as well. The Fabi game, most likely he is going to lose. I still feel so much more. I don't know. I think this game, the Rapport Ding game, is my favorite for the day. I keep going back and forth, but this is just such a wonderful. The whole thing
This is the crucial moment, as Alejandro has been explaining. It's actually, maybe precision isn't required, but king b6 is the right way to go. And after rook takes, pawn takes, bishop takes d4, it's actually this move king a5, and it's a race, but it's a race. White's king wants to get into the game, but once this king goes here, b4, and king c2, black wins.
Now, question.
Yes, Dorsa.
How many more moves do you think the players can go on without touching that bishop on c8?
There's a wonderful, wonderful site, Tim Kribbe, a novelist from Holland. He has this site where he has all of these examples of, crazy, the most sparkling chess moves, the most spectacular chess moves, like bishop h3 by Shirov and knight g2 by Karpov against Garry Kasparov, and chess curiosities, right? And what is the longest move? A player castles, right? You castle on move 10. You're not a hero. What happens if you castle on move 30?
Ooh.
Or 40? So what is the longest time that a player has made castles? And on Tim Kribbe's site, you're likely to get that question answered. What game where the bishop on c8 never moved? It hasn't moved up till now. When did it take black move 50 to move a bishop? Alejandro, in your experience, because I don't have this kind of experience.
I found the website. Let's see.
When did you develop the last piece at the last moment?
I know of this website because somebody linked it to me because one of my games was on it.
Nice.
Want to be the best losses ever? Or what?
I have the second. It is the second most amount of moves before a castle is executed by one of the sides.
Oh, that's nice.
I played 42 long castle.
As white or black?
As white.
Okay.
42 long castle. So it was move 42. And the second in tournament play. second longest before a castle. So I'm on the website somewhere.
Hey, you're in the top 10, baby.
Yeah, I think it's the longest in a Grandmaster versus Grandmaster game.
Wow. Okay. But do you remember, as we're seeing Ding Liren leaving his bishop on c8 through almost the second time control? That's pretty extraordinary.
It is actually fascinating. Leaving a piece there for the longest without getting captured or moved.
Right. And it may happen that after king b6, and there's this race where white tries to move his pawn, the only time you ever move your bishop is maybe to d7.
That is kind of crazy, actually, when you think about it.
Well, I don't think it ever moved. I actually
never
went
moved.
back. But yeah, I'm having a hard time finding if this fact.
This is
on
Chess
his-
Curiosity. You're
Yes.
at Tim Krabbe's site.
Yeah,
and
but I don't know if I couldn't find the bishop fact if there has been like a longest.
right, where the...
But I'm looking.
yeah,
If
yeah,
anybody
yeah.
anybody out there does find it, please let us know.
So if you go to the site, you poke around, it is going to take you weeks to find all the cool stuff. You know, what's the best under promotions?
Ooh.
Like under promoting to a knight. We can all understand why you would under promote to a knight. That's really easy because a king and a queen gets for piece of cake.
Or stalemate.
Or avoiding a stalemate. How about under promoting to a bishop? Ooh, under what circumstances would you under
Similar.
promote to a bishop, right? To avoid stalemates and stuff
Or-
like that. And Tim has just done a fabulous job at finding those answers. Sorry.
Or if you have fancy chess syndrome.
Fancy chess syndrome, like, you know, who's the
vocabulary.
worst afflicted?
Yeah, you make a bishop, it's checkmate. Or you make a rook instead of a queen, still checkmate.
So we have fancy play syndrome.
Fancy play, yes, sorry. I said
And
fancy
if
chess.
you're a couch potato like me, what's the explanation for it?
But the internet will know this. The internet will know this. I'm going to throw the question out and the internet
Social
will know.
media, yeah.
There was a game not that long ago where one of the sites did that. They promoted into a bishop when they could have promoted to anything just to be funny.
Right.
And they assumed that the automatic recapture was coming. But then the guy, the opponent, realized that that bishop was superfluous because the original side that promoted into a bishop already had a bishop of that color.
Right.
And because you had two bishops of the same color, even though you had an extra piece,
Oh,
it didn't do
no.
anything. Yeah, they were just bumping into each other. It was a Fier game. I think that Fier was on the defending side.
The Grandmaster from Brazil.
Alexander Fier that I've known forever. Shout out to him.
Exactly.
But
I remember a Canadian championship. So a Canadian championship, the two players were in time trouble, bang, 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 bang. And that guy's trying to promote to a queen. But the opponent has cleverly taken the queen and hidden it, right? So the guy's in a
Nice.
panic. So what he does is he takes a rook and flips it over and says, queen, bang, hits the clock. They play, but the arbiter says, no, it's a rook. You put a rook on the board, you didn't put a queen on the board.
But
yeah,
that-
right?
you know, that's actually
This-
a very sneaky, very unethical thing to
That's what I
do,
thought.
like-
I mean,
like-
I was horrified, shocked
And-
this behavior.
No, I remember this was years ago. I was playing in this tournament, and for some reason, I was always told that if your opponent can promote and they like grab the queen off the board, even though they haven't pushed the pawn yet, it means they have to do it. So
Touch move.
Like
yeah,
touch move.
but it wasn't touch move. Like she touched the queen outside of the board, preparing to promote, but she never touched the pawn on the board.
Right.
But the pawn could be promoted, and it was her move. Now, I'm in a lost position. If she does promote, I have a tactic. And she's about to promote, and she sees it, and she stops it. I'm like,
Rats.
you know what? I'm going to ask the arbiter, because I truly don't know. I was always told back in Iran that if you touch the piece outside of the board, you
That
got to
you're
put
gonna
it in.
promote.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I stopped the clock, and I asked the arbiter, I'm like, look, I don't know if this is a rule. I know that this is something I was told all my life.
Right.
Now, she has touched it. She's literally holding the queen. And she can promote, and it's her move, and she didn't promote. So where do we stand? And the arbiter is like, okay, give me 5 minutes. He goes and he looks into the rules and comes back and is like, from everything I understand, as long as she didn't touch the pawn on the board, she doesn't have to move it. I'm like, okay, it was worth a shot. And I lost the game, but it
5
was
minutes,
just
man. You're better arbiters.
I mean,
So you're saying that the arbiter made the right decision?
You made the right decision. Should have made it immediately.
Okay.
I mean, it is pretty clear that touching a piece on the board
yes.
Is a required move.
is the only kind of touch move that matters.
But it was a weird situation because like she could promote legally, and it was I thought it was worth a shot because I was always told that, and I lost few like non-rated games, but I was like playing for money like that. So I always thought that was the rule. So I asked, and
so
that didn't
exactly
work.
what you described, and I remember it very, very well. It was an interzonal in Riga in 1979 in the Soviet Union, and Grandmaster Bent Larsen, he's playing against Ruben Rodriguez of the Philippines, and Ruben's played the game of his life. He's just unbelievable. He's playing terrifically well. He's got a winning position, and he can promote a pawn to a queen, which is losing. All he has to do is make this one move over here to prevent Bent from promoting his pawn, and Bent's lost. And Bent's sitting there like the Sphinx on the board, completely oblivious to everything and, you know, waiting for Ruben to play. So Ruben reaches across the board, takes the queen, and he twists it around, like looking, lurking. And Bent, completely impassive. So I asked Bent, well, at dinner that night, I said, Bent, what exactly in that moment, what were you thinking? And he said, I was thinking about touch move. I wanted to go to the arbiter and say, arbiter, my opponent's been fondling the queen. Please make him put it on the board. But he was afraid if he went to the arbiter, Ruben would see the trick. Ruben didn't, made the move, Bent went on to win the game.
yeah. Well, my opponent also didn't make the move. She saw it at the last minute. She stopped it. But I wasn't complaining. I was like, this is something I'm confused about. So can you help us out so I don't have to feel weird about it later? And the arbiter was very nice and just took a few minutes, checked it, and was like, no, she doesn't have to move it. All good.
I had my own touch move.
Guys, that's great, but come on, we have moves.
Okay, king b6.
I gotta stop you. This is the position of the board in Ding Liren's game. They're going right into the variations we calculated. King b6 was played and accurately calculated by him. Rook takes, pawn, whoops. Pawn takes, bishop takes, king a5, king g1. We mentioned that you might want to push the pawn first at some point because of some bishop c5 ideas. He did it immediately. Right. It also works. King b4 was good as well. King f2, king a4. The engines are saying +9. That means that
it's +9.
It's a queen. Somehow they see a queen coming on the board, and if that's what they see, that's what it is.
Cool.
Ding Liren is about to cruise to a victory over Richard Rapport with the black pieces and tie for second.
Wow.
Who would have thunked it? That's amazing.
Well, I guess Alejandro did think it. He did pick Ding.
Sorry, what? Say it again?
Hey, wait a minute now. Just a second. Who was the other guy in the discussion?
There was Hikaru, a certain Hikaru, and he is tied for second. Guys, what a tournament we have in our hands. I wish there was any reason that second was important.
Right.
Wait, there is.
There might be. It might be.
No, forget about the money. Magnus is making the tournament interesting. Had Magnus not said anything before the tournament started, this would already be the most boring candidates ever. Because Nepo is so far away, so far away.
1.5 points clear of the field.
Clear of the field. But if we actually need to determine who second place is, and we think that second has a shout to be world champion, that's a big deal.
That's a very big deal. And actually, it's somehow kind of even ironically, brutally funny from the perspective that in this winner-take-all tournament, the FIDE changed the rules. And they said, in case there's a tie for first, no longer are we going to use a mathematical tiebreak. We want you to play on the board.
Logical.
We want you to play a playoff. So can you imagine that they didn't make that rule for the second place?
But they didn't.
It's
not there.
And we're going to do mathematical formula after all.
It doesn't. There is no such thing. You just tie for second.
Right.
You only play off for first. If you play off for first, then okay, we have the determined. There is no regulation. because everything is extra official, right? Magnus hasn't actually sent a letter to FIDE, hey, dudes, I'm not playing.
Right.
How about you revise the candidates? And then somebody needs to sit down and be like, okay, if they tie for second, we play off.
Right.
None of that happened.
No.
This is just some interviews on Twitter, and nothing has changed in the regulations except the fact that we have playoff for first. For second, they're tied for second.
Right.
I still think it'll be fun to have like a three-way tie for the second. Magnus doesn't play. Bring them all together.
Dorsa, what are you doing to us?
Throw them all in a wrestling board.
Yeah, wow. I can imagine a modern quadrangular to determine the world champion.
Better than chess boxing.
I don't know. There's something to be said about this. Now, hold on. Our friend George, who's into chess boxing, he'd like to have a discussion. What's happening in Fabi's game, Alejandro? I mean, I think we know what's happening, but just give us the really, really bad news.
The lazy Grandmaster.
Lazy Grandmaster.
Knight d3, Rook's f4. He's gone Rook a2, which is not the lazy Grandmaster.
That's
not lazy at all. Knight fe5 finished the game. I don't know why he didn't do it, but I guess Duda likes playing chess like this. If you take, there's check.
Okay.
King, obviously to g7. If you go to h7,
that's a discovery.
I pick up your queen, right?
Right.
Check. Queen takes queen on the next one.
Gotcha there.
So instead of king h7, you go king g7, and I assume this is mate. Let me check it out. Here.
Whoa. Rook g6. Oh, you take on g6. No. Oh, no.
Family fork. Wait, just no, I guess a normal fork.
Yeah, just a royal fork.
That's it?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so you were showing as mate. Queen g2, king f7, and you were about to show as mate.
Yeah, because this is actually mate, right? Here, and I think if I pick up the queen, it's good enough. I think this is even more precise, queen c6, but I think you stop calculation at rook d8. Picks up the queen. So the knight is taboo after the move rook a2.
Okay.
Can't take on d3, which means that I can play knight fe5 or anything else later. I can play queen g2, I can play rook a8. White's up a piece. There's no surprise that the tactics work in the favor of the side that has more material.
Deep thoughts. Yeah, you're up a piece and you win tactically.
Well.
Nice. But I have to say that the move rook a2 does look a little too fancy.
It's a bit fancy. I mean,
right.
I think in any blitz game, Duda would have played knight fe5 and just called it a day as far as calculations go.
But okay, rook a2, idea queen g2, idea rook a8, sign score sheets, very, very well done. And Ding Liren, what you were saying, -9.
Well, it's -60 now. It's
-60?
Yeah.
2 queens come?
How do you get so high?
5 queens coming up?
-60 it's an evaluation that's in placeholder. When you understand how engines work, it's kind of this placeholder of it knows mate is forced, but it can't see that far.
Okay.
That it just assumes that at that point, because of the material, because of the position, mate will be found. But since it cannot see so far away that it's actually checkmate, it just makes a placeholder of a given number. And +60 is one of those that it finds a position that is so completely winning. It hasn't made it into a table base just yet.
Right.
But it figures that it must somehow make it there. And it's just calling the game.
Got it. And it's calling the game with this evaluation of +60. Do I hear...
I know I've said this so many times, but I really want the game between Ding and Rapport to finish as is, so the bishop hasn't moved yet. At this point, it's more of a personal feeling for me. I just want that bishop on c8 to stay where it is.
Yeah, that's funny. It might actually go straight into Tim's website.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll send him an email and say, hey, Tim, I'm just giving you a heads up.
It's going to be a win.
It's been 50 moves. The bishop has not
A Grandmaster versus Grandmaster game.
Candidates, no less.
Candidates, no less, in which you win without moving any of your pieces past a certain number of moves, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm assuming there's a lot of attacks where you win in 23 moves and Rook on A1 never participated, you just kill the guy.
Clear.
But an endgame?
Right?
Man, that's unusual.
That's a curiosity.
And not only that, but if he ever did move the bishop, the game was drawn. He needed the tempi to bring the king in, right?
Right. Well, you mentioned the bishop e6. going into this ending, and that would have been a lost tempo, and given White the time to save the game. Wow. Again, 3 wins. I mean, there was a period there. Didn't we go through a period? Help me out here.
We went through 11 draws in a row. It was
11 out of 12.
11 out of 12, which the first game was decisive in a round, and then we had 11 in a row.
Draws.
Draws.
And now the players are winning like it's easy.
You remember when YouTube was asking, well, what's going to happen to break these draws? And we just said, wait for the second half. Just wait for the second half of the candidates. Things either fall apart or they start clicking, and both have been happening to players in the last few rounds. So many decisive games, so many weird decisions, so much risk out there, and some of it just blows back on the players' faces. Look at Fabi's rah, 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 rah. Duda said, well, thank you for the weaknesses. I'm going to take advantage of them.
Yeah, go ahead, play G5, H5, expose your king, and as soon as I get initiative on the king side, an exemplary game. Sorry.
Question for you.
Me?
Since you played in candidates,
Alejandro's the national champion coach. Get out of here. What? Yes.
Oh, if you could change something about it.
What?
About the rules or
Of
about
course.
the format. What would you do?
I despise the FIDE cycle. I think it's all wrong, and I think Magnus is right. I think that the FIDE cycle as it exists has gone back traditionally 160 years and longer, whatever. Go back to 1886 in St. Louis in the first World Championship match. But the idea is that in so many sports, you win the championship, congratulations. But then you start the new season at the same level as your rivals. And whoever wins the championship is the new champion and so on. And Magnus is sitting there saying, hey, you guys are creating this cycle for me to find a challenger. One of the tournaments that you use is the 128-player knockout tournament. This is a wonderful tournament. I think this is it's $1 million tournament, $1.5 million tournament. I want to play. I want to play in that tournament, says Magnus. You go, well, wait a minute, Magnus. This is a tournament that helps determine your challenger. You could affect the outcome. He says, yeah, but the organizers are doing a great job. I want to play. So he's saying you've got to make a more modern championship where I'm not just waiting for a challenger, I'm participating like an MVL, like a Firouzja, like a Liren. Each year we start at square one, everybody's fair, and I'm not just waiting for a challenger to emerge. That's his point of view, and that's fantastic. You couldn't have that in the past. A player like Garry Kasparov said, look, I worked really hard to become world champion. I'm not going to give up my rights. You know, I've inherited these, being seated in the finals, and I want to be seated in the finals. Here we have a world champion who's saying, get rid of that. Let's play a modern system. And I'm grateful for Magnus taking that approach, but the FIDE has been very, very reluctant to accept Magnus's proposal to talk about a proper system. And when they do, I think whatever comes out of it is going to be wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's very nice.
sure.
Thank you for sharing.
And I think also in the ladies, there's also a problem with the whole ladies world championship. The ladies are saying, wait a minute, you know, what's happening in the men's game, in the open game, is Magnus is doing it like this, and you're doing it in a different way for the ladies, and Hu Yifan, arguably the strongest female since Judith Polgar, is saying, I don't like the system in the ladies either. You know, you've got to improve that system. So, you know, the FIDE's got its work cut out for it. It's not, the players aren't happy with the FIDE.
Well,
jump in on this conversation, Alejandro. Did I represent the views of Magnus properly? Did I represent the views of Hu Yifan properly?
Yeah, you got all that right.
Nice.
Good.
Maurice
Good, thanks.
just
Well,
sent
what's
me
going on?
something so disgusting, I had to show it. So we're on our conversation about under promotion and yada, yada, yada.
Right.
And he sends me this link. He doesn't send me anything else, just sends me a link.
Okay.
Who?
To Maurice Ashley, our great friend Maurice Ashley.
lovely.
Of course he's watching the show,
Okay.
even though he's over there in Madrid. We got to this position. Apparently there's some Reykjavik championship. I didn't get to actually analyze from where, who. I got to pull out my phone again to do it.
Right.
But I just was mesmerized by the position.
Right.
Apparently here, white missed a win.
Okay.
A really cool win.
Queen f7.
So if you go queen f7, obviously you have to take.
Right.
Pawn takes.
Right.
And if you play king f8, it's pretty...
Knight g6 mate.
It was not made, but it's winning.
Okay.
But that was my first instinct. Like, why are you sending me this stupid puzzle?
Right.
I mean, king f8, knight g6 is so obvious.
Right.
But then I was like, okay, is there any point on king h7?
Right.
Because if you promote to a queen,
stalemate
with queen h1.
Right.
You can't move. But if you don't promote to a queen,
promote to
help me out here,
bishop?
chess base. I'll just use my arrows.
Okay.
So instead, you promote to a bishop.
Oh, nasty, nasty.
Oof.
You can't prevent bishop g6 and mate. And since it's not a queen covering the 8th rank,
Right.
queen h1 doesn't work. How cool is that?
Beautiful,
Promote to
beautiful
under promote
puzzle.
to a bishop. There you go. That's what I'm saying.
A chance of a lifetime. It's the only correct move.
Whose
Right.
game was this again?
It's
I mean, I have to
an
pull out my phone
Icelandic
and see.
game
Oh, fair.
between. Nice.
Wonderful. Well,
Thank you,
Thank you
Maurice.
so much for sharing.
Why isn't he at the beach enjoying
Right.
life?
What is he watching?
What's he doing watching our games?
The game actually ended in a draw.
What?
Because White missed it. That is so unfortunate.
Oh.
Hjartarson against Anderson, 2022.
Johan
wow,
Hjartarson.
What a... Oh man, if I miss this, that'd be so sad. And then it's on a show too.
Oof.
Terrible.
Right.
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that.
You bring out the worst in the chess players, Alejandro. You're
Ay,
gifted,
ay, ay.
man. You're
Thank you,
gifted. We do have the game of Ding Liren. I am not joking, but we looked at this very line ages ago.
Yeah, I mean, it must have felt like an hour and a half ago, right?
It really does, but they've gone right down it, and it's that whole line where we were looking at king f6 and b2 and takes and king takes, and you think
Push
you're-
him, baby.
Yeah, exactly. You think you're going to do it, right? e6, and Alejandro, he didn't take.
I agree.
And made it a race. He said, I'm just going to wait till you get your pawn and fight. You know, it would be ironic if this bishop moves and the bishop moves and it induces resignation. That would be like
No.
the one time the moment the bishop moves, then you resign the game.
I would still prefer to, let that bishop sit where it is. It's been a good little elephant.
Good little elephant, right? Okay, but that would be the way to do it.
I guess Rapport went king d6, which is pretty much the same idea. He's going to
Right.
continue pushing, I'm assuming.
Exactly. Pause, because you could just pick this pawn up and then go right back and
Well, couldn't we
make a
do that the
queen?
previous time? If the king went to f6?
True that too.
Thank you. I'm picking
Damn.
up your pawn e6.
Ability, yeah, you like it. Okay, I guess if you go king d6, king d3, you could also go back to e5.
And he did.
Ding Liren to just play
Yes.
king to d3. I'm assuming you have to go back with your king to e5 now. But okay, then he could pick up the pawn like this. No. Yeah.
It's just easier, right? It's just
Easier.
much easier.
Much easier.
Yeah, king d6 is just easy. King d6, king d3 is just easier to calculate. King f6, king d3. It's easier to calculate.
Right.
The other one was winning, straight
Right.
up winning. So if you ask an engine, there's no difference.
Right.
But for a human, why would I make it a one-move race
Right.
instead of just picking up the pawn first?
Exactly.
I like king d3. It's just
I do too.
It's just
Very
game over.
human.
The moment there was a pause,
Mm-hmm.
I actually saw it. Otherwise, but king d3 for sure is very clear,
It's very
crystal
technical.
clean.
Yeah.
Let's jump back to the game of Fabi, because
What game with Fabi?
Well, because more or less when we left it, we thought it was really over, but Fabi found a tricky move, knight f2?
I mean, he's still in the game without having to resign, but that's pretty much all you can really say about his position, because he's forcing an endgame down a piece.
There's 2 pawns. Hey, let me fanboy a little.
Right,
There's still 2 pawns. You
right.
can push him a little.
Nah.
Yes,
come on.
you can.
We're a biased commentator, but we're not that biased. I mean, come on. This is a piece.
It's a piece, I'm afraid to say. And the worst part is that if we try to push the pawns, right, because that's what you want to do, this weakness on b6 is a super easy target. And if we try to push the other pawn, similar story. I think it's that the pawn on b6 gets hunted. Rook f5. Hey, wait a minute. Look at this. Fanboy time.
Again, he's making it into a game. He's not resigning. He keeps on going. He keeps his chances up. Something Fabi does very well. Finding moves in which he does not have to resign, that he still has a shout. You think about this position when you resign. You know, I probably wouldn't resign here with black.
No.
I know I'm pretty dead lost.
5 more moves. Let's see what happens.
Right. You never know.
Exactly. I mean, he is a little lost, don't get me wrong, but I mean, you feel like if you're getting this far,
There's one more pawn left.
Close, you know, like,
Closer at least, right?
Closer.
Yeah, at least you get some hope.
Right.
But, I mean, it's a piece. Come on. And we are racing our way through a 3-way tie, guys. Fabiano Caruana is lost. It's just the piece. And we can fanboy as much as we want. We can give him as hope as much as we want. But it's a piece for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in a nothing endgame, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that's happening is that you're up a piece.
And Liren is like, pardon me, boys. Do you mind if I crash the party? You know?
Nice.
He's back. That Chinese superstar is back.
Wow.
After a horrendous start against Jan Nepomniachtchi, losing with white, not finding himself in the first half at all.
Right.
And now, second half, kind of like the 2021 candidates. He's surging.
It's crazy. It's like the night of the living dead or something. I
Right.
mean, he was so dead. He was just like, we weren't even, 1% less than 1.
And I don't think that's changed. It's percentage.
Well, if second place starts to be of import, oh dear.
But that's what we're talking about. It's funny because we keep talking about second place, but it just feels that everybody that's tied for second place, all of them combined, have like 5% chance now. Nepo must be a 90% chance favorite at this point.
Yeah, it's huge. By the way, just for everybody about the position between Richie and why is white so busted? You think, okay, bishops of opposite color, I can stop the pawn from promoting. The problem is when we do have a result.
I do. I'm watching it and I'm hearing it and I want to say
I
it.
think he never moved his bishop.
It's true, Dorsa.
Never.
White, Black's king went from e8 to d3,
Nice.
passing through c7 and b7. Did all the snake maneuver all the way here.
Right.
And the bishop never moved.
I have one more thing to say.
Yes.
Thank you, Dingler, and thank you so much for making my dream come true. You did not touch that bishop. Thank you. Thank
There
you
it
so
is.
much.
Impressive. Impressive stuff.
The strength of the eternal bishop, Alejandro, discuss.
It worked. And hey, look at those predictions.
Well, I mean, come on.
Come on.
Dorsa joins the show and she says, I'm going to go with Godzilla.
Ridiculous. Look, why is this still up there?
I can't believe this. We're all tied for second?
Yes, we're all tied for second, like if we knew something.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah. Ooh.
But yeah, what a difference does one day make? Everything goes up in the air, down, up again, left. It's like a beautiful painting.
All we need
Maxime
is for Nepo to stumble and get a 4-way tie for first.
But that's the thing, right?
Right.
The guy stumbles. Every single second place wins. And yeah, we have a tournament.
Right.
But they're still half a point away.
Yeah.
Don't ruin this for us, Alejandro. Just a second. I'm still coming to grips with the fact that we've got an amazing tie for second with all of our panelists. I think that's Dorsa, I think this is really unusual for us. Usually I pick Magnus and he runs away with the tournament, and I celebrate my sagacity and insight. But this is pretty impressive stuff that we have going on. Very, very exciting with one game for me. Sorry, Dorsa.
I just have a language question.
Please.
So, how many languages do you speak, or just comfortable speaking chess terms and?
Right. So I'm really, really proud of myself because I speak English, but properly, not like the British and not like the Americans. I combine both. My mother's British.
And there went all of our audience. 100% of it alienated. Thank you.
But yeah, my mother's language, of course, was Arabic. I was born in Syria, in Damascus, but my family moved to America when I was really small. And so I was raised in the American education system, and my mother and father divorced. I lived with my British mother, so I lost all my Arabic. I don't speak Arabic anymore.
Not even chess?
Not even
it's
just
fine.
a little bit.
Chess either.
No, I mean just some dishes and stuff. But yeah, very, 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 very few words. It's very, very sad. And I've always, because I've written so many books, I've always tried to articulate clearly and speak clearly the English language. It's a wonderful, wonderful language. But I regret my wife, Yvette, who's Dutch.
Yes.
She speaks Dutch, German, and English at birth.
Nice.
They're born polyglots. It's terrible. So whenever I go out to dinner and there's a whole group of Europeans, everybody's speaking everything except English. I'm like the odd man out of the table. I'll eat my soup alone,
No, I asked
sad.
about language because I just wanted to talk about that beautiful bishop. So that bishop in Farsi is fil, which literally means elephant.
Elephant, yeah.
And to the best of my understanding, most of the other languages that I've asked around, I believe in Indian, Hindu, or in Spanish, I believe there's still elephant. Alejandro, help me out here. But so I just wanted to kind of get another perspective on if you know any other.
Well, I think in Russian that they use the bishop is an elephant as well. In Spanish?
No, in Spanish we straight up stole away from Farsi.
Fil?
Yeah, it's al-fil.
Well, I mean, when you add an al, it's kind of.
Yeah, now it's ours. Now that it's we added an al, now it's out in Spanish. But it has no secondary meaning. The only meaning of that word is chess bishop.
Well, I'm glad that I...
Really? Yeah. So it's just unique to chess?
Unique to chess, yes.
Nice.
Wow.
But yeah, well, that's good to know. So for our viewers, if you speak other languages and you want to, let us know what is fil in your language.
Well, Dr. Jeannie Singfield.
Oh, yes.
She wrote a little pamphlet, how to read and write chess.
So many different
languages. It was exactly. So like Jeannie's smart. She sees all of these grandmasters from overseas coming and playing in her tournament, the Cairns Cup, coming and playing the Singfield Cup. She goes, "Hey, could you do me a favor? Here's my read and write. Could you translate this to Norwegian? Could you translate this to Dutch? Could you translate this to Farsi?" And she's got all the world's grandmasters essentially working for her. I mean, how did she do that? How did you, and by the way, we've got a victory, our third. It's so easy suddenly winning, Alejandro.
Yeah, unless you're sitting in front of Nepo. It's not that easy, is it? Because Nepo's cruising with all draws in front of him. He's looking at the future and saying, guys, keep beating each other.
Right.
I love this.
Yeah.
This ground down long games, he's sitting so pretty. He played a 4 nights like 2 days ago.
Right.
Easy draw.
Against England.
He played a Catalan today where he had the small chance of trying. The moment it went away, draw.
Draw.
He has not broke a sweat in the second half of the tournament.
Precisely.
And everybody else is killing each other. Guys, what an event. Give me the standings. Come on, guys. Give me the standings. I want to see this.
We have one player running away with the tournament, Nepo, with 1.5 point lead over his nearest rivals, of which there are now 3.
Wow.
And I'm still kind of ding Liren. I mean, it's a miracle. He is risen from the dead. I mean, literally, he was in last place.
I feel like for me, I'm always going to remember him as the fil. That's it.
The field. That's it.
Like,
what a tournament, guys. I mean, we've had everything, and this is what we love about the candidates. So we love everything. We have everything.
Right.
But it just feels that with somebody running away with it the way that we have, the entertainment value somehow.
No.
Because these guys are giving us such a show.
Right.
Duda coming in with a punch, Liren winning a couple of games. Thing is just Nepo has been completely untouchable.
Right.
It's not in the sense that we can think, oh, Nepo's going to lose a game. Who's going to beat him?
Ooh, and we have updated.
Well, funny you should say that because I think Jan's got some real tough road ahead. Of course, he's in pole position. I mean, come on, 1.5 points. But I do know that in round 12, we're going to see a Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan game, and that could be.
Jan's white there.
Okay.
Let's not kid ourselves.
True that.
Jan is white in that game.
Okay.
He sees a near rival and he says, draw? Excuse me, I'm white.
Right.
I have World Championship prep. You need to equalize, and then we're going to make a draw. Like he did today.
Right.
Against Timur Radjabov. He's not going to make a draw from move 5. He's going to say, I have a little bit of prep, you got to figure it out, and then we'll draw. That would be great for him. And who does he play tomorrow?
Well, I've got it.
This is
the round 12 pairing.
The one that we're seeing. Nepo with white against Hikaru.
Wow.
I mean, that's a big matchup.
True.
But it would be bigger if Hikaru was white.
Okay, but what is coming up tomorrow in round 10? And here it comes.
Yeah, Nepo is playing
round 11. Sorry.
Reza, who just got
11,
destroyed.
Whoa.
Nakamura versus Richie. Oh my gosh, the double white for Hikaru.
Good
The double white for
him.
Hikaru. And the other early matchup is there, Caruana against Ding. That's the big one for second place.
That's
Well, wait
true.
a minute. But Firouzja could play the tournament game of his tournament against Nepo
I mean,
and do
we're only
everybody
happy
a
that
solid.
he's 19 and vicious and hungry. Because if you're last in this tournament, there's so many players that would just check out with a draw tomorrow. We really don't want Alireza to do that, but he's in last place, guys.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that everybody gets an extra 7,000 euros for every win.
Do you think they remember? Do you think they remember? Do you think they ever even remember that this is a rule? I feel that they get the check from FIDE. It's like, wait, where's this extra money coming from?
No, I'm telling you guys, tomorrow, round 11, I got it right here. Hikaru Richie, that's a game. Firouzja Nepo, Firouzja's bringing it. I don't care what you guys say. Timur versus Duda. Okay, that can be the quiet game. The 3 wins and 1 draw. But the Fabi versus Ding Liren game.
No, Fabi Ding is huge.
Oh my goodness.
Fabi Ding is just huge, guys.
You don't want to miss tomorrow, everybody, for round
I'm very
11.
Excited.
Come and join us. But before we go, Alejandro, bring home the show. Final thoughts.
What a great round we had. Of course, Nepo's running away with it. But it's like everybody wants to still be within striking distance.
Right.
Ding Liren wins with black. Hikaru crushes Alireza. And they're saying, you know what? 1% is 1%. Not 0. There's a chance. And if I'm going to help my chances, I'm winning some games.
Right.
And they're bringing it. It might be a little too late. We'll see. But they're bringing what needs to be done.
Oh, exciting stuff.
Oh, wonderful.
Dorsa, thank you so much.
Of course,
I
this was
mean,
a lot
you're
of
just
fun.
making the show that much more enjoyable. I
Thank
didn't
you.
like the first day, which I thought went till 8 in the evening. That was
was
tough.
long.
But ever since,
Yeah, thank you very much. and
wonderful.
See everybody tomorrow.
See you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.